Chapter 316. The country of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range believes in the ruler of the night, Mother Sky. This is definitely related to the Evernight demonic wolf, Phlegria. Therefore, the illusory ravings I heard were Hornacis. Phlegria. What's the connection between Phlegria, an ancient god, and the goddess? According to Roselle, sequence 0 is equivalent to a true god. Every sequence only has one sequence 0. The goddess inherited the authority of the Evernight demonic wolf. He was not the oldest god, nor was he the eye of the self-proclaimed creator. Yes, this is a side clue that can't be considered proof. The people of the life school of thought worship the moon, the crimson moon formed from one of the creator's eyes, but they don't believe in the Evernight goddess. Klein immediately thought of many things as he controlled the world to speak after some deliberation. Nothing else. There's nothing else. The matter of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, is considered a myth in the City of Silver. Sun felt that he hadn't answered at all, so he suggested in embarrassment, "Mr. World, you can change your question." "Change the question? Little Sun, you're too straightforward. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Klein made the world hoarsely say, "That's right. Your honesty and trustworthiness are impressive. I previously met a Beyonder. He can freely switch between his physical body and spirit body, and he can control zombies. Do you know which pathway and sequence he belongs to?" Although Sun was in the forsaken land of the gods, in the City of Silver, and it was impossible for him to have any connection with the capital of the ruined kingdom, Beekland, Klein was cautious and changed the she that referred to Miss Sharon to he. "By the way, he's not a high sequence Beyonder," World added in a deep voice. Sun seriously recalled the contents of the textbook. "If it's not a high sequence Beyonder, then we can eliminate the Phoenix pathway." Phoenix pathway? Klein deliberately made the world show some surprise. After attending so many gatherings, Derek knew very well that the City of Silver's customary way of addressing the sequence pathway was somewhat different from what Miss Justice and company had described. Therefore, he didn't find it strange. It's the Beyonder pathway that rules death and partially controls the spirit world. Its sequence 9 is Corpse Collector. So it's the death pathway. From the looks of it, Phoenix ancestor, Greg Race, is an ancient death. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table without changing his posture as he controlled World to nod. "I understand. Please continue." Derek immediately replied, "That's right. I can only think of two possibilities. The first is a special devil. Like I said before, different races evolve into different types of devils. Some of them can freely switch between physical and spiritual bodies, but they are quite rare, and they may not be able to control zombies." "Can humans do it?" the world asked. "No, at least I don't know of any similar examples," Sun said honestly. "What about the second possibility?" Klein recalled Miss Sharon's usual performance in battle, while the world changed his sitting posture. Derek replied solemnly, "That's right. Xenogeneic. Xenogeneic? Aren't you referring to monsters?" the world asked hoarsely. Klein clearly remembered that Mr. Aztec once mentioned that mutants referred to humans who were cursed. Because of the different curses, mutants formed different races. They were usually the same as humans, but there was always a twisted and repressed desire hidden in their hearts. When a certain scene appeared, or when they were stimulated by a certain object, it would explode and they would turn into monsters, wantonly satisfying their desire to kill, bloodthirst, and other things. Every time they exploded, they would become a little colder, and finally, they would completely lose the positive emotions of being human. Among them, the most representative was the werewolf. Sun nodded frankly. "Yes, mutants are monsters that split from humans due to the negative effects of certain Beyonder characteristics. It's not a curse, but the negative effects of certain Beyonder characteristics." Sitting in the thick grey fog, the fool Klein realized that this was different from Mr. Aztec's description. Was this what people knew about xenogeneics before the cataclysm? General knowledge that everyone in the City of Silver knows is rather precious to the Beyonders of the northern and southern continents. Klein increasingly realized how special the forsaken land of the gods was. At this moment, Derek continued. "The characteristics that mutants possess happen to form a Beyonder pathway. Therefore, ordinary humans can also become mutants by consuming potions. Xenogeneic path? Which one was he referring to? What's the corresponding sequence 9 called? Klein asked the world out of curiosity. Derek didn't care which question it was, and he treated it as a necessary supplement. In the City of Silver, the corresponding sequence 9 is called prisoner. The heart is the body's prisoner, and the body is the world's prisoner. This refers to the restrained madness and repressed desires. Prisoner. This pathway is in the hands of Rose School. They are famous for their bloody sacrifices and worship the so-called chained god. Miss Sharon doesn't look like such a cold person who kills indiscriminately. Wait, Marek seems to be being pursued by some faction. He and Miss Sharon are defectors from Rose School? They defected in order to not become a crazy cultist. Klein made the world say with some guesses, "I'm very satisfied with your answer. I'm very satisfied with your answer. The deal is complete." Following that, the members shared what they had seen and heard. Klein ended the tarot gathering in time before his spirituality was depleted. When the world above the grey fog returned to calm, there wasn't even a fake person. He began to travel back and forth between the mysterious space and the real world, bringing the master key to the ancient palace. Although I've deduced from Roselle's diary that there's a high chance that the apprentice pathway doesn't have a sequence 0, I still can't be rash. Sequence 1 and Sequence 2 might be able to effectively counterattack from a distance. Besides, what if there really is a Sequence 0? What if there really is a Sequence 0? I can't gamble with my life. Klein calmed down for a while and wrote a divination statement, its source. Then, he held the master key to prevent the it from pointing in the wrong direction. Leaning back in his chair, Klein silently recited the divination statement and gradually fell asleep. In the grey, illusory, and fragmented world, he saw a bronze lamp stand with many flickering candlelight. Around the lampstand, there seemed to be a secret room. There wasn't any external light. There was a long table, a black iron pot, a glass jar, a brown notebook, and other items. A young man dressed in a black classic robe stood in front of the long table, staring blankly at the medicine in his hand. "Ancestors, I'm about to embark on the path of Beyondus. I'll definitely be able to recreate the glory of the House of Abraham," he muttered to himself as he drank the medicine. The muscles on his face contorted, revealing a pained expression. All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. He kept struggling and clutching his own neck. In just a few seconds, he tore apart his clothes and peeled off his skin, turning into a monster covered in blood. Bang! His flesh and blood exploded, and every piece seemed to have a life of its own. They kept crawling in all directions, leaving behind traces of corrosion. In the end, they failed to leave the secret room and slowly returned to silence. Specks of light gathered and fused with a broken finger, turning into a simple and unadorned brass key. At the same time, Klein saw a silver pocket watch embedded with diamonds in the clothes. The dream ended as he opened his eyes and looked forward. He sighed. Seriously, he said that he wanted to restore the glory of the House of Abraham, but he failed at the first step. There's a certain level of risk in becoming a Sequence 9. The House of Abraham was a great noble of the Tudor dynasty in the 4th epoch. It was said that they controlled the Beyonder path of apprentice, but it was likely incomplete. Klein recalled the scene he had just seen, tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers, and muttered to himself, it was spoken in ruin. His speaking Lonese. I can't tell where his accent is from. It's popular to embed pure diamonds on pocket watches without any other gems. It's only been 10 years since then. When I have the time, I'll go to the Harvest Church again and ask Father Utravsky where he obtained the master key. Perhaps I can find some clues. Just as Klein was about to leave the world above the grey fog, the illusory star that symbolized the magicians expanded and contracted. This was Force's request to hold a sacrificial ritual. Force originally wouldn't have brought that much cash with her, but she had been preparing to participate in the Beyonder gathering, so she had specially kept £500 to see if she could buy the items she wanted. Who knew that the corresponding gathering would be cancelled due to the situation? Now, it was just right to use it to pay for the apothecary formula and the acting method, a total of £430. Seeing the screen appear and the banknotes disappear, Force was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. Selling the apothecary formula to Viscount Glaint for £300 will do. I can't be too greedy, or it will destroy a long-term partnership. As for Miss Audrey, I'll ignore her for now. She has hopes of contacting the psychology alchemists and directly obtaining the corresponding formula. It's really impossible. I'll go to the tarot gathering to purchase it. Sigh, I have to observe if the acting method is effective. If it is, I'll consider how to pray to Mr. Fool. Zio, that idiot. She's usually an arbiter, so she unknowingly meets the requirements of the acting method. Force thought of the future. At the same time that he received the £430, Klein also received a prayer from Miss Justice. She said that if Mr. Fool's adorer no longer needed cash, she could use the promise of collecting Roselle's diary in exchange for the £200. She had to satisfy Mr. Fool. I'm very satisfied. I'm just short of a few dozen pounds to have £1,000. Klein politely rejected Miss Justice's good intentions. Following that, he busied himself helping Sun awaken the memories of the 7 deities' information. After doing all of this, Klein returned to the real world, exhausted. He pulled open the curtains and flipped through the serial murder case dossiers again, searching for the animal that might exist. Chapter 317. In a cramped room in the City of Silver. Son Derek Berg sat by the bed, quietly recalling the information he had obtained on the 7 deities. The names of the deities that he had never heard of and the specious ancient myths were all telling him of a completely different new world than the City of Silver. Is that a land that hasn't been abandoned by the gods? Or should I say, a land protected by a new deity? Derek sat in the darkness without any additional movements. From time to time, lightning would flash across the window, bringing with it a strong light. He slowly focused his thoughts on the authorities that the 7 deities wielded and compared them with the ancient deities like the dragon of imagination Ankwelt. The so-called god of combat is very close to the giant king, Ormir. The authority of the Lord of Storms is similar to that of the elf king, Saniathrim. The Evernite goddess seems to be a combination of the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, and the vampire ancestor, Lilith. The eternal blazing sun, Earth Mother, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the god of steam and machinery aren't similar. Regarding the myths and legends, I didn't pay enough attention in class and missed out a lot of things. Phew, since I don't have any patrol missions, I'll go to the Steeple Library and read through the information. Derek suddenly stood up and did as he thought of it. His problem was also the problem of most of the residents of the City of Silver. When receiving general education, the focus was on practical courses like demonology, monster classification, charms, and extraordinary basic. They were all used to deal with monsters in the depths of the darkness and increase the production of edible plants. When listening to supplementary subjects like mythology, they often weren't focused enough. If it wasn't for the fact that the history of the City of Silver made the residents more united, increasing everyone's sense of honor and mission, and that the 6-member council was very strict in this aspect, Derek believed that he would only be able to remember what had happened in the last 20 to 30 years. Carrying the axe of Hurricane, Derek walked out of his house and walked along the clean but ancient mottled stone path until he reached the Twin Towers in the north of the city. One of the Twin Towers' spire was the City of Silver's library, the place where merit points were exchanged, and daily necessities were distributed. The other spire belonged to the 6-member council, a mystical item that was rumored to have supported the City of Silver for more than 2,000 years. It was a recipe and material warehouse. After entering the steeple, Derek went straight to the 3rd floor. Based on his impression, he found the bookshelf with mythological information and the corresponding ancient books. He had just taken a fancy to an ancient book that was related to the creation myth. Just as he was about to pull it out, he discovered that a hand with slender fingers, fair skin, and a beautiful shape had snatched the book away before him. Derek traced the arm, and after a glance, he lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and greeted in a deep voice. "Hello, Elder Lovia." The person who took the book was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Lovia. Lovia was wearing a black robe embroidered with many mysterious purple patterns. Her silver-grey hair was thick but slightly curly. Her face was smooth and tender, and her eyebrows were gorgeous. She looked to be in her early 30s, and her light grey eyes seemed to be able to see through souls. Yes. In the face of Derek's greeting, Lovia nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. She silently took the book and left between the 2 rows of bookshelves. Elder Lovia seems to have become normal. Unlike before, she would always switch between different states irregularly. Sometimes she would cry, sometimes she would sneer, sometimes she would snort angrily, and sometimes she would be indifferent. Such thoughts flashed through Derek's mind subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Because Elder Lovia is normal, after flipping through all the dossiers, Klein didn't find any records regarding animals. It was obvious that he had overlooked this problem during his previous investigations. Yes, I have to remember my previous thoughts. I can't recklessly investigate on my own. Ignoring the fact that I don't have enough special abilities to avoid the devil's premonition and grasp of danger, just the possibility of encountering the Nighthawks in charge is already very troublesome. My goal has always been to assist, analyze the case, come up with guesses, and determine the authenticity of the clues. Klein considered the problem of what he should do. After understanding the devil's abilities, he temporarily didn't dare to hand over the investigation of whether the suspects had pets to Stuart. There was a high chance that it would cause the deaths of the suspects. It's only a preliminary investigation without any specific direction. Stuart shouldn't encounter anything. The devil isn't a bunch of lunatics from the Aurora Order. He won't take the initiative to expose himself. Stuart will definitely be able to submit the report tomorrow or the day after. Perhaps there are clues hidden in there that others can't detect. Klein stood up and paced back and forth in the activity room with his hands in his pockets. The problem he was facing now was how to get the main force of the investigation to include animals in their line of sight. It definitely wouldn't do to mention it directly. That would arouse suspicion. It's the same if it's too obvious. Sigh, I'm not a spectator. I don't have beyonder powers in this area. Klein thought carefully and deliberated before finally deciding on a plan. He took out a piece of paper, held a fountain pen, and wrote, "Dear Mr. Stanton, I thought of a problem." Previously, when the detectives were discussing it, they all felt that the murderer's actions were very skillful, without any signs of jerkiness. He's very experienced, and I believe that it's impossible for him to be born with it. There has to be a lot of experience as a foundation, such as a medical student in surgery or a butcher in a butcher shop. Back then, I guess that he might have done similar cases in the past. This is one of the directions of the investigation, and it's also what I'm currently paying attention to. But after thinking about it over and over again for the past 2 days, I believe that it's incomplete. Perhaps, he doesn't rely on killing people to gain experience. Is there a possibility that he's using pitiful animals to practice his skills? Living animals, different kinds of animals. The number of animals that die in Beekland every day is uncountable, and no one knows of the ones that disappear into the depths of the source. These are good targets for practice. These are some of my immature views. I wish to share them with you. Sherlock Moriarty. Klein didn't directly mention that the murderer might be a demonized animal. He found another reason to practice his skills, hoping that Ikinger Stanton would notice the neglected animal world and alert the official beyond us in charge. As he wrote, he suddenly felt that this was also a direction. The reason why the devil hadn't been captured was because it spent most of its time hunting animals. And animals hunting animals wasn't something worth paying attention to. Let's do it this way. I hope it will give them some inspiration. Klein folded the letter, dressed neatly, and went to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver it. 15 minutes later, Lawyer Jurgen watched Detective Sherlock pass by the oriel window again and again. He finally couldn't help but open the door and politely ask, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your keys?" I guess so." Klein forced a smile. "Why don't you come to my place as a guest? You can go back after dinner and it's dark. I know that you private detectives are very good at climbing," Jurgen invited with a serious expression. "That works too." Klein was stunned for a second before he smiled sincerely. "That would be my honor." Lawyer Jurgen's grandmother was at the level of a chef. Furthermore, I can stroke the cat. After the sky turned completely dark, Klein, who had eaten and drunk his fill, rested at home for a while, took his cane, and left Minsk Street. He planned on making another trip to Rose Street south of the bridge to ask Bishop Yutravsky about the origins of the master key. With the help of the dowsing rod technique, he successfully arrived at the Harvest Church in the dead of night and sneaked in according to the previous route. However, Bishop Yutravsky didn't repent in the cathedral hall tonight. In the silence and darkness, there were only rows of seats. His resting. Puzzled, Klein walked towards the living area at the back of the hall. Just as he rounded the corner, he suddenly saw the giant-like Bishop Yutravsky walking up the stairs to the basement. The heavy stone door was banging loudly. Who did he detain in the basement? Klein instantly thought of a series of unhealthy news. Bishop Yutravsky looked up and saw Klein in his previous disguise. He was surprised and asked in a daze, "What's wrong with you?" After a pause, he asked, "You haven't found your way home? Do I look like someone who's been lost for so long?" Klein forced a smile. "Father, I'm not lost. You think that formula is fake? That's impossible." Bishop Yutravsky frowned and stopped halfway up the stairs. This way, he was on par with Klein. "No, it's real," Klein answered honestly. At this moment, the stone door to the basement was slammed again. It became more and more intense, accompanied by a male voice saying, "Let me out." "What's this?" Klein couldn't help but ask. Bishop Yutravsky smiled warmly. "A vampire." Just as he said that, the man in the basement shouted, "What's wrong with vampires? Vampires should be locked up here by you? Should they listen to your nagging every day and listen to you reciting scriptures? Pooey, I'm a noble sanguine. Don't use such a vulgar term to describe me. Let me tell you, I worship the moon and will never change my faith to Earth Mother. Give up, you despicable priest." This was the first time Klein had met a real vampire, so he couldn't help but ask, "Father, where did you catch him?" Bishop Yutravsky looked at Klein with a strange expression. "He's the original owner of the master key. One day, he got lost and walked into this cathedral." Klein seriously considered whether he should carry the master key with him in the future. "Thankfully, I know divination," he thought rejoicingly. "It just so happened that he entered a state of thirst for blood, and I discovered something abnormal," Bishop Yutravsky added with a smile. "Pooey, don't mention blood to me. What I need is the blood of a beautiful girl, not a dirty old man like you." The vampire in the basement suddenly became irritable. Bishop Yutravsky explained without any anger. "When he thirsts for blood, I'll get him some of mine." Klein nodded and took a closer look. He discovered that the heavy stone door in the basement was engraved with the sacred emblem of life and many mysterious symbols, forming a complete seal. In the daytime, when there are more people praying, I'm afraid even the sound won't be able to be heard. Klein made a preliminary judgment. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Bishop Yutravsky asked. Klein answered frankly, "Yes. I want to know where the master key first came from." "Then you'll have to ask him." Bishop Yutravsky pointed to the basement. The vampire inside suddenly fell silent before smiling leisurely. "Friend, I can answer your question. But the premise is that you have to rescue me first." Chapter 3:18. He's really daring to ask for a price. Upon hearing the vampire's request, Klein was exasperated and amused. He glanced at Bishop Yutravsky and asked thoughtfully, "Father, can I borrow your candle? It's the one from last time. I've forgotten its name." Before Bishop Yutravsky could answer, the vampire in the basement spoke in surprise. Before Bishop Yutravsky could reply, the vampire in the basement exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. What do you want?" At this moment, Bishop Yutravsky gently spoke. "It's called the mental terror candle. Why do you want to borrow it?" At this moment, Bishop Yutravsky gently said, "It's called the mental terror candle. Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Father, you're very cooperative. You even know how to ask." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "As you know, I have some special talent in this area. I'm very good at doing such things." Before he could finish his sentence, the vampire in the basement shouted, "Bastard, Give up. You'll be cursed if you do that to a noble sanguine. Doing this to the noble blood breeds will be cursed. Hey hey, hey 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 hey. I'll talk, I'll tell you the source of the master key. Klein immediately chuckled. Thank you for your cooperation. Humph. That dirty old man's friend really isn't a good person. As a sanguine, I'm already very restrained by only going to the hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink. Why am I locked up here and listening to that long-winded housefly's Bible of life every day? The vampire in the basement grumbled angrily. Frankly speaking, if you're really the person you described and you met me, I would at most give you a warning or two. Unfortunately, when you got lost and entered this cathedral, you were facing a priest who used to kill people and loved to fight. He's now a pious, repentant, and fanatical believer. All I can say is that you're unlucky. However, Bishop Utravsky has already recovered from his illness, so he probably won't really hurt you. At most, he'll keep you by his side. Klein silently responded. The vampire in the basement paused for a few seconds before saying, more than a month ago, I went to Southborough to steal a blood bottle to drink, but I ended up encountering a thief. He originally wanted to enter the hospital's financial office, but he got lost and opened the door of the blood bank. I caught him on the spot. He used that master key. He told me that he found it when he was stealing from a certain house. At the same time, he also obtained a pocket watch inlaid with diamonds. Yes, it's in the basement. At first, he thought that the key corresponded to a room or a safe, so he tried them one by one. In the end, he found that all of them could be opened. This was an unimaginable surprise for a thief. After that, he succeeded again and again until I caught him and confiscated the key. Damn it, I never thought that the key would make people lose their way. It matches the scene I saw in my divination. However, is there a curse on this master key? The previous owner was detained because he got lost, and the previous owner was also caught on the spot because he got lost. Perhaps, I really have to throw it above the grey fog and take it out when I need it. However, that would be a lot more troublesome. It might delay things. Klein controlled the changes in his expression and asked unhurriedly, "What's the matter? Did the thief say where he stole it?" The vampire in the basement muttered, "You're doubting my intelligence. You're doubting my intelligence. How could I not ask about this?" He said it was at 48, River Bay Avenue south of the bridge. I originally planned on investigating it when I had the time, but, damn it. All right, I'm done answering. Don't disturb me anymore. Klein didn't leave just like that. Instead, he slowly took out a halfpenny copper coin and recited softly, "That's right. He's lying." After 7 times, Klein's eyes darkened. He flicked the coin and watched it spin before landing in his palm. This time, the head was up, indicating that it was positive. In other words, the vampire was lying. The contents of the thief's description matched the scene I saw in my divination in many ways. It can't be fake. The vampire must have lied about the specific address. Klein looked at Bishop Utravsky and chuckled. He lied. Let me think, why would he lie? It's very unwise for him to vent his anger and take revenge on someone who has nothing to do with me. It's also very disadvantageous to his situation. So, I think he's actually using this method to seek help. That address might very well belong to his companions. "Father, aren't you going to take a look?" The basement instantly fell silent. After a few seconds, the vampire laughed and said, "I just don't want to tell you so easily. I just don't want to tell you so easily. You threatened me just now, so I lied to take revenge. Isn't that normal?" I can tell that he's forcing himself to calm down. Klein smiled. "Then, what's the real answer? If you lie again, I don't mind sending this address to the 3 churches. I'll just say that it's related to the recent serial murders. Humans are truly vicious." The vampire gritted his teeth and sighed. 32, Verdi Street south of the bridge. Klein tossed the coin again and received an answer that indicated that the vampire wasn't lying. From the looks of it, vampires don't have the ability to interfere with divination. I'll go above the grey fog to confirm it later. Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed towards the heavy stone door of the basement. "Thank you for your cooperation." Mph, the vampire in the basement snorted in response. Just as Klein turned around and was about to leave, he suddenly shouted, "Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. Remember, my name is Emlyn White. What's the point of remembering your name? It's not like I plan on saving you. I'm not prepared, and I don't have the home field advantage. I can't beat Father Utravsky, and he has a mystical item that can transfuse blood. Could it be that this vampire's companion is offering a bounty for me, and he wishes for me to sell this information?" Klein was taken aback for a moment before he walked out of the Harvest Church without a word. He randomly found a secluded spot, removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, and did a divination about exploring 32 Verdi Street. The answer he received was that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't too high. There's a certain level of danger. Where is the danger? What kind of danger could it be? Klein seriously analyzed the situation and suspected that the apprentice who had lost control and died had turned into a ghost-type monster due to his intense resentment. Furthermore, it was a relatively strong one. That's not right. The thief clearly didn't encounter anything before coming out with the master key. Could it be that the danger lies in another secret location in the house? Klein thought carefully and felt that it was best for him to make sufficient preparations before heading there. It was to prevent himself from encountering an enemy that he found difficult to deal with his current Beyonder powers. At the very least, I have to wait until I buy bullets that can purify wraiths and shadows. He nodded slightly. With this consideration, combined with his previous battle with Dawn Paladin Bishop Utravsky, Klein suddenly felt that he could vaguely conclude the first rule of magicians: don't perform when you're not prepared. There's a high chance of being exposed. Klein silently added. On Tuesday morning, Klein prepared the butter and toasted 2 slices of bread. He wasn't in a hurry to eat. He opened the door and took out today's newspaper from the mailbox. Hey, there's a letter. He pulled out the letter from the newspaper and glanced at the envelope as he returned to the dining room. It's from Stuart. It looks like he's already completed the preliminary investigation. Klein nodded slightly, tore open the envelope, and shook the paper. As he read, he sat at the dining table. Stuart claimed that the 2 suspects didn't show any abnormal behavior. One of them guarded the grocery store with his wife and child, living a lifeless life. The other was busy with all kinds of temporary jobs, working tirelessly to maintain his livelihood. They weren't irritable, nor did they have the urge to fight. They also didn't lock themselves in their rooms alone. At the end of the letter, Stuart lamented the terrible situation in East Borough and vowed to save enough money so that he wouldn't end up there when he grew old. "Thank you for your help. If there are any other clues in the future, I'll share them with you." Seeing that the other party hadn't discovered any useful clues, Klein simply replied to the letter. He didn't want the other party to be more deeply involved in the case, lest the devil sense the danger and kill the latent danger ahead of time. After putting down the pen and paper, Klein picked up a piece of bread with butter seeping in. He spent his breakfast leisurely with black tea and newspapers. During this process, he regretted that there were no signs of old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering being held. Sigh, the existence of that devil has seriously affected the lives of the Beyonders in Beekland. I hope that Mr. Eichinger Stanton can notice my hint and gain something. Yes, he should be an officially certified Beyonder. Klein put down the newspaper, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and prepared to leave. His plans for today had been planned last week. He was going to the Royal Museum to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, in Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Audrey was wearing a long, light-colored dress that boldly used lace. She had snow-white fur draped over her shoulders as she waited for her personal maid, Annie, to help her put on a bonnet that was inlaid with pearls and draped with fine gauze. Beside her, Susie was squatting there with a bow tied around her neck. "My beautiful little princess, where are you going?" Earl Hall asked as he stroked his beautiful mustache as he walked down the stairs. Audrey replied with bright eyes, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. I'll take a look at the original copy of Roselle the Great's diary and find a chance to get some for Mr. Fool," she added inwardly. Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Dad, I plan on visiting the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Earl Hall pondered for a moment and said, "Why do you want to go today? There will be a lot of people, and it will be very chaotic." "Yes, I'll get someone to coordinate with the Church of Steam. After the official exhibition ends, it will be specially held for you and your friends for half a day. That way, you can have a quiet and undisturbed tour. If you have something you want to admire up close, you can discuss it with them directly." "Oh, that seems even better. I can directly read the diary in this exhibition." Audrey lifted the hem of her dress and bowed. "Thank you, handsome Earl Hall Tilda." Chapter 319. Westborough, 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. Although it wasn't a weekend, there was already a long line at the entrance when Klein arrived. According to the descriptions in the newspapers and magazines, he knew that the middle class in this world had fewer forms of entertainment. Other than reading newspapers, reading novels, attending opera concerts, playing tennis and squash, watching various plays, and holding or attending banquets and dances, the only 3 options left were visiting parks, visiting exhibitions, and going on vacation. And due to Roselle the Great's influence, annual leave was a relatively common phenomenon among this class. At 9 o'clock sharp, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, a black cane, and a double-breasted coat, held his ticket and followed the people in front of him into the museum. There was a division here. Different guides led a portion of the visitors to different passageways. Klein and a dozen or so people followed behind a beautiful woman, listening to her introduce Roselle's life. This was meaningless to Klein, who was half a historian. Therefore, out of boredom, he confirmed the location of his wallet. Due to the surge in his wealth, which had reached £952 and was only 1 step away from £1,000, his wallet could no longer hold that much cash. He could only selectively carry a portion of it. As for the rest, Klein was worried about leaving them unprotected at home, so he threw them all above the grey fog. As they walked, they entered the first exhibition hall. The female guide said excitedly, "This is the first exhibition hall." The female guide said excitedly, "Everyone, these are Roselle the Great's daily necessities. Look, that's the velvet blanket he used. That's the golden-laid glassware he used to drink wine. That's the toilet he used, the first toilet in the modern sense. Even a used toilet is put on display." Klein suddenly felt a little pity for Roselle. Following that, he looked at the toilet behind the glass wall and discovered that it was shimmering with a golden glow. Its surface seemed to be covered in a layer of gold leaf, and it was engraved with complicated, exaggerated, and rather artistic patterns. How extravagant! Klein no longer felt pity for Roselle. There was only a layer of glass separating the toilet bowl from Roselle's daily clothes, including cuffs, a shirt with pleated collar, and so on. It could be seen that the female guide was very appreciative of the clothing culture of Intis. After the exhibition hall for daily use were the original manuscripts of the important documents issued by Roselle, including the Civil Code and other valuable historical relics. At this moment, the female guide pointed to a display cabinet and said, "That's right. This is one of the notebooks left behind by Roselle the Great. The symbols on it are mysterious and undeciphered by him. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notebooks record the most unknown secrets of Roselle the Great. As a romantic person, I have my own speculation. Perhaps this is the symbol that Roselle the Great and the woman he loves the most have agreed on. They record each other, but they can never be together. You're very suitable to write novels." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. His gaze then turned to the notebook that was spread open in the display cabinet. It was written in simplified Chinese that he was extremely familiar with, the 6th of March. "Damn it, the food here is making me constipated. The 17th of March. Are the wives of Intis all this open-minded? Did I have sex with her, or did she have sex with me? It feels a little weird, the 22nd of March. It's time to choose a religion. On one side is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, and on the other side is the Church of Craftsmen. My choice is without a doubt. Praise be to you, God of Machines. One day, I will change the name of the Church of Craftsmen to the Church of Machinery." Indeed romantic. Romantic constipation. This should be the diary of Roselle the Great in his early days of transmigration. There's no valuable information at all. His handwriting is uglier than mine. Klein retracted his gaze and clicked his tongue. Of course, he had only seen the 2 pages that were spread open. He had no idea what else was written. I wonder how the security measures here are, and if there's a chance to sneak in and read through it. Klein looked around and found that there were quite a lot of security personnel on the surface. Perhaps there are beyond us from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, he muttered and followed the female guide into the next exhibition hall. It was called The Tender Roselle. This is the first love letter written by Roselle the Great. This is the first love poem he created, when you're old. The female guide pointed at the manuscript in the display cabinet with bright eyes. Shameless. Yeats's coffin can't be held down any longer. Klein couldn't help but curse inwardly. This is a bracelet he made himself. This is the original manuscript of the novel he wrote. The female guide introduced with an abnormal tone of admiration. Klein tried his best not to show any change in his expression. Of course, he also believed that Roselle the Great, who had the artisan column in his Beyonder occupation, must have a very strong manual ability. This is a basic education textbook he improved for his children. Every word has a corresponding picture. This is a game he invented for his children. It's similar to Inti's chess, but for some reason, the way to play it didn't spread. This is a building toy he invented, and it's also for his children. The female guide unknowingly said with a hint of warmth. Isn't this just F*King chess? Besides, Lego is going to collect copyright fees from you. Klein could only curl the corners of his mouth to hide his other emotions. He swept his gaze and found a woman who was more than 1.7 meters tall standing in front of the display cabinet. The woman had chestnut hair that reached her waist and a well-proportioned figure. She was neither fat nor thin. She wore a girlish yellow cake dress, but she wore an old-fashioned black bonnet. A thin veil hung down, covering her face. She stood in front of the display cabinet, staring at the items inside for a long time without moving. By the time Klein and company followed the guide to the next exhibition hall, she still hadn't changed her posture. After passing a few more exhibition halls, the female guide pointed ahead and said, "What you will see next is a restored Roselle the Great study. What you will see next is the restored study of Emperor Roselle." As she spoke, Klein and company entered the exhibition hall, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. It was almost like a library, surrounded by rows of bookshelves that reached 2 stories high. There were stairs below them, and there were passageways between them, forming a 3-dimensional paradise of books. It can be imagined that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. You can imagine that the owner of this place once climbed up and down the stairs in search of the book he wanted to read. The guide described a vivid scene. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lamp holders, and other items. They were all covered by glass, preventing them from coming into contact with the outside world. In the middle of the rows of bookshelves were desks, chairs, brass lampstands, and other objects. They were all covered by glass and did not come into contact with the outside world. The stack of manuscripts wasn't spread out, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. The stack of manuscripts was not opened, so only the contents of the first page could be seen. It depicted a rectangular object with a detailed description. This is a portable, miniaturized application of the telegraph. It can be used to connect to people who have the same item, send and receive messages that they want to exchange, and even talk directly. This requires better positioning. I think we can boldly look up to the sky. There are no obstacles there, so we can better transmit the signal. Emperor, you won't even let go of your phone. Klein couldn't help but cover his face. At this moment, the narrator introduced the stack of manuscripts. They record the fantastic ideas of Roselle the Great, the inventions that he had yet to turn into reality, the glory of our human civilization. Klein didn't pay attention to the flattering words and casually looked at other things. Suddenly, he noticed a bookmark in a hardcover book on the table. The exposed part of the bookmark depicted a child's random drawing. Roselle the Great isn't good at drawing. Just as Klein mocked inwardly, he suddenly recalled something. Roselle had once disguised a card of blasphemy as a bookmark and placed it in a particular book. Could it be this one? Klein carefully observed it for a few seconds without leaving a trace, but he didn't discover anything amiss. That's right. The Emperor said that the card of blasphemy is anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to discover its uniqueness. If it could be identified so easily, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery would have long taken it away. Klein moved his gaze away and sized up the other books. He discovered that many of them had bookmarks in them, and these bookmarks were of different shapes and sizes. He pondered for a moment, used his clown powers to control his facial muscles, and asked curiously, "Are these all books that Roselle the Great has read?" "Sorry, are these the original books?" The female guide nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes. These are all items from Roselle the Great's study back then, including but not limited to books, manuscripts, bookmarks, lampstands, ink bottles. However, even more items have been destroyed in a few conflicts." Klein nodded slightly and looked at the bookmarks again. Roselle had mentioned in his diary that he wanted to place the card of blasphemy in a very valuable book, making it so that no one would imagine that the most valuable item in the book is actually an inconspicuous bookmark. Which of these books is very valuable? Klein recalled the details of the diary and eliminated them. The Glorious Age. Doesn't seem like it. The history of the Kingdom of Intis. Doesn't seem like it. The history of the Northern Continent. That's possible, but it's not likely. The improvement principles of steam machinery. Ditto. Klein scanned them one by one, and his gaze suddenly stopped on the stack of manuscripts he saw the earliest. It recorded the items on Earth that Roselle wanted to invent but didn't have the means to do so. Chapter 320. A plagiarized manuscript, no, a creative manuscript. It should be considered a very valuable book. Could this be a card of blasphemy? Klein's heart stirred as he tapped his molars and secretly activated his spirit vision. However, he didn't discover anything abnormal. He then scanned the other bookmarks and received the same answer. That's right. If it was that easy to detect, I wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Klein deactivated his spirit vision and used the details he learned from Roselle's diary, as well as the Emperor's personality, to eliminate them. According to his understanding, since Roussel had said that a book with a card of blasphemy was very valuable, it couldn't be too ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to satisfy such a strong sense of viciousness, to use a lot of valuable knowledge to set off an inconspicuous bookmark, making the recipient suffer an invisible prank. Therefore, books of low value can be disregarded. In that case, Klein looked around and carefully identified them, completely ignoring what the guide was saying. All in all, in the entire study, only the creative manuscript seems to fit the criteria. The other books can only be said to be of ordinary value. With Roselle's personality, he definitely wouldn't choose them. Yes, Roselle is the kind of person who would hide his secrets in the most obvious place, but none of you would be able to find it. As Klein thought, he gave the Emperor an emoji. Of course, it was impossible for him to confirm that the bookmark was a card of blasphemy in disguise. This was because the books of high value that Roselle possessed clearly included works in the field of mysticism. And it was impossible for the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery to display such book. Yes, I have to first confirm if it's a card of blasphemy before considering if I should take action. Unfortunately, the date of January 20th can't be eliminated. No one knows which day each bookmark was clipped into the book. Klein silently muttered to himself, turned to look at the guide who had stopped, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" He turned to look at the guide who had stopped and asked with a smile, "Do any of the books in the bookshelves contain things like this? For example, a note written to Roselle by a certain noble lady." This question made many men let out a knowing laugh. The female guide shook her head and said, No, there isn't. The books with extra information have all been picked out and placed here for everyone to read. This is just a restoration of Roselle the Great's study, not a restoration of a certain point in time. There's no need to maintain a certain state. Klein smiled. Understood. This is really disappointing. This was simply too good. There's only one bookmark that needs to be verified in the entire exhibition hall, so the difficulty has plummeted. He added happily in his heart. When the guide introduced Roselle's favorite books, Klein looked around again and observed the overall layout of the exhibition hall. In order to restore the room from more than 100 years ago, there were no gas lamps around the hall. The main source of illumination was an oriel window with an iron grille a few meters away and a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. As for the brass lampstand on the desk, there were no candles placed on it. It was purely a decoration. Klein looked out the oriel window and saw the yellow and withered lawn outside, as well as a straight iron-black lamp pole. He memorized the location and cast his gaze back to the book the female guide introduced. He began to analyze the feasibility of the theft plan. One premise is that, according to Roselle's intentions, the various churches and the various ancient families that are part of the royal family don't wish to see him spread the cards of blasphemy and destroy the stable order that has existed for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, if I were the archbishop in charge of handling this matter, I would directly set fire to all the items left behind by Roselle. If the cards of blasphemy can be completely destroyed just like that, the outcome would perfectly match the wishes of the deities. If the cards of blasphemy are difficult to destroy, they would definitely expose their abnormalities after being burned. Since the items left behind by Roselle are still here, it means that he must have used some method to make everyone, including the deities, believe that he had given away all the cards of blasphemy without leaving a single one behind. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that some churches or ancient families are attempting to rely on the cards of blasphemy to make up for a particular beyonder pathway they need, but the possibility is very small. This is because this gives Roselle a chance to form a united front. There's no need for him to go to the extent of spreading the cards of blasphemy to destroy order. In that case, his diary will show a certain level of confidence and corresponding worry. It's impossible for him to only be pessimistic and think of relying on that ancient secret organization. In addition, more than 100 years have passed. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, which is in charge of these items, has already conducted countless restorative searches. Therefore, almost no one will believe that the cards of blasphemy are hidden here. In other words, the security level of this exhibition won't be too high. Furthermore, the most important point is that all of Beekland is in a state of anxiety and panic because of that serial killer devil. The Beyonders of the 3 churches are conducting citywide investigations and searches. The number of people that the Machinery Hivemind team can assign to this unimportant exhibition is definitely very limited. Yes, the thing that's most worth protecting here is Roselle's diary. Many unaffiliated Beyonders worship the Emperor, believing that those unique symbols contain a deeper mystery and have the motive and ability to steal it. Therefore, the Guardian's focus must be on that exhibition hall. When I get back, I'll do a divination above the grey fog and verify it with my analysis. However, I have to verify if it's a card of blasphemy in advance. Otherwise, if I were to take the risk and expend a lot of effort, only to steal an ordinary bookmark, I might as well go back to my grave. How should I verify it? This can't be done when I sneak in again, and there's no chance now. I have to find someone else to help me. I have to be careful. Klein followed behind the guide with a focused expression, as though he was listening very seriously. Miss Magicians, she's an apprentice. She can pass through walls and doors, similar to a master key. She's a good candidate. But she's only a sequence 9, and the mission of sneaking in to verify it is too dangerous for her. Miss Zio? No, she's not cut out for this at all. Get her to find a thief for help. No, that won't do. There are Beyonders guarding this place. There's a high chance that the thief will be caught on the spot, thus exposing the fact that someone is eyeing Roselle's bookmark. Miss Sharon? She's strong enough, and her condition is suitable for such a mission. But the problem is that the card of blasphemy is a divine item that can make most Beyonders kill each other. I still don't trust her. Klein's thoughts raced as he analyzed the helpers he could find. Gradually, he locked onto a target. Miss Justice. She comes from an extraordinary family and is a noble. Is it possible for her to use her wealth and power to use her interest as an excuse to touch the bookmark? Yes, the chances aren't small. Furthermore, this method won't alarm anyone. It's beneficial for me to sneak in and steal it later. The more Klein thought about it, the more he found it feasible. As for the problem of how to verify it, due to the card of blasphemy's anti-divination and anti-prophecy, He could only think of one solution for the time being, that was to attempt to destroy the bookmark. Didn't anti-divination and anti-prophecy say that using similar methods on an item that hid the card of blasphemy would result in failure or interference? Wouldn't that be equivalent to confessing? What this really meant was that even if I obtained the card of blasphemy, divining it would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item. It would be equivalent to divining an ordinary item that it was pretending to be. In any case, I can't guess what kind of activation password the Emperor set. I can only use such a simple and crude method to confirm it. If the card of blasphemy can indeed be destroyed, then it can only be said that I'm temporarily not fated with it. Yes, with the Emperor's preferences, perhaps I can try an activation incantation. He once joked in his diary, "Do you want my treasure? Then I'll search for it at the end of the fog sea." And the cards of blasphemy were a type of treasure. Set activation incantation to 1. The ancient Hermes word for peace. That's not right. This way, there's no way anyone can obtain it unless a second transmigrator appears. This doesn't match the Emperor's idea of creating chaos and destroying order. Therefore, the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for pirate king? Klein gradually confirmed his thoughts and paid more attention to the layout of the exhibition hall. Under the guidance of the female guide, they left the restored study and entered another exhibition hall. After everything was over and he was free to move around, Klein asked in embarrassment, "What's up?" "Sorry, I want to know where the washroom is." "Upstairs." "No, upstairs is the office area. Go straight down this road, then turn left, and you'll see it." The female guide politely pointed in a direction. Taking this opportunity, Klein figured out the relationship between the washroom and the exhibition halls, and he sketched out a rough layout in his mind. At noon, he left the Royal Museum without doing anything and returned to 15, Minsk Street. Klein originally wanted to use the fool's tone to instruct Miss Justice and tell her that his adorer needed help, but after careful thought, he felt that it would ruin Mr. Fool's image. As an unfathomable figure, I have to appear more indifferent. I can't always ask for help on behalf of my adorer. At the very least, I can't personally mention such matters again and again. Klein thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. He decided to directly transmit the scene and voice of his adorer's request for help to Miss Justice. During this process, Mr. Fool didn't say a word. Phew. Klein exhaled, closed the curtains, rubbed his cheeks, and began praying to himself. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for a certain amount of help. I pray for someone to help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript. Help me do very little damage to it that's hard to detect and tell me what reaction there is. In the meantime, you can silently recite the corresponding Hermes or ancient Hermes word for Pirate King. No matter who provides help, even if there's no reaction, I'm willing to give £500 as compensation. This will be deducted from the £5,000 that have yet to be paid. If there's a reaction, I'm willing to give more. After doing all of this, Klein waited for a moment before entering above the grey fog. He saw the screen of light that displayed the scene of him praying. Chapter 321. Empress Borough, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. It was supposed to be time for piano practice, but Audrey was still sitting in front of her dressing table, imagining how she would read and memorize Roselle's diary in the evening. Suddenly, her surroundings turned hazy as an endless grayish-white fog surged out. In the middle of the grey fog was the fool's figure. He was listening to a man's prayer that was so blurry that she couldn't see him at all. I pray for some help. I pray that someone can help me make contact with the bookmark in Roselle's creative manuscript. How did Mr. Fool know that I would visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition after the museum closes today and have a chance to come into contact with certain things? Audrey listened in a daze. Although she was surprised, she didn't find it strange. With Mr. Fool's status and ability, it's very easy for him to grasp such a trivial matter. As for how he grasped it, ordinary Beyonders didn't need to understand. Audrey was about to respond when she heard the Fool speak in a low and calm voice. You can choose to accept this commission or not. Ah. Audrey pondered for 2 seconds. Honorable Mr. Fool, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. She wasn't too interested in the minimum reward of £500. The reason why she accepted the mission was that she was curious about what was so special about the bookmark left behind by Roselle the Great. It actually made Mr. Fool's blessed place so much importance on it, to the point of offering an uncapped price. Anyway, I'm going to read Roselle's diary today anyway, so I can do it while I'm at it. Audrey suddenly thought. In the grey fog, the Fool Klein nodded slightly and replied with a single word, okay. When the illusion completely disappeared, Audrey cast her gaze to the dressing mirror, seemingly scrutinizing herself in it. She felt nervous and uneasy, but she also excitedly made plans for the evening's operation. I can't let anyone notice anything amiss. If Mr. Fool's Blessed takes any action after this, I can't be the focus of suspicion. I can't just touch that bookmark. Once I lose it, all eyes will be on me. That's why I have to show the same interest and attitude towards all the items. I can't let others see that my main goal is that bookmark. The entire process has to be gentle and not abrupt. It has to be reasonable and logical. How do I cause small, unnoticeable damage? That's just a bookmark. Audrey's eyes swept over the objects placed on the dressing table without any focus. Suddenly, her eyes stopped on an open jewelry box and a pair of gem earrings decorated with fine needles. The corners of her mouth curled up a little, her eyebrows slightly curved, and she said to herself, with Susie's help, it should be enough. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Beekland, where the sun was hard to see in this season, was already dark. The gas street lamps were lit up one after another. The Royal Museum had sent off the last batch of ordinary visitors, but it welcomed a group of visitors consisting of the Earl's daughter, the Duke's child, the young Viscount, and other people of noble status. As they knew that some of the noble children were fops who often caused trouble, Max Livermore, the captain of the Machinery Hivemind's West District team, who was in charge of guarding the memorial exhibition, had no choice but to disguise himself as a security guard and follow them all the time to prevent any accidents. His hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a monocle. He was as refined as a university professor. The monocle was actually a sealed artifact, codenamed 3 to 1328, nicknamed Crystal Eye. Through it, Max Livermore could directly see spirits, ghosts, and shadows. He was no longer afraid of Beyonders using these normally undetectable things to cause trouble or steal. Of course, this sealed artifact also had a significant disadvantage. It was easy to attract wraiths, shadows, and other monsters nearby. If one wore it for a long period of time, their vision would be irreversibly reduced. In the gloominess of Beekland, she's like the bright sun. At that moment, Max was looking in admiration at the blonde girl beside him. Audrey looked at the toilet bowl that was inlaid with gold foil and engraved with complicated patterns with great interest. She asked the guide beside her, "Isn't this a toilet bowl?" She asked the guide beside her, "Is this the first toilet bowl in the modern sense?" Yes, I personally believe that this is one of the outstanding contributions that Roselle made to human civilization. It and its accompanying SAW project changed the phenomenon of the streets of Trier being filled with filthy things. The guide originally wanted to say the word feces, but when he looked at the girl in front of him, he felt that he couldn't lose his elegance. Audrey deliberated before asking again, "Can I touch it? Can it still be used normally? Can it still be used? Why are you so curious about this? No matter how old it is, it's still a toilet bowl." The other nobles who were on good terms with them laughed out loud. "No, Glaint, you don't understand. This is the glory of human civilization," Audrey replied with a faint smile, but she made a vomiting gesture in her heart. "If it wasn't for completing Mr. Fool's Blessed's mission, I wouldn't have wanted to do this either." She sighed helplessly. The guide echoed, "That's right. Miss Hall said it very well. The glory of human civilization is not only reflected in cannons, muskets, and other weapons that have changed the form of war, but it also shines in every detail of our lives. Respected lady, I don't know if it can still be used normally, because no one uses it." As the commentator spoke, he glanced at Max Livermore. After receiving an affirmative nod, he continued, "You can touch it or even open the water tank to take a look at the mechanical structure inside, but please be careful." "Thank you." Audrey watched as the security guards opened the glass wall. She took 2 steps forward and carefully touched the pump button with her right hand, which was wearing a white gauze glove. Then, she slowly stepped back and smiled. "All right, that's it. I've satisfied my curiosity. I can't hurt it anymore." She kept in mind that her character this time was that of an innocent and curious girl. After reading this, they entered the exhibition hall with Roselle's diary. After a round of introductions, Audrey asked again, "Can I have a look at this notebook? We are all very interested in this strange symbol." I heard that paper that exceeds a certain age will be damaged even if it comes into contact with the air, not to mention directly touching it. It shouldn't work, right?" She blinked her eyes, making her beautiful gem-like eyes express sincerity, desire, and a little disappointment. The commentator glanced at Max Livermore again and waited for him to reply before smiling. "The church has used a special preservation method to make the paper look like it was only produced a few years ago. Even if there was no such method, we will try our best to satisfy your requests. However, you may need to change your environment and change your clothes, and go through a more stringent process. You can turn it, but don't take too long. Don't use too much force." Audrey's eyes instantly lit up, and no one could take their eyes off her. After thanking him sincerely, she opened the glass cover with Viscount Glaint and the other mysticism enthusiasts and carefully flipped through the notebook. Audrey tried her best to remember, but because the symbols were too complicated, she could only remember a limited number of them in a short period of time. There's about 2 pages of content in total. I wonder if there's a way to make a copy. Her thoughts wandered and she gave her seat to her companions on the periphery. Just like that, she made a request to carefully admire something in every hall, and her request was basically fulfilled. After walking for a while, they arrived at the restored study. Audrey maintained her previous state, asking a few questions from time to time, fully displaying her curiosity. When the guide introduced the creative manuscript, her eyes lit up and she said, "That's right. Can I look through it? I want to see what the great inventor, Roselle's manuscript looks like and what wonderful ideas it contains." "No problem, beautiful Miss Hall, Honorable Viscount Glaint. You can all flip through it. If any of you are devout believers of the church, you can even apply for a copy," the guide answered according to Max's hint. As a believer of the goddess, Audrey could only respond with a faint smile. It wasn't convenient for her to speak. At the same time, she pretended to stroke her hair and reached out to touch her right ear, quietly removing the earring. Then, the glass covering the desk opened. Audrey took a step forward, pressed down on the manuscript, and pretended to casually pull out the bookmark. She then casually flipped a page. At that moment, Susie, who had received her hint, suddenly barked from another direction. Woof, woof, woof. Everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Audrey lowered her arm and used the ear stud in her palm to stab at the bookmark in her hand. She silently recited the words Pirate King once in Hermes and once in Ancient Hermes. The sharp needle-like ornament touched the surface of the bookmark. Just as it was about to penetrate deep into the other side, Audrey immediately felt a strong and illusory resistance. Abnormal resistance. The resistance disappeared in a flash, and the thin needle left a small mark, nearly piercing through. There's really a reaction. It's really odd. Audrey's eyes narrowed, and she didn't dare to try again. She raised her hand and placed the bookmark on the table. Then, she looked at Susie and calmly instructed her maid, "Annie, yes. Take it to the washroom." "Yes." Miss Annie quickly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. "Yes." Miss Annie hurriedly led Susie out of the exhibition hall. Clang. Taking this opportunity, Audrey threw the earring in her hand to the ground and turned her head. "Sorry, I dropped my earring." Another maid hurriedly came over, picked up the earring, and helped her put it back on. This interlude was over in a flash, and everyone's attention returned to the manuscript. After they had roughly flipped through it, Security Officer Max Livermore hurriedly clipped the bookmark back in and closed the glass cover again. In the next few exhibition halls, Audrey remained very interested. Just like before, she didn't show any abnormalities. After leaving the museum and returning home, she found an opportunity to recite the fool's honorific name and report the outcome of the matter. I did as your adorer requested and damaged the bookmark a little. Chapter 322. There's an abnormal reaction. It looks like it really is a card of blasphemy. Upon receiving the reply, Klein, who was above the grey fog, was first delighted before he exclaimed inexplicably, "Miss Justice is way too efficient, isn't she? I only commissioned the mission in the afternoon, but she completed the verification in the evening. Furthermore, this is clearly past the closing hours of the Royal Museum. Telepathist definitely doesn't have any infiltration type beyonder powers either. Man, her family's power is probably greater than I imagined. Thankfully, there weren't any strange phenomena during the verification. Otherwise, Miss Justice would have to pretend to be innocent and hand over the card. And this means that I'm not fated with the treasure. Nothing is 100% certain." As his thoughts flashed, Klein heard Miss Justice's follow-up question. "Mr. Fool, what secret is that bookmark hiding?" "Well, if your adorer isn't willing to give an answer, just pretend that I didn't ask." "Of course, it's hiding the secret of a card of blasphemy." Klein sighed with emotion in his heart. After careful thought, he decided to wait until he obtained the card of blasphemy before replying to Miss Justice. He didn't want her to be too shocked and show any abnormalities, which would negatively affect his actions. Klein wasn't in a hurry to return to the real world. He sat in the silent and empty ancient palace, thinking about when and how to take action. Miss Justice has caused some damage to the bookmark, and I don't know if it will be discovered in the future, or if the bookmark will slowly show signs of abnormality and attract attention. Therefore, I can't delay or wait. It's best if I take action tonight. After having all sorts of thoughts for a while, Klein gradually came to a decision. Following that, he conjured the layout of the first floor of the Royal Museum and the general environment of the surroundings based on the results of his morning observations. Looking at the blueprint, Klein began to deduce different plans of action, and he quickly established a relatively safe plan. Finally, he did another divination to confirm the level of danger. Seeing that there were no changes, he returned to the real world and began to make various preparations. Klein's original plan was to respond to himself by drawing the pattern in his memory and forging a similar bookmark. After he infiltrated, he would replace it to ensure that no one would notice or know about this matter for a long time. When it happened, there would be no way to trace it back to him. However, after repeated deliberation, he felt that it wasn't a good idea. As long as a fake bookmark was discovered, the most suspicious person would be Miss Justice, who had touched the original bookmark today. I can't put Miss Justice at great risk for the sake of treasures. She's doing this to help me. Klein finally thought of a way to prevent Miss Justice from being suspected. That was, not only did he steal the bookmark he needed, but he also stole the surrounding bookmarks, including some of the lighter book. Phew. Having made his preparations, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. He patiently waited for the time after 9 o'clock, before midnight. If it was too early, the surrounding people wouldn't be asleep yet, so they wouldn't be able to fulfill the requirements of his plan. If it was too late, there would be almost no pedestrians on the streets. Just walking on the streets would make it easy for him to be suspected. And during this period of time, due to the serial murders, all of Beekland was in a state of lockdown. This was beneficial to Klein's operation, but it was also disadvantageous. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The hands kept moving. As the night deepened and the crimson moon appeared, they finally exceeded 9 o'clock. Klein put away the master key and other items, picked up his cane, and first went to East Borough to change his attire. Then, he took a rental carriage a few times and arrived at a place that was quite a distance away from King's Avenue in West Borough. And at this moment, an hour and 35 minutes had passed. His original plan wasn't actually like this. He wanted to use the method of summoning himself and responding to himself to become a spirit body. He would then use his extreme speed to fly across the distance from Sherwood Borough to West Borough, and then sneak into the Royal Museum. With the help of that uniqueness, he would be able to succeed without anyone noticing. However, he eventually gave up on this plan because of the potential and high risk. Beekland had high sequence beyonders, and there was more than one of them. In a situation where the serial murders had left people in a state of panic without being solved for a long time, There might be high-sequence Beyonders who were consciously using their Beyonder powers or the corresponding sealed items to monitor certain areas. And the distance from Sherwood Borough to West Borough wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The chances of a special spirit body flying over wasn't low. This couldn't be completely ignored just because the divination result said that there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high. This was because divination didn't give an intuitive answer, but a revelation that needed to be interpreted. In other words, the outcome of there was a certain level of danger, but it wasn't very high required a premise, and that was that he had made a relatively good choice. Therefore, to be cautious, Klein modified his original plan, but he retained the core idea. 2 Kings Avenue, Royal Museum. On the polygonal roof, there were 4 security personnel in woolen coats. They endured the cold wind of the late autumn night and carefully examined their respective directions. Once someone approached the museum, it would be difficult to hide from their eyes even if they used the shadows of the trees and houses as cover. Just from this arrangement, it could be seen that the security company that had accepted the commission was very professional. There's still half an hour before the rotation starts. A security personnel looked down at his companions who were patrolling the building and trembled. Inside the museum, the remaining security personnel were divided into 4 batches. They followed different routes and patrolled the various exhibition halls at intervals. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was stored, the Machinery Hivemind team's captain, Max Livermore, wore a monocle that allowed him to see wraiths, shadows, and other spirit-type monsters. He carried a lantern and went back and forth to check on the situation. From time to time, he would go somewhere else to confirm the situation. His 2 subordinates remained in the small hall, beside Roselle's diary. However, there was an additional item placed on the glass cabinet. It was a pile of colorful building blocks that formed a miniature picture of the first floor of the museum. This was also a sealed item. As long as the deformable building blocks were pieced together into a corresponding building, it could establish a connection with the real thing. Once someone intruded, it would immediately shrink. Of course, there were many limitations to this. It wouldn't do if the distance was too far, and it wouldn't do if the number of building blocks it had wasn't enough. And the people and objects inside were almost unable to leave without external help. Captain, do you think someone will really steal this notebook? I don't understand it at all. A team member asked out of boredom when he saw Max return with a lantern. Max smiled. Some people worship Roselle very fervently. It's not something you can understand. Some of them believe that they can crack it, but they just need more reference. Some believe that the symbols themselves contain mysterious powers. As long as they find the right combination, they will obtain Beyonder powers. In previous exhibitions, such criminals would be caught from time to time. That's why we didn't take the diary away and placed it in the sealed land. Are we waiting for someone to surrender themselves? Another team member asked in enlightenment. Max nodded. Who wouldn't want a merit that's right in front of them? 18 Kings Avenue, outside the building near the crossroads. Klein followed the shadows and sheltered areas, occasionally using the master key to walk in a straight line before finally arriving. He took out the simple brass key again, aimed it at the kitchen door, and silently twisted it. As the water rippled imperceptibly, Klein entered and passed through every door and wall he saw. Without alerting anyone, he found a storage room. This master key is really useful. It's just that the previous 2 owners got lost in dangerous places, so I didn't dare to carry it around with me. Klein sighed and put away the brass key. With the servant's bedroom beside him, he took out the holy night powder and released its spirituality to seal the entire storage room, preventing the commotion inside from escaping. Then, he took out a candle and placed it on the box in front of him. Pa! He snapped his fingers, causing a pale blue spirituality flame to emit from his fingertips. After the candle wick was lit, he summoned himself according to the ritualistic magic process and went above the grey fog to respond to himself. In less than a minute, Klein floated in the room. Opposite him was his body whose eyes had lost their luster. After familiarizing himself with this feeling, he rapped the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle, making his spirit body more stable and powerful. A cold wind began to swirl in the room. At the same time, he also used this power to slightly change the appearance of his illusory spirit body, making it seem as though he had painted his face with a layer of paint. After doing all of this, Klein took a box of common matches he had bought on the street, cut a transparent door in the wall of spirituality, and walked out. "Let's go," he silently encouraged himself, and like a real ghost, he passed through one residential house after another and successfully arrived at the periphery of the Royal Museum. There was no need for him to activate his spirit vision. In this state, he could clearly see every security guard. Their auras and emotional colors betrayed them without any reservations. After finding the withered lawn and the iron-black lamppost that faced the exhibition hall's window, Klein didn't swagger over while ordinary people couldn't see him. Instead, he followed the shadows and followed a route that was difficult to see. He passed through the tree carvings and obstacles before carefully arriving at his destination. He stuck to the wall. He couldn't guarantee that there weren't any members of the machinery hive mind among the security guards. And at this moment, the 4 security guards who were carefully examining the areas they were in charge of on the roof were like real blind people, unable to discover anything. Klein didn't directly enter the exhibition hall. This was because his spiritual perception and intuition told him that the museum's first floor was enveloped by a mysterious power, and also because he couldn't confirm if there were any beyond us inside. He followed his plan and circled to the other side, to a bathroom that was closer to the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was. He threw the box of matches he carried with him into the vent. Chapter 323. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was placed, the 2 machinery hive mind team members suddenly heard a clattering sound. They turned their heads at the same time and looked at the sealed artifact that looked like it was pieced together from building blocks on the glass display case. In the scaled model of the first floor of the museum, a gray dot was constantly flashing. "There's an additional inanimate object in the nearest bathroom," one of the team members made a clear judgment. The other team member relaxed a little, frowned, and said in a guessing tone, "A dead leaf blown in by the wind?" "It's possible." The team member who had spoken first nodded and said, "Wait, let the passing security personnel check it and confirm the situation. Captain told us to stay here and not leave no matter what happens, especially not by ourselves. If they encountered the most urgent situation, they could evacuate with Roselle's diary." "All right." His companion had no objections to this. In the office area on the second floor of the museum, Klein was like a floating ghost, passing through one wall after another and flying towards the top of the restored study. However, he didn't fly too fast. He kept sensing the fire seed downstairs and calculating the distance. When the straight line between the 2 points was close to 30 meters, he raised his illusory and transparent right hand and silently snapped his fingers. In the washroom on the first floor, the box of matches suddenly exploded with a small rumbling sound. Immediately following that, scarlet flames leaped up, igniting the tissue, the potted plant, and the wooden door. The raging fire didn't spread for the time being, but its momentum was shocking enough. Nearby, the security personnel who heard the sound immediately rushed towards the location. In the exhibition hall, which was monitoring the entire situation on the first floor, the 2 machinery hivemind team members also saw the flames in the model at the same time. They subconsciously rushed over, trying to extinguish the fire and also preparing to capture the culprit behind the chaos. However, they stopped after taking 2 steps. At the same time, they remembered their captain's instructions. "No matter what happens, don't leave this exhibition hall, don't leave Roselle's diary." They looked at each other, warily looked at the 2 entrances to the exhibition hall, and quietly took out their own Beyonder weapons. As Beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, they never lacked equipment. At that moment, Max Livermore, who was patrolling the different exhibition halls on the first floor with a lantern, also noticed the commotion. Without thinking, he rushed towards the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was. Ensuring the safety of the items was a higher priority than catching the intruder. Furthermore, Max believed that no matter what the other party's goal was, as long as they entered the first floor of the house that was affected by the sealed artifact and entered the various exhibition halls, it wouldn't be easy for them to leave. If there were no helpers outside, the intruder would be trapped here until he died. Even with help, it would take a long time to get rid of the effect. Once you enter, You will be the prey that has stepped into the trap. Max Livermore ran quickly, passing through one exhibition hall after another before he finally saw the figures of his two companions. At this time, Klein, who was on the second floor of the museum, had already passed through the door and the wall according to the layout in his memory. He arrived at the top of the restored study. He wasn't in a hurry to carry out his follow-up actions. Instead, he looked down from above. As the stone slab was relatively thick, Klein wasn't able to vaguely confirm if there were any auras or emotional colors beneath it. All he could do was spread his arms, fall forward, and silently lay on the ground. His illusory and transparent figure quickly blurred and melted into the floor. On the ceiling of the first floor that had a huge crystal chandelier hanging from it, a faint, almost invisible face suddenly appeared. This strange face looked down at the exhibition hall, its eyes constantly moving, taking in all the scenes in every corner of the film area. No beyonders, no security personnel. Klein mumbled. His entire figure penetrated the ceiling, and in a half-flying, half-descending manner, he landed in front of the glass-covered Roselle's desk. He scanned it, and without hesitation, he reached out with both hands, grabbing the bookmark in the creative manuscript and the bookmark that looked like a child's doodle. This was to prevent a powerful Beyonder from using magical means to retrace the scene here. Therefore, he wanted to show that he didn't know which bookmark was abnormal, so that the investigators wouldn't suspect Miss Justice, who had only touched one bookmark. With the augmentation of Aztec's copper whistle, his spirit body passed through the glass cover with a slight sluggishness. He firmly grabbed the two bookmarks and wrapped them in his spirit body. After doing this, Klein felt much more at ease. He no longer had any obvious nervousness or tension. He reached out with both hands again to grab the other bookmarks. Wah! 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 The loud and shrill cry of a baby suddenly echoed in the exhibition hall. It was so illusory, as if it came from a place far, far away. Klein's body suddenly stiffened, as if a lake had encountered an ultra-low temperature. It was obvious that it had frozen. He, who was in his spirit body state, seemed to be frozen. Wah! 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 Accompanying the baby's cries were black slits. They surrounded Klein like a discontinuous iron fence. In the blink of an eye, one of the black slits split open, revealing an eyeball covered in blood vessels. In the center of the eyeball was a deep pupil, and there were small white worms that were constantly wriggling and crawling about. 1, 2, 3. The black slits opened one after another, and one strange eyeball after another appeared in midair. They were densely packed as they coldly and mercilessly stared at Klein. With their appearance, everything around them froze. Even the illusory spirit body was unable to penetrate. Klein even found it difficult to sense the existence of the spirit world. He found it difficult to see the different transparent figures that were infinitely high up in the sky. He found it difficult to see the different colors that contained a lot of knowledge. Why did you only take the bookmarks? A gentle but emotionless female voice sounded in Klein's ears. He stood rooted to the ground. Right in front of him was a tall bookshelf with 2 levels that almost reached the ceiling. There was a staircase and a passageway that surrounded many books. Among them, at the top of the staircase sat a figure shrouded in darkness. The figure's feet, which were clad in black leather boots, hung down, leaning against the wooden staircase as it hung in midair. I actually didn't sense her existence at all. Is this a powerhouse from the machinery hive mind? No, maybe it's a high-sequence Beyonder. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein didn't answer and narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did you only take the bookmarks? Where did you learn to take the bookmarks? The figure asked again, this time with a hint of sternness amidst the gentleness. The surrounding bloodshot eyeballs rapidly expanded, as though they were about to occupy the entire space. Before she could finish her sentence, Klein's face, which looked like it had been smeared with oil, suddenly revealed a wide smile. His illusory, almost transparent figure instantly disappeared, his whereabouts unknown. Even Aztec's copper whistle and the 2 bookmarks that were wrapped around his spirit body disappeared. Above the grey fog, in the towering and magnificent ancient palace, Klein's figure suddenly appeared at the end of the long, mottled table. He leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Thankfully, I'm prepared. His spirit body state wasn't a result of his own Beyonder powers, nor did it come from the interconversion of his physical body and spirit body. This was a product of his summoning and responding to his own ritual. And the power of this ritual stemmed from the mysterious space above the grey fog, stemming from its uniqueness. Therefore, as long as Klein succeeded, there was no need for him to attempt to escape. He could directly end the summoning and return above the grey fog. Then, from there, he could instantly return to his physical body in the real world. This was because the space above the grey fog could isolate the powers of the eternal blazing sun, the true creator, and other deities. Therefore, Klein believed that without the interference of the deities, the summoning wouldn't be interrupted. As long as the other party didn't immediately kill his spirit body or knock him unconscious, Klein was confident that he could escape. This was also the reason why he didn't want to make a long trek over after becoming a spirit body. The interval was too long, and there were too many variables. The faint crimson moonlight shone in through the window. The woman sitting at the top of a flight of stairs between the bookshelves looked silently at the table in front of her. She looked at the spot where Klein had been. The cries of the babies and the eyeballs around her had vanished. After an unknown period of time, the top of the stairs suddenly became empty, as though no one had ever been there. In the exhibition hall where Roselle's diary was stored, Max Livermore said to his two teammates, "Guard this place well. You guys guard this place. I'll go find the guy who snuck in. He must still be trapped by the power of the sealed artifact somewhere on the first floor." As he spoke, he looked at the sealed artifact and the model on the first floor of the museum. He wanted to find the red dot that belonged to the infiltrator and quickly lock onto his location. However, no matter how he looked and counted, he couldn't find anything amiss. The number of people hadn't increased at all. Max Livermore froze on the spot. 18 Kings Avenue, in the storage room of a wealthy merchant. Klein's eyes lit up once again, and the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. He left the bookmark and Aztec's copper whistle above the grey fog and returned to his body to save time. After extinguishing the candles and ending the ritual, Klein cleaned up the scene. He used a specially concocted potion to neutralize the smell of the holy night powder and the essential oil extract from the ritual. After doing all of this, he removed the wall of spirituality and let the wind blow away the remaining traces. Following that, he took out the master key and passed through the houses to take a rental carriage in the distance. After using his cane to determine the direction to prevent himself from getting lost and returning to the Royal Museum or a particular cathedral, Klein began to move forward quickly, constantly using the master key to open doors and walls. After walking in a straight line for a while, he suddenly couldn't grasp his location. I'll leave in 2 more houses. If I'm no longer on King's Avenue, I'll find a rental carriage, or do another divination. I'll immediately study the card of blasphemy when I get home. Klein quickly made a decision. He placed the brass key against the wall and gently twisted it. An invisible ripple spread out as he arrived at the house next door to the townhouse. At that moment, his nose twitched as he smelled the strong smell of blood. The strong smell of blood. Klein frowned and looked up. He saw a lady in the living room in front of him. The lady's expression was filled with pain. There was a huge wound on her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 324. The 12th time. That devil killer. The instant he saw the corpse and heard the sound, Klein's hair stood on end. He knew that he had encountered something bad. In his line of sight, the living room's decorations were mainly bright yellow. There was nothing unusual about the coffee table, sofa, and other items. Only the carpet was stained with bright red blood that was slowly soaking through. There was nothing inside the wound on the abdomen of the female corpse, and there was a large black dog squatting next to it. Its mouth was half open, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth that made people shiver. On each of its teeth, there were dark red marks that looked like rust. It seemed to be the result of eating flesh for a long time without cleaning it often. At this moment, the large black dog's teeth were still wrapped in blood-colored intestines, with shredded raw meat clustered around them. Its head moved over, and its magma-like eyes reflected Klein, who was dressed like a worker, as well as his disguised face. Gasp! The large black dog let out a threatening growl. It's really an animal. It's a sequence 6 devil, a devil that's about to advance. And the preparations I made today weren't aimed at it. These thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Suddenly, the black dog's body rapidly expanded, turning into a monster that was 2 to 3 meters tall. On its back, a pair of huge bat wings slowly spread open, and goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew beside its ears. Within its moist and shiny fur, scarlet flames with a tinge of blue leaped out, and the strong smell of sulfur spread out. Almost at the same time, Klein stomped on the ground, and instead of retreating, he swung his cane and charged at the devil dog like a cannonball. Rip! The black devil dog quickly pounced forward, its spiked claws leaving after images as it struck Klein. Without a sound, its claws pierced through the figure as if it was piercing through air. Klein's figure dimmed and quickly became transparent. This was just an illusion. It was an illusion created by Klein, and at this moment, he had already rolled on the ground and approached the oriel window. Then, with a push of his left hand, his entire body soared into the air and slammed straight into the glass. After identifying who the enemy was, he made up his mind to escape immediately. Seeing this, the demon hound's lava-like eyes suddenly lit up, as if there were flames burning in them. It opened its mouth and spat out a word filled with filth. It was a word from the demon language. Die. Puff. Klein's body suddenly froze, and his heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. The figure that was frozen in mid-air instantly became thin and faint, turning into a crudely cut paper doll. The paper doll was covered in red rust, mottled red rust. Clang. Crack. Amidst the two sounds that were indistinguishable, Klein's figure reappeared. He smashed through the oriel window and pounced on the edge of the street made of stone slabs outside. The paper doll slowly floated down and ignited a flame that smelled of sulfur. The demonic dog growled and pounced on the windowsill again. A crimson fireball with a hint of blue flew out of its mouth and blasted toward the enemy's escape route. As soon as Klein landed, he immediately rolled again. The crimson fireball smashed to the side, but it didn't explode immediately. It seemed to be affected by an invisible force and slowed down. Boom! Only after Klein had fled a certain distance did the fireball expand and explode, shattering the surrounding stone slabs. Seeing that the demon hound was about to chase after him, Klein was already prepared and opened his mouth. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Save me! Murder! Save me!" This voice seemed to have a special effect. It echoed far away in the quiet night, waking up the residents of the entire street and reaching the ears of the patrolmen 2 streets away. The demon hound paused in its pouncing stance. After thinking for a second, it returned to the room and began to clean up the scene. Klein's running figure instantly disappeared amidst the cries of "Murder" and "Save me." In a nearby house, in the fireplace that had long been extinguished, the remaining charcoal suddenly reignited and soared into an exaggerated flame. As though he was performing a magic trick, Klein flashed into the ball of flames. With a gentle leap, he jumped out with his cane. Then, he used the master key to open doors and walls, quickly escaping in another direction. Phew! At a time like this, calling for help without beyonder power is much more useful than using simulated gunshots. Sighing, Klein took out a bottle of amatha extract and dripped a few drops on himself. Because the original race of the demon was a dog, he had to be wary of the other party's special ability of tracking by smell. Just like that, he passed through another intersection before Klein stopped and looked around. Seeing that it was relatively quiet and unaffected, he hurriedly walked to the side of the street and hired a rental carriage. After the carriage traveled a long distance in the middle of the night, Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the demon wouldn't chase after him. The master key is really strange. It actually made me lose my way and end up at the scene of a murder. I have to be very, very careful when I use it in the future. That really is an animal that has transformed into a demon. Where did its potion and formula come from? Does it have a human companion? How did it choose its targets for the serial murders back then? What's gratifying is that after confirming this, it will be much more difficult for it to commit crimes, and the chances of it being caught will increase greatly. Thoughts and questions popped up in Klein's mind as the carriage sped along the wide and empty road, between the gas lamps. Suddenly, Klein's heart stirred as an image naturally surfaced in his mind. Pea vines hung down from the sky, interweaving into a dense forest road. However, the coachman didn't notice it as he continued to drive the carriage over the green plants. Not good. Without hesitation, Klein pounced towards the window and was about to jump onto the street. Bang! The carriage shook and he was bounced back. At the same time, the pea vines really hung down. Klein frowned and tried to control the flames to ignite the carriage, but he couldn't make any sound when he snapped his fingers. At this moment, the surroundings had become abnormally quiet. Even the sound of the horses' hooves trampling on the green plants and the wheels rolling over them had disappeared. Klein tried his best to calm himself down. He looked out the window and saw that the carriage had already traveled along the road formed by the pea vines and was in midair. Teach, this isn't Beekland. He narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the carriage stopped. Outside the window was a seat that looked like a hammock formed by the pea vines in midair. A pair of feet in black leather boots hung down from there, and a gentle but emotionless voice entered Klein's ears. "What were you doing just now?" "It's that woman from the museum. I suspect she's a high-sequence beyonder. She doesn't seem to recognize me. After all, I used Aztec's copper whistle as a disguise. She probably came over to check after hearing the cries for help." Klein's thoughts became abnormally active at that moment. He deliberately swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm a private detective. I'm a private investigator. I'm with a lot of friends. We're investigating the recent serial murder case. I have a mystical item called the master key. It can open doors and pass through walls, but it will cause one to get lost. It was during this process that I directly bumped into the crime scene. As I wasn't a match for her, I could only run and shout for help. Everything I said is the truth." Klein silently added in his heart. After he said that, there was a short period of no response from outside. However, he felt a gaze penetrate the carriage, passing through the obstruction and directly examining the items he was carrying. "Thankfully, I left Aztec's copper whistle and the bookmark above the grey fog to be safe." At this moment, Klein was rejoicing. Being cautious and careful is indeed useful. After the indescribable and excruciating silence, the gentle but emotionless female voice finally spoke. "That key has a certain curse. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary." Just as she said that, everything around her suddenly changed. The pea vine, the forest path, and the path that led to midair all disappeared. The carriage continued driving on the street, between the elegant iron-black gas lamps. Klein kept his heart in his mouth until the carriage arrived near East Borough. He paid the fare of 8 soldi. Under normal circumstances, a rental carriage wouldn't enter any streets in East Borough because it was very likely to be robbed. In the one-bedroom apartment on Black Palm Street, Klein changed his clothes and went straight to bed. He didn't attempt to return to Minsk Street after midnight. With the appearance of the 12th murder, the situation in Beekland would definitely be more tense. There would definitely be all sorts of investigations outside. He also didn't immediately go above the grey fog to study the secret of the bookmark. He acted as he had described to the mysterious woman, that he was only a low-sequence private detective with some beyonder powers. Tonight was really full of surprises. It was quite exciting. "I just stole something." Yes, most of the problems are to be blamed on the master key. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he breathed in the choking and irritating fog as he slowly returned home. He also took out the newspapers and letters from the mailbox. After opening the door, he casually flipped open the newspaper and found the headline on the front page as expected: "The 12th case. The devil has reappeared." The police claim to have locked onto the murderer. As for the theft of the Royal Museum's exhibit, it was only mentioned in an inconspicuous place. It didn't even mention what was stolen. The letter without a stamp that came with the newspaper was a water bill. Klein had to pay it himself. He glanced at it, threw it on the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to boil water for a bath. When the steam filled the bathroom, he took the opportunity to take 4 steps counterclockwise and go above the grey fog. Inside the towering ancient palace, Klein sat down and picked up the bookmark that depicted the image of Emperor Roselle. Chapter 325. From its appearance, there was nothing special about the bookmark. Roselle's portrait could be seen everywhere in the memorial exhibition. It was the same for the emperor's image and his middle-aged state. Klein examined it a few times and found a tiny mark that had been poked out. He confirmed that it was the bookmark that Miss Justice had verified. He attempted to spread his spirituality and slowly inject it, but just like with ordinary items, his spirituality only flowed and blanketed it. It didn't seep into it, nor did it cause any abnormalities. That's right. Roselle's idea is to find a fated person. He wouldn't specifically limit it to beyond us. Klein thought for a moment and switched to Faysac's deep pronunciation. Pirate King. The bookmark still didn't react. He tried using ancient Faysac, Intis, and Ruan, but he received the same result. As for Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, and other mystical domains languages, Klein could only give it a try without much hope due to the limited target. Without a doubt, he failed. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Faysac's language to translate. One Piece. The bookmark lay quietly in his palm, showing no signs of abnormality. Klein followed the process from before and tried again in different languages, only to encounter constant setbacks. From the looks of it, my initial guess was wrong. The young Roselle might have joked about One Piece, but he might not have done so in his old age. People will eventually age and change. Klein reflected on his mistake and tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger, trying to infer the activation method from the information revealed in the diary. After a while, he conjured a pen and paper and recorded the process of his thinking to avoid any confusion and contradictions. On this matter, Roselle was both crazy and desperate, and he clearly showed his bad taste. The description of fated person gets it, which doesn't match the current language habits of the world, is proof of that. Therefore, it can be confirmed that he really wanted someone to discover the uniqueness of the card of blasphemy by chance. Since that's the case, the way to open it shouldn't be too hard to imagine. It's possible for it to appear in daily life. What Roselle needs are coincidences. For example, when you hold a worthless bookmark and read out a specific word, then, congratulations, you've obtained a fortuitous encounter. This is very much in line with his bad taste. According to this logic, different cards of blasphemy should have different activation incantations. Using a single word to activate all the cards of blasphemy clearly isn't Roselle's style. What is the activation incantation for this card? First of all, we can rule out the ones that are commonly used and spoken at all times. Also, when creating the cards of blasphemy, Roselle's state was one of despair, madness, reluctance, struggle, and anger. I can try to put myself in that state of mind and pretend that I was Roselle at that time. Imagine what kind of activation method I would set up. Klein put down his fountain pen and acted as Roselle in an attempt to find inspiration. He first used the languages of various countries and ancient Faysac to try curses and words of hope, but he shamefully failed. Following that, he tried to figure out what a powerhouse on the brink of despair would be most reluctant to part with. His wife, Matilda? Such a flirtatious fellow shouldn't have deep feelings for his first wife. His children? His eldest daughter, Bernadette, his eldest son, Sile, his second son, born over. According to the diary, what he couldn't let go of the most was likely his daughter, Bernadette, who might become an important figure in the mysterious world. Klein paused, took a deep breath, and prepared to make a new attempt. Bernadette, he said in Intis. The bookmark didn't respond. Klein switched to Ruan, Highlander, and Faysac, but he still failed to obtain the desired result. He sighed, and with a deep voice, he spoke the corresponding ancient Faysac syllables. Bernadette. This name echoed above the empty and silent grey fog without anything special about it. Just as Klein was searching for new inspiration, he suddenly felt the bookmark in his hand sink. It immediately formed an invisible vortex that frantically absorbed Klein's psyche. To an ordinary person, this was a huge burden, but to a Sequence 7 magician, it wasn't a serious drain. Klein easily passed this stage and couldn't hide his joy as he looked at the item in his palm. On the bookmark, a bright light rose bit by bit, and the image of Emperor Roselle outside took on a brand new look. He sat on an ancient stone throne, wearing a black crown inlaid with all kinds of gems on his head. He wore pitch-black armor and a cloak of the same color. He held a scepter in his hand, and his eyes were cold as he looked forward. On the upper left corner of the bookmark, a line of text condensed from the resplendent starlight, Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Sequence 0. Indeed, it hides the secret of God. The Dark Emperor is actually a Sequence 0. Klein held back a smile as he thought with mixed emotions and surprise. Following that, the bookmark became three-dimensional, like a miniature book. The book moved without any wind, revealing an image of Roselle wearing a white hood. Beside it was the corresponding description in ancient Fasak, Sequence 9, Lawyer. Good at discovering and using loopholes in the rules and weaknesses of the opponent. Possesses excellent eloquence and logical reasoning. Potion formula. Klein glanced at the formula ingredients and reached out to touch it without looking at it carefully. The book flipped. Sequence 8, Barbarian. Problems that cannot be resolved with the law must be resolved with force. This is also a type of rule. Beyonders of this sequence have a high resistance to mental influences. Potion formula. With Klein's touch, the book produced by the card of blasphemy flipped page after page. Sequence 7, Briber. Sequence 6, Baron of Corruption. Sequence 5, Mentor of Confusion. Sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen. Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage. Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. Sequence 1, Prince of Disorder. Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. After skimming through it, Klein couldn't help but sigh. This really hides the mystery of becoming a god. It's no wonder Beyonders of this pathway will attempt to establish a kingdom and walk the land when they reach high sequence Beyonders. Because the ritual to become a god required this. To advance from sequence 1 Prince of Disorder to Black Emperor, the ritual required was to have a country of one's own. One's name had to be associated with the title of emperor, making it common knowledge for the people. Furthermore, one needed to establish a set of strict and complicated rules that violated normal circumstances, including the architectural style. Following that, one had to drive the people to secretly build 9 pyramid-like mausoleums. Then, one would enter one of them and consume the Sequence 0 potion in the corresponding sacrificial ritual that was spread across different cities. Once the advancement was successful, the Dark Emperor wouldn't truly die before the 9 secret mausoleums were destroyed. Even if he died, he could still awaken from one of the mausoleums. What was even more terrifying was that even if he successfully slew a god and destroyed all 9 mausoleums, as long as there was a certain amount of the order established by the deity, he could still mysteriously revive. This seemed to be a loophole of death. To completely obliterate him, the best way was to have a new Dark Emperor appear. That's a deity. And mortals are unable to resist a deity, even an angel. Those who haven't become a deity will never be able to imagine the power of a deity. Roselle mentioned a few words with deep meaning at the end. In addition, Klein also knew one thing. Once a pathway had a Sequence 0 true god, it was impossible for a Sequence 1 Beyonder to appear. If there was no Sequence 0, then there would be at most 3 Sequence 1 Beyonders in the same pathway. This was a detail of the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. According to the description of the 10 sequences of the card of blasphemy, the Dark Emperor, Klein could clearly tell that the greatest characteristic of this pathway was that it would gradually evolve into the shadow of order. Roselle also mentioned that after advancing to a high sequence Beyonder, holding this card of blasphemy would produce a subtle reaction with the Beyonder ingredients one needed. Of course, this was only limited to the corresponding high sequence Beyonders of the Dark Emperor pathway. Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Klein watched as the card of blasphemy thinned back into a poker card. However, it was no longer in disguise. On the surface, it was Roselle sitting on the stone throne, Sequence 0 Dark Emperor. Klein fell silent for a few seconds and sighed silently. The greatest use of this card for me is to exchange the formula for the items I need. Secondly, it's some knowledge regarding deities and sequences. Other than that, there's almost nothing else it can be used for. At least this way, as the leader of the tarot, as the fool, I'm no longer an empty shell. I've grasped a pathway of the divine, so it's not like I can't even produce a high sequence formula. I remember that at the Beyonder gathering organized by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, The lady who's suspected to have an artisan backing her has been asking to buy the barbarian potion formula. As his thoughts churned, Klein looked at Roselle on the Dark Emperor card and suddenly laughed. He uses his own image for every sequence. How narcissistic. I'm suddenly very curious about what the corresponding card of blasphemy of the Demonis pathway would look like. Hee. Reining in his thoughts, Klein destroyed the other bookmark he had picked up in passing and realized that it was just an ordinary bookmark. After doing all of this, he changed his sitting posture and leaned back in his chair. In response to Miss Justice's prayer last night, he said in a low and calm voice. Chapter 326. Empress Borough, Earl Hall's house, in the dining room. As per usual, Audrey was praying before the meal with her father, mother, and brother. Praise the lady. She tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, ending her prayers with this sentence. However, before she could finish her sentence, a thick grey fog filled her vision that was covered by her eyelids. A figure that looked down at everyone and everything spoke in a distant and dignified manner. That's a card of blasphemy created by Roselle. Mr. Fool. Card of blasphemy? Audrey, who had finally received a response, was delighted at first before she was slightly stunned. She didn't understand what the so-called card of blasphemy was referring to. However, she quickly had a guess. She had always known that Roselle the Great had created a hidden deck of cards that symbolized some unknown power. There were a total of 22 cards, and they were considered to be the reference for tarot cards. Furthermore, she had heard from the hanging man that the secret hidden in the deck of cards was the path of the divine, the path to godhood. So it's called the card of blasphemy. It corresponds to the blasphemy slate. This is definitely the top treasure in the mysterious world. The path of the divine. It's no wonder that Mr. Fool's adorer had to seek help to ensure that it was really that card before taking action. This was to prevent any mistakes from happening and not obtaining the right target. Instead, it would make the Church of Steam realize that a particular bookmark was hiding a card of blasphemy. I wonder if he succeeded. The Beyonders of the Church of Steam didn't come to make the routine inquiries. Perhaps, he's still plotting. As her body trembled, Audrey saw a praying figure in the thick grey fog. It was an extremely blurry figure. He was saying respectfully, "The great fool, please convey my gratitude to the verifier. This allowed my operation to go very smoothly. For this, I'm willing to raise the remuneration to £3,000. It will be deducted from the £5,000 that have yet to be paid. This is the share that the other party deserves." Success. He succeeded just like that. But when I looked at the front pages of the newspapers just now, there wasn't any news of an exhibit being stolen. It was all about the appearance of the 12th victim in the serial murder case. To raise the reward to £3,000, it means that Mr. Fool's Blessed's operation has indeed succeeded. He took away the bookmark with the card of blasphemy without anyone noticing. How handsome. Although Roselle the Great's invention of this term wasn't elegant enough, it wasn't reserved enough, and it didn't match the status of a noble, but it was the only thing I felt right now. Our tarot has grasped a complete path of the divine. It should be complete, right? Which one would it be? But no matter what, this symbolized the path to godhood. Under Mr. Fool's brilliance, we will one day become a top and most powerful secret faction. I wonder if there are any cards of blasphemy hidden in other bookmarks. Audrey controlled her excitement and let the maid spread the napkin for her with longing and pride. She turned her gaze and looked at Earl Hall, who had the habit of reading the newspaper while eating breakfast. "Dad, is there any news worth paying attention to today?" Earl Hall sighed and said, "That devil has killed another innocent person. The devil has killed another innocent person. This is the 12th time. The victim was a fashion designer who had just become famous. She had been a street girl a few times because she was too poor to support herself, but she had already encountered such a horrible thing. Fortunately, there are witnesses this time. Someone witnessed the scene of the devil committing the murder. He was terrified and kept shouting murder and help on the street. I have to say that his cries for help had a pretty good effect. The devil didn't chase after him. The police have used this to lock onto the suspect and are now frantically searching for him." Audrey drew the crimson moon on her chest again. "May their operation succeed. Dad, from what you just described, It really was a terrifying and funny scene. I hope that the witness doesn't have nightmares because of this. And on the same night, Mr. Fool's adorer took away the cards of blasphemy from the heavily protected museum without alerting anyone. Audrey added in her heart longingly as she filled in some details herself. In the Royal Museum, in the restored study. Are you sure that only 2 bookmarks were stolen? Machinery Hivemind's captain, Max Livermore, asked his team members. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the important figure standing in front of the desk with his back facing him. It was an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He was the person in charge of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Beekland Diocese, a member of the Divine Synod, Archbishop Horamic Hayden. This important figure wasn't only a clergyman, but he was also a very famous scientist, an honorary professor of physics at the University of Beekland. Yes, only those 2 bookmarks were stolen, the team member who was questioned answered with certainty. Max nodded slightly and looked at Horamic Hayden. After thinking for a moment, he asked after some deliberation, after some thought, he deliberated and asked, Your Grace, after the museum closed yesterday evening, some noble children came to visit. They touched some of the exhibits, including one of the 2 stolen bookmarks. Do you need them to cooperate with the investigation? I'm aware of this matter. Horamic turned around with his hands hanging naturally and said calmly, I've already confirmed that those noble children have nothing to do with the thief who stole the bookmarks. There's no need for them to cooperate with the investigation. Yes, Your Grace. Max didn't find anything wrong with it, not to mention that Archbishop Hayden had enough mysticism knowledge and various beyonder skills to confirm it. Horamic had a very gentle and benevolent face, and at that moment, he similarly didn't show the slightest bit of anger. He looked around and said, and there was more than one person here last night. At least 2 of them were divided into 2 opposing sides. One of them might even have a higher sequence than me, but the other party strangely escaped. Although I'm unable to restore the entire scene, there are some things that I can still see. Things are more complicated than we imagined. Having said that, he sighed and said, I also know why they stole the bookmarks. We've been deceived by Roselle for more than 150 years. £3000. How painful. I've been saving up for so long, but I don't even have £1,000. However, the card of blasphemy is a priceless treasure that can't be exchanged for with money. Miss Justice's contribution in this matter is definitely worth the price. Thankfully, it's all deducted from what she owes me, reducing the pressure a little. If I were to meet Mr. Aztec in the future, I'll use a high-sequence formula to pay the £15,000 that belongs to the blessed. I wonder what other cards of blasphemy have been disguised as. According to the Emperor's personality, it should be quite unexpected. Klein ended his response and looked at the grey fog sea outside the palace as he sighed silently. Being cautious, he temporarily left the Dark Emperor card above the grey fog, on the surface of the long bronze table directly opposite the Fool's seat. Similarly, there was also Aztec's copper whistle. When he returned to the real world, he held another ritual and summoned himself. He threw the sealed artifact that was a combination of being lost and unlucky, which didn't seem to have much negative effects, but it could be fatal in a serious situation. He didn't plan on using it unless necessary. The Master Key is only the relic of an unlucky fellow who had just advanced to Sequence 9, but it actually has a negative effect that even a mid-sequence beyonder can't weaken. From the looks of it, there were additional factors that caused the apprentice to lose control back then. Hence, there's something unusual about it. With this in mind, my previous decision was right. I have to be careful about exploring 32, Verdi Street south of the bridge. I have to be prepared. Yes, I have to be clear about one thing. The effects of a sealed artifact might not be completely related to the sequence of its owner. I have to consider many factors, such as whether or not it has been corrupted by an evil god. Klein took a shower with the water that had cooled down significantly. He walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed and went downstairs to enjoy the corn pancakes he had bought on the way. This was a specialty of the Fainapotter Kingdom's highlands. It was crispy, fragrant, and sweet. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he ruminated over last night's experience to see if he had left any clues for others. Even with the Master Key, if I'm not a beyonder, it's impossible for me to escape from a devil. Back then, that mysterious and powerful lady must have confirmed that I wasn't an ordinary private detective. I didn't think of hiding it either. She didn't capture me, which means that she's either an official who has a certain liking for unaffiliated beyonders, or she doesn't belong to the three churches or the military. Yes, I'm inclined to the latter. The former has a high chance of confiscating the master key. Sigh, I was in despair back then. I thought that I would be treated as an ordinary beyonder and imprisoned in the underground of the Church of Steam and Steam. I even began considering how to escape from prison. Who knew that she would leave just like that? Which organization is she from? Or is she unaffiliated? No, for unaffiliated beyonders to reach such a powerful level, they must have their own organizations. That devil hound will definitely use its beyonder powers to erase any clues related to itself, which naturally includes mine. In the field of mysticism, there's no way to separate them, and it's very likely that it's not appropriate for that lady to be exposed. It seems like the clues I left behind during my escape were also disrupted. As for what happened in the museum, they're looking for a special spirit body, a strange existence. What does that have to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein mocked himself, feeling more and more at ease. Of course, he dared to return home because he had made a divination beforehand, just like how he wasn't afraid that there was a trap in the museum that he couldn't resolve. Phew, this matter has come to an end. What should I do today? Practice my beyonder powers and go to the Quelaag Club to scrounge for food? I wonder if the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have confirmed the murderer. Should I write another letter to Eichinger Stanton and give him a hint? As his thoughts churned, Klein heard someone approaching from outside. Another letter? He opened the door in puzzlement and saw a letter lying in the letterbox. The letter was from Eichinger Stanton. Chapter 327. Returning to the living room, Klein picked up the letter cutter, tore open the seal, and took out the letter from Eichinger Stanton. The famous detective wrote in the letter, "Your idea has helped us greatly. Please allow me to thank you here. After receiving your letter, we immediately organized people to investigate some key areas. As expected, we found the corresponding clues. Many stray animals that often appear nearby and are remembered by the residents have disappeared one after another. During this process, we also noticed something interesting. In the serial murder case 4 years ago, yes, the one where the target was a single prostitute with a child, many people who lived around the crime scene mentioned that although the most suspicious youth was unsociable and sinister, he was rather loving towards animals, especially a rather large black dog. After the youth died in a gang fight, the people around never saw the dog again. I'm very curious as to who its current owner is. Is it the murderer of an unsolved serial murder case from even longer ago? The above matters were all proven at the scene of the 12th murder case and played a key role, allowing the police to initially lock onto the suspect. If everything goes smoothly, we will be able to obtain most of the bounty after the criminal is arrested. My friend, I clearly remember your contributions, and I will never forget your share. Eichinger Stanton seems to suspect that I know the truth about the devil, so he deliberately hinted at something? Klein put down the letter and muttered silently. However, this letter also made him feel truly relieved. The official Beyondus didn't find the wrong target. If the giant devil dog didn't receive any other help, it would only be a matter of time before it was captured and killed. As for Eichinger Stanton's speculation that the dog had an owner, Klein lacked sufficient evidence to confirm it. He could only say that there was a certain probability. In short, my mission ends here. Next is the matter of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind teams. Klein took out a brand new piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and replied to Eichinger Stanton with a humble letter. He ignored his subtle hints, just like an ordinary private detective. After cutting another paper figurine and sending the letter out, Klein walked to the public carriage waiting area and thought in a relaxed manner, "That's right. Now, I can just wait to collect the money." Leopard said that he would be looking at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition for 3 days in a row. I'll have to wait until Saturday to pay him the final sum. Hopefully, the patent for the bicycle will have been applied for by then. Sigh, Beekland's patent office doesn't seem to be very efficient. Klein had already thought of today's arrangements. With the Beyonder gathering unable to be held and unable to buy the corresponding items, he was suddenly free. He didn't need to be busy for the time being. I'll go to the Quelaag Club in the morning to practice my marksmanship, Beyonder powers, and have lunch there. Then, I'll find a better circus and watch a magician's performance to see if I can get any inspiration. He took out his golden pocket watch and glanced at it before boarding the public carriage in a good mood. Hillston Borough, Quelaag Club. As Klein came at least twice a week, the attendants all remembered him. There was no need for him to show his proof of membership or his White Frost Constellation badge. It was Wednesday morning, and most of the members of the Quelaag Club belonged to the middle class. They had fixed and rather decent jobs, and it was very difficult for them to come if it wasn't Sunday, annual leave, or afternoon tea. The spacious and bright hall appeared abnormally empty. There were only a few people sitting on the sofa at the coffee table in the corner. Sweeping his gaze over, Klein saw an acquaintance, so he went up to greet him. "Talim, the weather is so great today. You should be at the racetrack." The acquaintance was the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talim Dumont, who had introduced him to the club at the request of Mrs. Mary. He had once brought Klein a business deal, which was to protect the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, when he went to the Golden Rose for an investigation. Talim looked up, touched his short brown curly hair, and smiled. "Oh, honorable detective, what have you been busy with recently? I haven't seen you in a long time." "That's because you haven't been to the club for a few days." Klein smiled as he sat on the sofa beside Talim. "I'm helping the police investigate that serial murder case. Although I might not be able to get anything out of it, the bounty is tempting enough. Besides, establishing a good relationship with the police is very important for us private detectives. I'm just bragging. I'm just an inconspicuous character who has been summoned," he mocked himself inwardly. The members sitting on the sofa behind them were discussing the latest Western Railroad stocks and East Balam plantation stocks under the guidance of a man who appeared to be a stockbroker. Talim didn't have any doubts about Klein's answer. He chuckled and said, "This is indeed something a detective is busy with." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he gradually entered a thoughtful state. Just as Klein was about to bid farewell and head to the underground shooting range, Talim suddenly looked at him. "Mr. Moriarty, can I ask you a question?" "Yes, you can charge a consultation fee. This is free. Also, just call me Sherlock." Klein laughed. Talim nodded slightly and hesitated. "I have a friend who fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. How should I deal with this situation? Although I've always believed that when asking similar questions, I have a friend is equivalent to myself, Talim's emotional color indicates that it's not him. He's in a dilemma, but I can't see any pain." Klein, who had activated his spirit vision, leaned back slightly and clasped his hands together. "I'm sorry, I'm not a psychiatrist, nor am I one of those experts in the newspapers and magazines who specialize in solving emotional problems. My only advice is, don't break the law. Hey, this is just a joke. First of all, we have to figure out what shouldn't is. Is there a grudge between their families?" Talim glanced at him and said helplessly, "No, this is not the story of Romeo and Juliet." Upon hearing the other party's answer, an illusory whisper seemed to ring in Klein's ears. "Author, Roselle Gustave. Author, Roselle Gustave. Author, Roselle Gustave." He shook his head and apologized to Grandpa Shaw, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Roselle the Great's work is just too classic. When it comes to love that shouldn't be, I'll think of it." "Then, why shouldn't they be together?" Talim was silent for a few seconds. "I have to keep it a secret." "Sorry, pretend I never asked. Keep it a secret. That's a person of great status. Falling in love with someone of the same gender. Falling in love with someone related by blood." Klein held back his strong curiosity and spread out his hands. "Then I can only give you one more suggestion. Read more best-selling novels like Stormwind Mountain Villa and Love and Jealousy that are full of emotions." Talim's lips quivered a few times before he sighed. "Sigh, this can only be the last resort. In my opinion, the feelings in those best-selling novels don't seem to happen between normal humans." "I think so too." Klein echoed in agreement. After exchanging glances and a smile with Talim, He got up and headed to the underground shooting range to practice his Beyonder powers. When it was almost noon, he returned to the first floor and headed straight for the buffet cafeteria. He had already noticed that today's limited supply was foie gras fried in red wine, paired with apple slices and buttered bread. After taking the food, Klein carried his tray and walked to Talim's table. At that moment, apart from Talim, there was another acquaintance, the surgeon Alan Series, who had introduced him to the club as a guarantor. Just as he put down the tray and before he could sit down, Klein suddenly noticed a cane leaning against the famous surgeon's chair. "Alan, what's wrong?" he asked with concern. The tall, thin, and cold-looking Alan, who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, patted his right leg and said, "No, don't mention it. I was really unlucky. I fell down the stairs and suffered a rather serious bone fracture. All I can do is put on a cast to fix it. I'm really unlucky." Klein echoed with a sigh. He cut a piece of foie gras, dipped it in the gravy, and stuffed it into his mouth. The feeling of melting upon contact caused the fragrance of the fat to constantly spread outwards, stimulating every taste bud. "I've been unlucky for a long time." Alan raised his hand, pushed up his glasses, and rubbed his temples. He then looked at Klein, then at Talim, and hesitantly asked, "What's going on?" He hesitantly asked, "Mr. Moriarty, have you, what?" Klein looked up and asked. Alan lowered his voice and said, "You're a famous detective. You are a famous detective. You should know a lot of people, right?" "I'm all right." Klein didn't understand what he meant and gave a perfunctory reply. Alan glanced at Talim again and took a deep breath. "Do you know anyone who's like a village witch doctor?" "No, I mean, some capable fortune-tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. I think my recent bad luck is too abnormal. I know that it's very likely to be fake and a scam, but I can't find any other way to get out of my bad luck. I've tried going to the cathedral to pray, donate, and attend mass, but to no avail. Some capable fortune-tellers or mysticism enthusiasts. You seem to be talking about me." Klein thought and said, "Alan, tell me in detail what happened to you. Alan, tell me in detail what happened to you." Talim, who was beside him, nodded. "Don't worry. Although I'm a believer of the Lord, I don't reject mysticism." Alan sighed in distress. Many things. For example, I made a mistake during surgery, encountered a steam locomotive accident while traveling, found a thief when I returned home, went to the hospital, and ended up falling down the stairs. Do you think someone is cursing me? Yes, I've heard Alan mention something similar before. Klein frowned slightly. As a former Nighthawk, he easily thought of a sealed artifact from such a description. The misfortune cloth puppet. A similar item. He activated his spirit vision and asked seriously, "Alan, think back carefully. Alan, think about it carefully. Before those unlucky events happened, did you or your family, did your family also encounter unlucky events?" Chapter 328. Klein had wanted to ask if Alan or his family had taken any unusual items, such as dirty ragdolls, before those unlucky incidents happened one after another. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly felt that it was too direct. It could easily expose the fact that he had a good understanding of the mysterious domain. Although this could be explained by the fact that the great detective was very knowledgeable, there was no need to take this risk. So, he changed to a more roundabout way and asked if Dr. Allen's family had also met with misfortune. Hearing his question, Alan Chris carefully thought about it and said, "No. Apart from encountering the steam train accident with me, they were the same as before. Most of the time, they were neither lucky nor unlucky. The rest of the time, they were both." That's not right. If it's an item like the misfortune cloth puppet that needs to be sealed, it will definitely affect everyone within a certain range. Could it be that Alan dripped his blood on it and established a stable connection? In Klein's spirit vision, Alan's aura and emotional color matched his physical and mental state. There was nothing special about him. He deliberated and asked, "Is there anyone as unlucky as you in the hospital where you work?" "No, so I think I must have been cursed by someone." Alan tugged at his bow tie, looking rather anxious and uneasy. Under Talim's curious gaze, Klein thought for a moment. "Before you were unlucky, Did you encounter anything strange, such as cutting yourself? In folklore, blood is a powerful medium for curses. After I suspected that it was a curse, I confirmed it. In the past 3 months, I haven't bled. Alan pressed his knife and fork and replied with a heavy expression. That's a little strange. It's not like I can do a complicated divination in front of them. Klein asked again, what about other strange things? Alan, think about it carefully. There must be a reason for this. Have you offended anyone recently? Or have you become an obstacle to others? Talim echoed with concern. Alan looked down at the food on his plate and fell into deep thought. Klein didn't stay idle either. He finished the food before it became cold and unpalatable. When he began to enjoy the dessert, Alan finally raised his head and said, I'm not a sociable person. I don't get along well with my colleagues, but it's hard to believe that they would think of a way to curse me. After your reminder, I thought of something. It might be related to mysticism. What is it? Klein and Talim perked up at the same time. Before my streak of bad luck, I was in charge of a patient. It was a child less than 10 years old. He was very pitiful. Due to some problems, he needed to amputate his left leg. Alan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and recalled, I just became a father not long ago, and I'm always full of sympathy for my child's misfortune. Every time I check the ward, I'll chat with him, encourage him, and comfort him. After a pause, Alan spoke more smoothly. I remember that it was the day before his surgery. I specially went to the ward to look for him. He was indeed rather uneasy and was playing tarot cards. This was something he brought with him when he was admitted to the hospital. He didn't even allow his family to take it away. In order to make him relax, I played tarot divination with him. At that time, I flipped over a card. It was the reversed Wheel of Fortune. That child looked at me and said with a pure and innocent smile, Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse. Doctor, your luck will turn for the worse. Talim took a deep breath and said, Why do I feel that such a scene and such words make my body feel a little cold? That child later died on the operating table. Alan shook his head and said, The surgery was very successful. That surgery was very successful. Not long after, he was discharged from the hospital. He even thanked me. That's why I've never doubted this matter. But now that I think about it, I realize that this is the only time I've come into contact with an item involving mysticism in the past 2 months. No matter what, whether it's useful or not, tarot cards are ultimately used for divination. At some point in time, a brass coin had appeared in Klein's hand. It was jumping and rolling at his fingertips, as though symbolizing the analysis process of a famous detective. The coin bounced up and fell into his palm. Klein glanced at it from the corner of his eye and ended his thought. What's the child's name? Where does he live? Alan answered without hesitation, his name is Will or Septin. His name is Will or Septin. As for where he lives, I don't remember. Mr. Detective, what's your suggestion? Do you know any experts in mysticism? Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and smiled under Alan and Talim's expectant gazes. My suggestion is to go to the cathedral of the deity you believe in and describe your recent misfortune to the bishop. Then, ask him if he has a solution. Alan, I remember that you're, a believer of the Evernite goddess, right? He almost called out the goddess, but thankfully, he remembered in time that his current identity was that of a detective who believed in the god of steam and machinery. But my prayers to the goddess, my participation in Mass, and my donations of money and items were all useless. I think we still need to find some capable fortune-tellers. Alan didn't agree with Detective Moriarty's suggestion. Talim nodded in agreement. That's right. The deities don't care if you're lucky or unlucky. Being lucky is a blessing, and being unlucky is a test. My friend, your faith isn't pious. Be careful that the Lord of Storms strikes you with lightning. Klein looked at the two of them and smiled. This suggestion is based on very simple logic. If, and I'm saying if, there's really a useful and effective mysticism in this world, then the ones who are best at it are definitely the 7 Orthodox churches. Otherwise, they would have long been replaced by other factions that have grasped mysticism. If there's no such thing as true mysticism, Then finding a fortune teller or a witch doctor won't help me in any way. I might as well see if a bishop with a higher status has any solutions. Alan carefully analyzed the situation and finally nodded. That makes sense. Perhaps I need the bishop to help me convey the message so that the goddess will protect me. No, to be precise, the Nighthawks will only notice your abnormality with the bishop's message. Klein retorted inwardly. He had no intention of helping Alan, because to solve the problem of his luck, apart from finding the root of everything, he definitely had to set up a certain ritual. Ignoring the fact that Klein didn't know the true luck enhancement ritual, even if he did, he would expose the fact that he had beyonder powers in front of unfamiliar people because of the ritual. It would increase the risk for no reason. Since I can get the Nighthawks to do it, there's no need for me to do it myself. I just don't know if the problem comes from the boy or the tarot cards in his hand. If it's the latter, then it might be a sealed artifact that's rather suitable for me. What a pity. Klein shook his head silently, suppressing the greed and other emotions that surged to the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Alan had already made up his mind. Looking at Klein, he smirked and said, "Thank you, Mr. Moriarty." "Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Although you don't know much about mysticism, you relied on strict logic to give the best suggestion." "Yes, I don't know mysticism." Klein smiled. "Just call me Sherlock." "Alan." Ever since I'm no longer a Nighthawk, the composition of my mysticism knowledge has become stranger and stranger. On one hand, I've grasped many secrets related to high-sequence deities, and on the other hand, I only know relatively basic ritualistic magic. For the more complicated ones, I only know sacrificial and bestowment rituals. As for charms, I've been stuck at 3 types for a long period of time. Klein sighed inwardly, feeling that he urgently needed a more comprehensive and in-depth book on mysticism. As for being able to separate the knowledge of an evil god's mental corruption from a beyonder characteristic, he didn't have any clues at the moment. After a short lunch break at the club, Klein took a public carriage and arrived at the Rice Circus near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. It wasn't a festival, nor was it a holiday. There weren't many guests in the circus, and the clowns who were in charge of entertaining and amusing the crowd appeared listless. After passing through the divination hut and the tents that sold pies, pancakes, fruit pies, and alcoholic beverages, Klein walked along the periphery of the circus and found a small theater. The blackboard at the entrance stated that there would be 4 performances a day, each one an hour, during non-holidays. The first performance in the afternoon was at 2:00, and it had just begun. After buying a ticket, Klein entered the theater and heard cheers. At that moment, a beast tamer was on the stage with a whip in hand, ordering a black bear to perform in a charmingly naive manner. Beside him was a tiger with yellow and black stripes, and sitting on it was a baboon with deep curly fur. "Pa!" As the beast tamer lashed out with his whip, the black bear clumsily somersaulted. "I say, this fellow wanted to slap you just now." At the front of the rows of seats, someone suddenly shouted loudly, immediately drawing laughter from the small number of audience members in the venue. They thought that this was a new way for the circus to amuse people. However, Klein didn't think so, because he realized that the beast tamer's emotional colors were leaning toward anger and annoyance. He smiled, walked to the first row, and sat down to enjoy the performance on the stage so that he wouldn't feel guilty for the tickets. At that moment, the person who had just spoken shouted again, "That tiger wants to bite your neck off. That tiger wants to bite off your neck, and that curly-haired baboon wants to grab you and use you as a cushion." Amidst the laughter of the audience, the beast tamer's actions clearly stiffened. Although those words sound like they're trying to cause trouble, why do I hear a hint of warning in them? Klein turned his head to look at the person who had spoken in the same row as him and realized that it was a round-faced man in his 30s. This tone, this method, is a little familiar. Klein muttered silently. Chapter 329. Inside the Rice Circus's small theater. As long as it felt familiar, it wasn't a problem for a seer not to recall it. Klein nudged the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, leaned back slightly, and muttered a few words almost silently. Following that, he pretended to close his eyes for more than 10 seconds, but in fact, with the help of cogitation, he quickly fell asleep and received a notification from the dream. It was a rather dim room. There was only one candle flickering on the coffee table. The people sitting around were all wearing black hooded robes and iron masks that only covered the upper half of their faces. After deliberately rubbing his eyebrows, Klein opened his eyes and continued watching the beast-taming performance. He had already interpreted the revelation and understood the source of the sense of familiarity. The scene in the dream was the Beyonder gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. There was an apothecary who also had a chubby face. He liked to use sarcasm to remind others. He was clearly a kind-hearted fellow, but he always gave people the feeling that he deserved a beating. Could it be that apothecary? It doesn't seem like it. When did he know how to tame beasts? According to the internal records of the Nighthawks, the spirit vision of an apothecary isn't like the seer pathway, which can distinguish the color of emotions in detail. Yes, they do have their own specialties when it comes to aura colors. Klein's thoughts slowly dispersed, but it didn't affect him from enjoying the performance on stage. In his spirit vision, the black bear, tiger, and curly-haired baboon's emotional colors were indeed unstable. With a certain degree of stimulation, it was very likely that they would explode on the spot. This also indirectly confirmed that the chubby man who had just spoken wasn't causing trouble. He seemed to be able to read the thoughts of the three animals and understand their impulses. With his reminder, even though the beast tamer was enraged and his expression darkened, he still instinctively softened his movements and became much more careful. The performance ended smoothly. After that, there was a simple but comical play. Magicians only came up to perform after it was over. The magician was wearing a tuxedo, a bow tie of the same color, and a tall and big top hat. As soon as he came up, he spewed fire from his mouth, which immediately caused the audience in the venue to cheer and applaud. It's a very simple technique. Klein, who had excellent eyesight and had watched many magic teaching programs, understood the key with just a glance. Following that, the magicians performed the classic tricks of escaping from the locked box, taking off the hat and flying pigeons, taking out flowers, card tricks, and so on. Klein thought that he could easily see through every trick, but he was surprised to find that at some point, he didn't learn anything at all. His attention was drawn to the part that the magician wanted, and he neglected the key details. He clearly doesn't have any Beyonder powers, but his techniques are still able to fool my eyes. Yes, the key is his grasp of attention. Magicians' second rule is to fully divert the target's attention to achieve the desired effect. Klein made a guess in his heart, but he didn't know if it was right or wrong. This would require feedback through acting. At this moment, the performance of the magicians came to an end. The audience did not hesitate to give them warm applause and cheers. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak in the afternoon. The third rule. Magicians' performance needs to be applauded by the audience. Klein muttered to himself in a half-joking and half-guessing manner. After 3 o'clock, he tugged at the collar of his black double-breasted frock coat, got up, and left the small theater. He didn't attempt to make contact with the chubby man who was suspected to be an apothecary. All he did was secretly memorize his appearance. If he were to rashly strike up a conversation with him, it might result in an extreme reaction. Riding a tracked public carriage, Klein returned to Minsk Street. The carriage was divided into 2 levels, with passengers sitting on each level. As usual, Klein chose a seat on the bottom level by the window. The carriage stopped for a while, and with his eyes half closed, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate as he recalled the inspiration he had just received. He became clear-headed and rational, as though he had been forcefully invaded by someone in a dream or had his spirit directly channeled. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was no longer in the real world. With his rich experience, he pretended to be nonchalant. He looked around and found that the gentleman in a tuxedo and top hat on his left was still flipping through the newspaper. A woman in a light blue dress with 2 children was scolding disobedient troublemakers. Beside her, there were people chewing on bread and drinking tea. Everything was the same as before. However, in Klein's spirit vision, these passengers didn't emit the corresponding aura or emotional colors. They don't have ether bodies. They're clearly talking, eating bread, and reading newspapers, but there's no sign of them being alive. Is this an illusion, or have they suddenly died, and are only moving according to the habits they had when they were alive? Klein tried his best to remain calm as he turned his head to look out the window. He saw carriages and pedestrians coming and going on the street. It was still afternoon. However, they don't have any aura. As the carriage moved forward slowly, Klein became more and more solemn. He didn't understand what had happened. He looked down at himself and saw a clear spiritual glow that was completely different from the others around him. At this moment, he suddenly heard an angry roar, one that didn't sound like it came from a human. Klein hurriedly looked up and saw a huge black dog on the street. Its sharp white teeth were stained with traces of blood and rust. It was the giant demon dog that had committed countless murders. The black dog rapidly expanded into a tall devil. It had bat-like wings on its back, and goat horns covered in mysterious patterns grew from its head. It looked up at the sky and let out a filthy devil word. Fallen. Almost at the same time it spoke, Klein confirmed that it was real. This was because it had aura and emotional colors. It was emitting a strong spiritual glow. Along with the howl of the demonic dog, several illusionary pedestrians in the surroundings suddenly exploded, turning into black mist that filled the air and obscured everyone's vision. However, Klein could vaguely see that there were many real people with aura colors in the air and around him. They were using Beyonder powers that emitted a spiritual glow. What's going on? Ordinary people are illusory, but Beyonders are real. Did the Nighthawks and mandated punishers find the gigantic devil dog and use a special sealed artifact to create a combat environment that won't disturb the real world? That sealed artifact only targets Beyonders and is ineffective against ordinary people. So, I just happened to be passing by, and I was unfortunately pulled in? Klein's thoughts raced as he roughly guessed what had happened to him. This is really a baffling disaster. Just as he was feeling wistful, he suddenly heard a scream. It was a shrill scream, a loud scream. The surrounding black gas that blocked his vision suddenly dispersed, and the gigantic devil dog fell heavily to the ground. Its body split into two vertically, and all the light in the air was focused on something, making it look like a pure moon that illuminated the dark environment. The gigantic devil dog tenaciously roared again, and its body suddenly exploded. Using its soul and flesh as fuel, it ignited a flame that soared into the sky that was intertwined with light blue and scarlet. However, the flames lost all their brightness in midair as they were absorbed by the bright moon-like object. It disappeared without a trace, and the gigantic devil dog died just like that. Not even a speck of it was left. How powerful. Just as Klein was feeling wistful, he suddenly thought of something. Would the official powerhouses discover that there was a wild Beyonder in the carriage he was in, one that was different from the illusory people around here? His heart tightened, and his scalp went numb as he took out a paper figurine. With a shake of his hand, he shook it into himself, a version of himself without any aura or emotions. As for himself, he used the uniqueness of the substitution spell to hide in the shadow of the paper figurine. At this moment, Klein heard a soft snort from the street on the other side of the carriage. This snort was filled with obvious anger and indignation. Who is it? It doesn't sound like the voice of an official Beyonder. Klein was puzzled, but he didn't dare remove the substitution spell and peeked his head out to take a look. Following that, a few gazes swept past him one after another without stopping for too long. When all of this faded, Klein saw cracks appear in the void around him, shattering like glass. Then, the feeling of reality hit him, and he clearly knew that he had returned to the real world. He quietly removed the substitution spell and sat back in his seat. The passengers in the carriage either read the newspapers, nibbled at the bread, or scolded the children. It was no different from before. But in Klein's eyes, they had regained their aura and emotions. In addition, compared to before, the tracked carriage had clearly moved a distance forward. From the looks of it, in that special battle environment, time and scene are synchronized with reality. If the battle had lasted longer, the carriage might have driven out of the area of influence, leaving me alone there. Alone there. That would have obviously exposed me. Fortunately, Beekland is the capital of capitals, the land of hope. The three churches have high sequence beyond us here. Klein thought with some lingering fear. He originally believed that even if he locked onto the target, the Nighthawks and mandated punishers would need to spend a few days to find the Black Devil dog. Furthermore, there was a prerequisite: the other party hadn't left Beekland. This was certain, because leaving Beekland was equivalent to leaving the ritual's range, and the advancement would fail. And to a devil, the negative effects of the ritual's failure would likely cause them, who were struggling on the edge of bloodlust, to lose control. Who knew that in just 1 night and half a day, the devil dog would be discovered, executed, and purified. It was terrifying. This is Beekland. This is the true strength of the 3 churches. A Sequence 6 Beyonder who was about to advance only exposed his identity and left behind an insignificant trace, yet he was quickly found and easily killed. This is a devil that can detect danger ahead of time. It looks like some sealed artifacts happened to restrain this. In the future, I have to be more cautious and careful. Klein felt that he had learned a profound lesson. At this moment, he recalled the strange grunt he had heard. It seems to be the companion of the devil dog. Its owner. He actually wasn't discovered. Perhaps the final self-destruction of the devil dog was secretly controlled by him. Of course, it's also possible that he's a member of a secret organization that's dissatisfied with the official Beyonders. Klein suddenly looked at the window opposite the carriage and saw that the passers-by outside were all ordinary. They were either wearing woolen coats, half-top hats, or brightly colored dresses. There was nothing wrong with them. Chapter 330. The wheels pressed against the tracks, and the horses dragged the carriage forward heavily but steadily. Soon, they left the street where nothing had happened. Klein held his cane with a normal expression until the tracked carriage passed 2 stations. Only then did he alight ahead of time. He circled around and slowly returned to the spot where the devil dog had been killed. He wasn't searching for the Beyonder characteristic that the dog had seeped out. It was impossible for the church's top powerhouses to not know of this matter. They must have taken it away long ago. He wasn't investigating the source of the soft grunt either. It had been so long, and there were carriages and people on the streets. How could there be any clues left behind? Even divination wouldn't give him an answer. Klein's goal was to pry into the characteristics of the sealed artifact that could create a strange battle environment from the remaining subtle details around the street, so as to prepare for a possible encounter in the future. This is the acting of a magician. He sighed silently as he walked under the grey sky and along the street that was separated by gas lamps. The reason why he waited 2 stations before getting off and taking a detour back was that he was worried that there would be official Beyonders who were secretly cleaning up the battlefield. He tried his best to avoid meeting them. Dressed decently and holding a cane, Klein, who had a golden watch hanging from his lapel, took a certain amount of time to finally return to the scene of the devil dog's death. However, there were no traces left on the streets. The passers-by clearly didn't know that an intense Beyonder battle had taken place here. That sealed artifact sure is magical. It's even more powerful than large-scale hypnosis. Klein activated his spirit vision and made his footsteps even slower. He was like a gentleman who was out on an outing and not on an errand. It took him more than half an hour to circle the area, but his spirit vision didn't yield anything. There was nothing abnormal about the target street. However, Klein's spiritual perception still sensed something. It was the range and boundary. When I entered the street and left from another direction, I had a subtle illusory feeling. It was as if I had entered another world from another world. In other words, the sealed artifact's range of influence can reach at least a street. The upper limit is temporarily unknown. Yes, I can also confirm that it only works on Beyonders. Klein stood outside the target street and nodded thoughtfully. Then, he returned again and found a rather high-class coffee shop. He ordered a cup of Southville coffee and sat by the window. As he drank the fragrant liquid, he observed the bustling streets outside. He wanted to see if there would be any other changes as time passed. Unfortunately, what he was looking forward to didn't happen. Of course, he didn't gain anything. At the very least, he confirmed that magicians don't perform unprepared was indeed one of the rules of acting. He felt that the subtle characteristics in his body had been slightly stirred. In the evening, Klein stopped observing and took a public carriage back to Minsk Street. At this moment, the gas lamps on both sides of the road had all been lit up. The blue flames illuminated the slightly wet cement ground and the withered trees along the road. With his cane in hand, Klein passed by Lawyer Jürgen's house and strolled towards Unit 15. As he walked, he suddenly thought of something. The ingredients at home had been used up, so there was no way for him to make dinner when he returned. Should I go to a butcher's shop or a fruit shop, or should I find a restaurant to fill my stomach first? Klein hesitated for a moment and finally decided to slack off tonight and eat ready-made food. Although many of the dishes in this world were relatively simple to make and very fast, to the point where it took an hour to cook and 5 minutes to eat, it still required a certain amount of labor. Furthermore, he had to wash the plates and knives and forks himself. Touching his wallet, Klein turned around and walked in the direction where he remembered there were more restaurants. He once again passed by Lawyer Jürgen's house. Standing behind the open oriel window, Jürgen looked at the confused Detective Moriarty and raised his voice. He raised his voice and said, "Mr. Moriarty, did you forget your keys again? Or did you drop them?" Why did he say again? Klein chuckled in response. "No, I didn't." Jürgen nodded in all seriousness. "Then why don't you come to my place? I'll go back after dinner when it's completely dark." Klein hesitated for a second and smiled. "It would be my honor." When he entered, Brody the black cat was licking its paws in the corner. Jürgen didn't exchange pleasantries and entered the kitchen. After Klein hung up his coat and hat, put away his black cane, he walked into the dining room step by step. The table was already filled with food. There were black steaks and mashed potatoes of the same color. He wasn't surprised. This was the cooking style of Lawyer Jürgen's grandmother, Mrs. Doris, when she got older. It didn't look good, but it was delicious enough. "She's a chef." Klein sat opposite Jürgen and greeted him with a smile. "Are you preparing to eat?" "Yes, I'm used to looking at the scenery outside before eating, allowing my thoughts to spread without boundaries." Jürgen laid out his napkin and picked up his knife and fork. Klein looked around in puzzlement. "Where's Mrs. Doris?" Jürgen sighed and replied solemnly, "The weather is getting colder and colder, and her old lung problem has reappeared. She has no choice but to stay in the hospital for some time. May God bless her." Klein unskillfully drew the triangular sacred emblem of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery on his chest. Then, he cut a piece of steak and forked it, ready to stuff it into his mouth. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a problem and hurriedly said, "That's right." He hurriedly said, "So, you prepared this for dinner?" "Of course, it was done a few minutes ago," Jürgen replied succinctly. "If it's not the work of the chef, Mrs. Doris, then this appearance." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he bit down on the small piece of steak on the silver fork and slowly chewed. He frowned a little and finally forced himself to swallow the food. He forced a smile on his face. "Why did you prepare 2 portions in advance?" "One was to bring to the hospital for my grandmother." Jürgen glanced up at Klein and didn't find anything wrong with it. "I'll prepare another portion later." "So that's how it is." To be polite, Klein secretly took a deep breath and finished the food in front of him in a combat-like manner. By the time he finished eating, Jürgen was still left with less than half of his food. The senior solicitor temporarily put down his knife and fork, picked up the tall glass beside him, and took a sip of red wine. He asked without any expression, "How do you feel? Which dish do you like best? I know there's still a big gap between my grandmother's skills and mine, but it shouldn't be too exaggerated. Mr. Lawyer, I suspect that in addition to your facial nerve disorder, you also have a problem with your sense of taste. Can't you recognize yourself correctly?" Klein pursed his lips into a smile and moved his head left and right. "White bread is not bad. That's from Dodge Bakery." Jürgen buried his head again and finished the rest of the food. After drinking the remaining red wine, he thought for a moment and said, "Detective Moriarty, I would like to entrust you with a task. It's a very simple task." "What?" Klein kept drinking water. The mashed potatoes were too salty. "My grandma will be in the hospital recently. Sometimes, I might not come back because of the case, so Brody will have to starve." Jürgen looked at the black cat and said, "I would like you to feed Brody, clean his toilet, and play with him for a while when I'm not back. He likes it best when someone scratches his chin." Well, every night at 10 o'clock, if my house is still dark and there's no light, you can come in for 2 soli each time until my grandma comes home. Klein saw a seemingly gentle expression appear on Jürgen's face, so he curled the corners of his mouth and said, "It's a very simple task with a relatively generous reward. It's a simple mission with a relatively generous reward. I have no reason to reject it." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Brody and smiled at him. Brody the black cat turned around slowly, its back facing him. Klein's smile couldn't help but stiffen on his face. After drinking his fill, Klein bade farewell and left Jürgen's house. He slowly strolled back to his rented house on the streets that were already completely dark. At this moment, people who had finished work had already returned home and were enjoying their dinner. There were very few pedestrians on the road, and there weren't many carriages. It was rather quiet. Walking under the light of the gas lamp, Klein, who had no desire to go back, slowed down. The black shadow beside his feet slowed down as well. When he passed by Sammer's house, he looked through the oriel window and saw the bright lights inside. There were figures walking back and forth, and he could vaguely hear the sounds of conversation and laughter. Next door, 15, Minsk Street, was dark and silent. Klein sighed and quickened his pace. He took out the key and opened the door. Before entering, he habitually looked at the mailbox and found another letter lying inside. Who sent it? Klein took out the letter and glanced at it under the light of the street lamp. There's no stamp. The handwriting looks like Eichinger Stanton's. He nodded slightly, closed the door, switched on the light, and opened the letter. In the letter, the great detective Eichinger wrote, "I'm happy to inform you that the murderer has been found and killed on the spot. The police department thinks that our work is worth at least half of the reward. They should be able to send it to me this week. At that time, I will invite you and other friends to come over and share the reward." Eichinger received the news so quickly. He has a deep relationship with the Beekland Police Department. There's no stamp, which means that he got someone to deliver it directly. The postal system in the Kingdom of Ruin isn't that efficient. How can a letter that was sent in the afternoon arrive at night? Klein exhaled, put down the letter, and prepared to change his clothes and head out. With the serial murders solved, the situation in Beekland eased. He could attempt to do something. For example, go to the Brave to find Caspers and contact Marek to see if this Beyonder who controls zombies and Miss Sharon have any books on mysticism. If I'm not wrong, they should be defectors from Rose School. They used to be part of an official organization, so they definitely know a lot of mysticism knowledge. And now, I have enough money to buy them. Klein touched his wallet and thought with some anticipation. Chapter 331. Beekland Bridge Area, the Brave. Klein pressed the cap on his head and carefully protected the wallet in the inside pocket of his grayish-blue worker's jacket. He bypassed the drinkers around the boxing ring and went straight to the bar counter. On the way, he looked around and did not see the black market weapons dealer, Kaspers Kalinin. They're either playing cards or billiards. Klein nodded to himself and sat in front of the bar counter. Half and half. He had seen someone drink this kind of alcoholic drink before, and he felt that it should be quite to his liking. At the very least, it's more suitable than pure malt beer. Klein thought to himself. The bartender looked up at him. Which 2 wines do you want to mix? Different choices have different prices. Normal is fine. The man Klein met last time was using the worst kind. The whole half and half cup only cost 2.5 pence. 4.5 pence. When the bartender saw Klein place the brass coins on the bar, he turned back to mix the drinks and said, "Looking for Caspers again? He's not here anymore. His business was robbed." Huh. Klein didn't expect to receive such an answer. Before the bartender could reply, a man with a protruding mouth beside him laughed. "Yes, Caspers was chased away by us. How can a crippled old man like him do this kind of business? If there's anything you want, just come and find us. Find our boss. Gang conflict." Klein subconsciously thought of this and was about to reject the other party's proposal. But soon after, he thought of another possibility. Could it be that Rose School deliberately hired gangs to suppress Caspers and force out Marek and Sharon, who are backing him, so that they would take the initiative to jump into the trap? The probability isn't low. Casper's has been a black market weapons dealer here for a long time. He's definitely not someone who can be chased away easily. Some time ago, due to the continuous serial murders, the atmosphere in Beekland was rather tense. Rose School, or other secret factions, in short, people who are looking for Marek and Sharon, definitely wouldn't dare to rashly kill and channel the spirits to obtain answers. This would cause many murders because they clearly only have a few suspects. For the time being, they can't confirm who has the means to contact Miss Sharon and Marek. Klein swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He changed the topic and asked, "Can I know the price first before deciding whether to buy it?" He planned to observe the ordinary people who dominated the brave black market. If he found any problems, he could use this as a favor to Casper's, Sharon, and Marek. Anyway, Klein didn't want to have a conflict. He just wanted to follow the normal procedure to observe, so there was no risk. Yes, the only requirement is. The man raised his hand and made a zipping motion in front of his protruding mouth. No problem. As soon as Klein answered, he saw the half and half placed in front of him, and the copper penny was taken away by the bartender. In the spirit of not wasting, he picked up the glass and took a few sips. His eyebrows gradually furrowed. It's not the taste I imagined. The alcohol is too strong, and the grape taste is too light. Klein put down the glass and followed the man to billiard room 3, where Casper's used to stay. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly thought of something. As a person who doesn't know much, I can guess that this is a trap. I wonder how Miss Sharon and Marek, who have been pursued for a long time, wouldn't know? They definitely won't show themselves. However, Casper's knows more than one Beyonder. He has connections with several Beyonder circles. Perhaps he will find other helpers, and that will make things a little complicated. At this moment, the man with the protruding mouth stopped at the door of the billiard room. The distracted Klein nearly bumped into him. He pointed inside and said, "Don't speak nonsense later. Don't talk nonsense later. Our boss doesn't have a good temper. The entire Beekland Bridge area plus East District knows about it." "All right." Klein nodded slightly. The man with the protruding mouth turned around in satisfaction and pushed open the billiard room's door. As the door opened, Klein saw a figure floating in midair, gently swaying. It was a burly man with a full beard. There was a rope around his neck. It was a rope that was very tight. His feet were off the ground, and the tip of his tongue was exposed. His face was purple, and his expression was abnormally warped. "Boss!" The man with the protruding mouth shouted in disbelief. Someone took action just as the tense atmosphere in Beekland disappeared. Klein glanced sideways at the man's subordinate and drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest in all seriousness. "May God rest him in peace. I hope his temper can be cured as a result." The man with the protruding mouth didn't even hear what he was saying. He suddenly shouted, "Boss! Murder! Boss is dead!" Klein took 2 steps back from the loud and shrill voice. He activated his spirit vision and observed the interior. There were no special signs, only the billiard balls on the table were scattered everywhere. Was it done by a Beyonder on Casper's side? How would the faction that laid the trap react? If there's such a trap. Before the gangsters rushed over, Klein quietly changed his position and blended into the crowd. He glanced at the Braves' kitchen and went over in thought. He skillfully went through to the back door. Just as he pushed open the wooden door that wasn't considered heavy, he felt a cold wind that made him shiver. And in the cold wind, there was a faint smell of blood. He listened attentively and didn't hear anything, so he took out a penny and flicked it up. The clanging sound was blocked by the wind. Klein looked down at the copper penny in his palm and confirmed that the king's portrait was facing up. Putting away the coin, he carefully walked in the direction his spiritual perception told him to go. He walked all the way to a dark and gloomy corner without the illumination of the street lamps before the smell of blood suddenly became stronger. With the help of the weak moonlight that penetrated the clouds, Klein took a closer look and nearly gasped. The ground was littered with bloody thighs, calves, feet in leather boots, ribs, hearts, arms, eyeballs, and other human body parts. On the wall was a piece of intestine that was red and white. The background was a large patch of bright red mixed with milky white marks. Upon seeing this scene, Klein felt like he was looking at a slaughterhouse specially prepared for humans. They're afraid that the Nighthawks and mandated punishers have too much free time. They made it so exaggerated that the police department would definitely hand over the case immediately. Klein muttered in his heart to fight against the discomfort caused by the scene. He walked around the area with the blood and approached the opposite wall. He was surprised to find that there were many deep scratches there. It was as if a thick and sharp claw had forcefully dragged it out. They were quite similar to the claws of the devil dog from before. Could there be another one? Could it be that it's not dead yet? No, I know what's going on. Klein suddenly came to a realization. The deceased should be the Beyonder who killed the gang boss in the bar. He was killed by the faction that set up the trap. According to Little Sun's description, I've always suspected that the faction is Rose School because they control the prisoner pathway, which is also the mutant pathway. And one of the mutants is a werewolf. This matches the traces at the scene. This also proves that Miss Sharon and Marek are defectors from Rose School. Klein calmly retreating from the scene step by step. During this process, he confirmed that there were no Beyonder characteristics at the scene. Of course, it was also possible that they hadn't appeared yet. Then, he turned and walked to another street, intending to find someone to call the police. He didn't want such a scene to frighten the ordinary citizens and make them suspect that some ferocious beast had infiltrated Beekland. With the mentality of not getting involved in trouble because of his greed, Klein didn't wait for the possible Beyonder characteristics to appear. Just as he reached the exit of the alley, he suddenly saw a brown carriage slowly drive over in the night. The carriage didn't drive straight ahead like the others. Instead, it stopped in front of Klein. Klein narrowed his eyes and prepared for battle. However, neither his spiritual intuition as a seer or his battle premonition as a clown gave him any warning of danger. At this moment, the carriage's window was opened, revealing a pale face with a hint of madness. His brown eyes seemed to hide deep malice. Marek. Klein recognized him. It was Marek who controlled zombies, Miss Sharon's companion, dressed in a white shirt and black vest. Marek, who didn't seem to be afraid of the cold, pointed at the carriage and gestured for Klein to get in. Klein was momentarily hesitant. He wanted to remove the spirit pendulum on the spot and do a divination. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Marek. She was wearing a complicated black court dress and a small bonnet of the same color. It was Miss Sharon with light blonde hair and blue eyes. If she wanted to harm me, she could easily do so. She could directly come out from the wall behind me. Klein thought for a moment, then pretended to be carefree and took 2 steps forward. He opened the carriage door and walked in. After he sat down, the carriage began to move slowly. He did not know where it was headed. "Why did you come here?" Sharon asked concisely. Klein answered frankly, "That's right. I want to contact you and ask if there are any books on mysticism. It would be best if they are more in-depth. As you know, I lack such knowledge." Marek looked over with his eyes that had always been filled with malice. He said in a slightly hoarse and deep voice, "We do have a lot of mysticism knowledge, such as Shaman King Klarman's Book of Secrets, but what can you use to exchange for it?" "Magus King? Which pathway and sequence is he from?" As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein deliberated over his tone. "I can use gold pounds to exchange for it. Or do you need something else?" The pale but exquisite Sharon looked at him and replied calmly, "Yes, I'm not sure. Exchange it with a favor. Exchange it with a favor." Chapter 332. Help. Klein silently muttered the word, momentarily stumped. Back when Sharon accepted the mission to protect him for 3 days, although it was mainly because of the gold pound, it was very rare for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to be willing to take on such a mission. It could be chanced upon, but it couldn't be forced. Furthermore, Klein was in a state of panic where he was trying his best to save himself, unwilling to let go of even a single strand of straw. To obtain the help of such a powerful Beyonder, even if it was for money, he was still somewhat grateful. However, that was all. He wouldn't rashly intervene in a dangerous matter that he didn't know the inside story or the situation without considering his own strength and situation. Klein's original idea was that the mysticism knowledge from Little Sun could basically be confirmed to be from before the cataclysm. The ancient gods who wielded authority back then didn't seem to overlap with the 7 deities and evil gods of the present. The entire mysticism system was definitely very different from the present. Therefore, even though he knew the details, he didn't dare to rashly attempt it. He had to verify it indirectly to know what could still be used and what could no longer produce any effects. This was just like the sacrificial ritual from before. Klein had clearly figured out the exact process from Sun, but he had to wait for Mr. Aztec's reply before he dared to experiment, to prevent any unexpected changes from happening. As for the hanging man, he was a figure at the level of a bishop or captain of a small team in the Church of the Storm. He had grasped and obtained quite a bit of mysticism knowledge. However, the problem was that it was too orthodox and involved too much of the domain of the Lord of Storms. It wasn't necessarily suitable for Klein to use. Not all rituals could be completed by praying to oneself. Furthermore, praying to oneself also had to consider the spiritual burden one could withstand. Due to these factors, Klein cast his gaze towards the former members of the secret organization, Sharon and Marek. The mysticism knowledge they knew was often more suitable for unaffiliated Beyonders to refer to. Furthermore, there would be quite a bit of unorthodox and bizarre content that was sufficiently effective. Of course, this didn't mean that he would give up on exchanging for relevant information from Sun and the Hanging Man. An ancient remnant, an orthodox one, a secretive one, and an unorthodox one. Only when added together would he have comprehensive and rather deep mysticism knowledge. This was exactly what Klein desired. He had never forgotten that his ultimate goal was to return to Earth. Therefore, the more mysticism knowledge he had, the better. The more comprehensive and in-depth, the better. Of course, the premise of pursuing this goal is to kill Zangwill and successfully avenge Captain and myself. Klein looked at Sharon and Marek as the corners of his mouth curled up. I need to know what kind of help you need from me before I can consider whether or not to agree. I won't, and it's impossible for me to joke around with my life. Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet, nodded lightly, agreeing with Klein's words. Marek, who was sitting on the other side, leaned forward and clenched his fist against his mouth. We originally belonged to a rather ancient secret organization. That's what I guessed. Klein maintained a straight and serious expression. That organization was formed in the early 5th epoch. After the Berserk Sea separated the northern and southern continents, it was formed in the southern continent's Highlands Kingdom and Perth Kingdom. However, this is only in terms of formation. The origins of this organization can even be traced back to before the 4th epoch, to before the Cataclysm, the Pale Marek continued describing. I know that too. Rose School. It should be traced back to the Mutant King. Klein assumed an attentive posture. Marek scratched his slightly messy hair and said, "This organization believes in an evil god. This organization believes in an evil god and believes that magic is the science and art of changing things through one's own will. This requires the establishment of a religious ritual system, including order and law. Yes, before the invasion of the northern continent, they were an orthodox organization on the same level as the Church of Death in the Paz Valley and the Star Plateau. At the same time, they believe that their will mainly originates from all kinds of desires. When combined with Beyonder powers, they can accomplish all kinds of inconceivable things. It's precisely because of these ideals that they maintain ancient and bloody sacrificial traditions, including skinning humans, using human pillars, and using children's skulls as ritual objects, allowing a large number of believers to release all kinds of desires in a frenzy. We can't accept those cruel things, but we also believe that there's a huge problem with how they handle desires. Therefore, we found an opportunity to escape the organization. There's a problem with how they handle desires. Klein knew that Rose School was famous for its bloody sacrifices, so he wasn't too curious about the former. The blonde Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, replied with an ethereal voice, "There's a problem with how they handle desires. Their way of doing things is to indulge and burn. Our ideals are repression and temperance." Is that so? Klein suddenly thought of the description of the prisoner sequence. The body is the cage of the heart, and the world is the cage of the body. Madness is restrained, and desires are repressed. If Rose School really controls the prisoner pathway, then Miss Sharon and the others' ideals are clearly more in line with the requirements of acting. Why can't the other members see this? That shouldn't be the case. He frowned slightly. Upon seeing his reaction, Marek, who thought that he didn't understand, explained with a slightly hoarse voice, they were influenced by that evil deity. They believe that indulging one's desires can help improve one's will. When many people indulge together, they can influence each other, increasing their fanaticism and pushing their state to its peak. And our point of view is the exact opposite. We believe that desires must be suppressed in one's heart at all times, just like underground flames and magma. Only at the critical moment will it erupt, producing terrifying power. To put it simply, it's the difference between the lust-inducing and abstinence-inducing. The influence caused by that evil deity is a little contrary to the requirements of my own pathway. It feels a little off. Klein thoughtfully asked, so you fled to Beekland, and now they're chasing after you. The deceased in the alley was involved in this matter? We didn't involve him. He was the one who was implicated because of something else. Marek refuted the latter guess and tacitly agreed with the former. Then, why didn't you just escape from Beekland? There are still quite a number of large cities along the Mid-Seashire coast and Desi Bay in the Kingdom of Ruin. Furthermore, you can go to Intis, Fasak, Fainapotta, Lenberg, Mason, and other countries. In other words, you have a reason for not leaving Beekland. What could it be? Klein thought for a moment and said, all right, I roughly understand. All right, I think I understand. What do you need help with? My sequence isn't high, and I don't know any powerful beyond us. It's impossible for me to directly fight that secret organization. After obtaining the sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas of the Seer pathway and killing Lenivus, Klein didn't actually have to stay in Beekland. There was still a huge gap between him and his next target of vengeance, Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-08. There was no hope of success in a short period of time, and he didn't even dare approach. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to leave Beekland. At most, he would feel the pinch that his prepaid rent would go to waste. The reason why Klein stayed in the city was that it had the most beyond us, and the most materials and resources. It was the most convenient place for him to advance his sequence, which was in line with the revelation he had received from divination. After I become a faceless and digest it, I'll have to make a trip out to the sea in search of mermaids. This thought suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, calmly replied, be our support. Surrounding and killing a sequence 5 beyonder. Klein asked in surprise, that's right. With your strength, that organization only sent a sequence 5 beyonder to pursue you. Could it be that the common trait of cults is that they have no brains? He has a sealed artifact that restrains me. The pale but exquisite Sharon replied calmly without any expression, the person in charge of this matter is indeed a high sequence beyonder. But he was led somewhere else by the clues we deliberately left behind. Marek added, we don't only have this one stronghold in Beekland. If we can kill the sequence 5 beyonder in charge of the nearby area and snatch the sealed artifact from him, we can immediately pretend to escape. After that, we won't be too afraid of a normal pursuit. Klein tersely acknowledged. But why do you think I can provide help? I look so weak, and the target is a sequence 5 with a powerful or strange sealed artifact. You're not just a sequence 9. There's something special about you. Sharon looked at him quietly with her blue eyes, her tone very firm. Ha ha. Klein could only give a dry laugh in response. Sharon's illusory voice sounded again. Furthermore, you have that eye. That eye. Is she referring to the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rozigo? Klein nodded slightly and said, but I can only use a little of it. But I can only use a little of it. I can't use it too much because it contains the mental corruption of the true creator. That's enough. Sharon's words were always concise. Marek then added, the sequence 5 beyonder we need to deal with has the same characteristics as Sharon. Your eye can help us find him. At this moment, Sharon spoke again. Marek is the first bait. I'm the second bait. And you're the hunter in charge of solving the problem. I can't guarantee absolute safety. But you're definitely safer than us. That's quite kind, but I have to confirm it with divination before I can believe it. Klein pondered for a few seconds. I need to understand the characteristics of the other party and the corresponding sealed artifact. Only then can I make a decision. Chapter 333. Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress, pursed her pale lips, turned her head to glance at Marek, and nodded gently. Marek clasped his hands and said with a hint of madness, "You should know of the prisoner pathway, right?" "Yes, I've heard of it in the Beyonder Circle," Klein answered frankly. "Of course, this Beyonder Circle refers to the Nighthawks and Tarot." He sighed inwardly as he added, "Of course, this Beyonder Circle refers to the Nighthawks and Tarot." He sighed inwardly as he added. It was unknown what Marek recalled as he fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Outside the window, the sound of carriage wheels rolling over the cement road could be heard in a rhythmic manner. He rubbed his messy brown hair and said with a slightly warped face, "Prisoner refers to a person who is locked up in prison. Prisoners refer to people who are locked up in prison. They also represent people whose spirituality and desires are restrained by reason, body, and the world. Beyonders of this sequence have strong bodies and keen senses. They often have a silent appearance and a crazy heart. They have mastered many criminal techniques and are good at using anything they can get their hands on to kill. Its corresponding sequence 8 is lunatic. I don't think you're aware of this, because even the orthodox Beyonder organizations of the 7 churches don't know much about this. That secret organization's control over its members far exceeds your imagination. Those nearly twisted fellows seem to be bound physically and spiritually. It's very difficult to obtain any useful information from them just by relying on mediumship and divination. Sharon and I had been patient and waiting for a long time before we finally found a way to remove the restraint and escaped successfully. As the Beyonders of this pathway are cursed and tend to go crazy, we didn't want to join the 7 churches. That would result in us losing our freedom completely, leaving us with nothing. So that's how it is. It's no wonder the Nighthawks don't have much information on them. They don't even have the corresponding sequence 8 and sequence 7 for prisoner. That's what I knew back then. Klein replied in enlightenment. I really don't know what happens after prisoner. Marek didn't nod. He looked at Klein with his brown eyes and continued, compared to a prisoner, a lunatic's greatest characteristic is that they can voluntarily sacrifice their rationality and unleash their desires in exchange for strength, allowing them to improve in all aspects. Apart from their minds becoming clouded for a period of time, there aren't too many problems. They might even gain powerful resistance against Beyonder powers that interfere with their thoughts and affect their psyche. To put it simply, if I kill myself first, you won't be able to kill me. Klein couldn't help but think to himself. From this sequence onwards, the curse will gradually appear. It's easy for a lunatic to lose control, Marek said as his facial muscles twitched. Isn't that obvious? If a person's mental state was in a trough for an extended period of time, or if there were frequent abnormalities, it would be abnormal if the probability of losing control wasn't higher than other Beyonder. Klein had his own understanding of this as he turned his head to glance at Miss Sharon. He found it hard to imagine what she was like during the prisoner and lunatic stages. As for Sharon, she still maintained her ghost-like ethereal state. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Marek slowly exhaled. The sequence 7 after that is werewolf. It's beginning to mutate. However, in the eyes of a normal person, the prisoner who goes crazy and a lunatic who easily loses his rationality are actually no different from a mutant. The werewolf is actually only sequence 7. It's a little lower than I expected. Klein's thoughts suddenly wandered. Marek didn't notice that he was in a daze as he continued, the werewolf is already a complete cursed one. The werewolf is already a complete cursed person. Every time the crimson moon turns round, he will lose most of his rationality and grow black fur all over his body. His desire to kill and bloodthirst will reach its peak. His voice gradually became a little erratic, as though he was recalling the bitter period of time when he had to endure and suppress himself. The werewolf has relatively strong self-recovery abilities, as well as terrifying strength, agility, and speed. His claws and teeth are in no way inferior to Beyonder weapons of the same sequence, and they come with poison. He also knows some darkness-type spells. For example, He can control a target that has been immersed in the werewolf's poison for a period of time and turn the target into a subordinate, turning them into a monster similar to a werewolf. And such monsters often have very short lifespans. After listening to Marik's explanation, Klein gave a pertinent assessment. At the Sequence 7 level, in terms of actual combat strength, the werewolf was considered above average. The werewolf who is unable to suppress his bloodlust on the night of the full moon will become colder and more warped. Gradually, he will lose the feelings that normal humans should have, Marik added, unable to hide the pride in his tone. It matches Mr. Aztec's description of mutants. Klein subconsciously looked at Miss Sharon again, instinctively imagining her state when she transformed into a werewolf. He almost shivered when he saw the cold look in her eyes. He quickly turned his head away. Marik subconsciously licked his lips with his tongue. It wasn't the seductive kind, but the kind that gave off a very dangerous feeling. His eyes seemed to lose focus for a moment, as if he was recalling something. After a few seconds, he spoke again. I'm the corresponding Sequence 6, zombie. Zombies. They really look like zombies. No wonder they often play cards with their own kind. So this is also considered a mutant, a real living corpse. Klein thought for a moment. I heard from Caspers that you're not afraid of bullets. Marik nodded. My body can be as hard as steel. Even if you point a revolver at my head and fire, I will only be stunned at most. You have to hit the same spot at least 5 times to break my defense. And even if it's broken, as long as the head isn't shattered, the other injuries aren't fatal to a zombie. My strength has improved from the foundation of werewolf, and I've grasped a few death-related spells. I can easily awaken corpses, control ghosts, and command them. I can also skillfully use the beyonder powers of coldness and decay. The mutant pathway also has different characteristics for every sequence. There are very few progressive changes. Klein pondered for a moment. Then, what about the curse of the zombie? Marik clenched his teeth slightly and said, I crave the warm blood and fresh flesh of humans. I will crave the warm blood and fresh flesh of humans. This condition will be especially severe during the full moon. The only consolation is that the zombie curse replaced the werewolf curse and the lunatic curse. They do not exist at the same time, and it will be the same in the future. Every time the crimson moon turns round, I'll be in great pain. If I don't give up self-control, I'll be in so much pain that I lose the ability to fight. And if I indulge myself, I'll similarly become less and less human. The risk of losing control is very high. Even normally, I'm constantly fighting against the desires in my heart, fighting against the intense malice. Phew, compared to the beyonders of this pathway, the others are much better. Except for Abyss and Demonis. Klein suddenly had this thought. Marik paused and glanced at Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet. Sharon opened her mouth and said in an illusory voice, Sequence 5, Wraith. Resentful spirits. There's such a sequence. As expected of the mutant pathway, Klein was first surprised before he felt that it was indeed in line with the characteristic of being able to easily switch between a physical body and a spirit body. Marik, who had received the hint, added, after you become a wraith, you can transform yourself into a real shadow and gain the corresponding abilities. For example, you can pass through obstacles, hide in mirrors, attack the enemy's soul directly, and jump to most places that can reflect images. And unlike ordinary wraiths, even with spirit vision, it's impossible to discover such shadows without being a high sequence beyonder. Yes, a wraith also grasps many death-related spells. There are many strange techniques, such as forceful possession, controlling enemies. Her curse is that on the night when the crimson moon turns round, she will either consume a certain number of human souls or become extremely weak. Choosing the former means that she is constantly on the verge of losing control. Without waiting for Klein to speak, the similarly pale Sharon suddenly said, Our target is also a wraith. Our target is also a wraith. The beyonder powers of zombie, werewolf, lunatic, and prisoner will not be lost due to advancement, Marik emphasized. Sounds like a type that's very effective against me. I'm afraid that pistol bullets won't be effective, and ordinary flames won't be able to cause great damage. To put it simply, I'm afraid of ghosts. Klein felt his heart pound when he heard that. He thought for a few seconds. What's the effect of that sealed item? Why would it restrain you? It actually made you willing to tell me the weakness of your curse. Klein had a rough guess. Marek replied with a slightly gloomy expression. The cursed item that needs to be sealed is called the Scarlet Lunar Corona. It can create an effect similar to the full moon within a certain range. To those who are already cold and twisted, it's a boost in strength. However, we will become weak and lose our ability to fight. If I were to give up on myself, I'd rather choose death. Marek growled in a hoarse voice. I didn't expect that a guy like you, who looks a little perverted and cowardly, would actually be someone with perseverance. Yes, it's indeed impressive to be able to persist all the way to a zombie. Klein didn't interrupt as he listened to the subsequent description. The wearer of the Scarlet Lunar Corona is immune to the effects of the full moon, and they will obtain terrifying speed, unimaginable recovery abilities, as well as many powerful darkness-type spells. However, it will gradually make the wearer's blood turn cold and freeze bit by bit. If it isn't stopped in time or if the blood of a living person is sucked, the wearer will eventually die from all the blood turning into frost. Marek seemed rather afraid of the sealed item. After he finished speaking, Sharon's blue eyes calmly looked at Klein. There's also Zombie Jason and Werewolf Tyre with Steve. But as long as we can deal with Steve, they won't be a problem. Marek added. Chapter 334. Very generous conditions. Klein almost couldn't believe his ears. Although the most valuable sealed artifact left behind by a Sequence 5 Beyonder with special and powerful effects was given to him, the rest wasn't bad either. It was impossible for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to only have sealed artifacts from the organization. And as long as even one of the Sequence 6 Zombie and Sequence 7 Werewolf could be kept, it would be a considerable gain. Klein leaned back slightly and pretended to be in deep thought to suppress the sudden greed in his heart. Your conditions are indeed satisfactory, he replied before asking, who is Shaman King Klarman? What kind of content is recorded in his Book of Secrets? Marek rubbed his temples and said, Shaman King can refer to a certain high sequence beyonder. It can also represent an outstanding person who controls the powers of darkness, the moon, bizarreness, and other domains. It's a powerhouse who surpasses his peers. Klarman is the latter, but also the former. He was active in the southern continent in the early 5th epoch. Later, he completely disappeared. Perhaps he was hunted down by the Church of Death or our secret organization, or perhaps he died in an unknown place due to old age. His Book of Secrets includes secret deeds, rituals, alchemy, astrology, symbolism, natural interaction, and other knowledge. Even an ordinary person can become an expert in the field of mysticism if they obtain it. Even without consuming the potion, they can rely on their natural spirituality to complete a small number of extraordinary matters. Yes, the price is that they will gradually become mentally ill. This is a side effect that spirituality can't bear. Sounds good. It's exactly what I need. But not only is this mission difficult, there's also a certain amount of trouble afterward. That's a secret organization with more than 1,000 years of history. Klein pondered for a few seconds before choosing to follow his heart's wishes. I hope you can give me some time to consider. This is a very important and dangerous matter. I can't be rash. I'll give you an answer tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Yes, come to my house. You know the address. He looked at Sharon as he said the last sentence. After saying that, he suddenly felt a little nervous and uneasy. She had revealed so much important secret information, and it even involved their latent problems. If I don't agree on the spot, will I be silenced? Or will they follow me closely until I make a decision? Then how am I going to go above the grey fog to divine? Sharon, who was wearing a long black dress, looked at Klein quietly. There was no anger, doubt, or any other emotion in her blue eyes. She suddenly took out a folded piece of paper from a hidden pocket and unfolded it into a rectangle. The paper was orange in color and had many symbols on it, including those that represented the sun. These symbols and labels surrounded an empty area, making people feel warm and secure. As soon as he saw this piece of paper, Klein remembered what it was and felt relieved. This similarly came from Nimblewright Master Rozigo. It was a notarial certificate. This was the magical item that belonged to Sharon when they were dividing the spoils of war. The pale and exquisite Sharon handed the notarial certificate to Klein and said succinctly, "That's right. Press here. I promise I won't tell anyone what I just heard." Phew. Klein exhaled and nodded solemnly. "All right." According to the notification, he took the notarial certificate and pressed his palm on the blank area. Then he deliberated and said, "I promise I won't tell anyone what I just learned from Miss Sharon and Mr. Marek." As he said each word, the symbols and magic labels around the notarial certificate lit up one after another, emitting a bright and warm glow. When everything was over, the light formed a stamp-like image that pressed onto Klein's palm, passing through it and covering the empty area. A warm current flashed, and Klein immediately felt a subtle but invisible connection between him and the notarial certificate. Back then, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's simulated powers were indeed that of a notary. He suddenly thought of something from the past. "I'm done." Klein handed the notarial certificate back to her. Sharon nodded calmly and didn't say anything else. Her indifferent figure quickly turned incorporeal and disappeared from the carriage. Marek continued suppressing the malice hidden deep in his eyes as he tapped the wooden board of the carriage with his finger. The carriage immediately came to a slow stop, and the carriage door opened. This is using a zombie to drive the carriage and a shadow as an attendant. It really is Marek's style. With his spirit vision activated, Klein took off his cap in enlightenment, pressed it to his chest, bowed slightly, and jumped out of the carriage. The surroundings were on a secluded street, and several of the gas lamps were broken, but no one had repaired them. Klein first went to the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough before returning to 15, Minsk Street. He pretended to do 2 divinations in the living room. The first time was to see if he should accept the commission, and the second was to see if the commission was dangerous and how dangerous it was. As for the answers he obtained from the divination, he didn't take a careful look at them. This was because Wraith Beyondus of the mutant pathway could transform into spirit bodies and directly come into contact with the spirit world to obtain information. In other words, they were naturally equipped with divination and anti-divination abilities. Therefore, be it Sharon or the target, Steve, they could make Klein receive wrong or deviate from the truth. After finishing the divination, he read the newspapers and books as usual and practiced his Beyonder powers in the activity room. Then, he washed up and went to bed. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. At 4:10 in the morning, Klein suddenly woke up and got out of bed. He found some candles, created a wall of spirituality, and secretly held a ritual to summon himself. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog, but he wasn't in a hurry to respond to the prayer. Sitting on the high-back chair belonging to the fool, Klein stared at the surface of the long bronze table. He saw the all-black eye, Aztec's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, and the image of Roselle, who was dressed in black and holding a scepter. The corners of his mouth twitched as Klein reached out his right hand and flipped the card of blasphemy so that it was facing down. Out of sight, out of mind. After conjuring pen and paper, he took off the topaz pendant and repeated the 2 divinations from before. The result of the first divination was that the spirit pendant spun in time at a moderate speed. In other words, he should accept the request, but it wasn't necessary. The result of the second divination was that the topaz pendant spun counterclockwise at a faster speed and a greater amplitude. Klein's interpretation was that it was dangerous, rather dangerous, but as long as he dealt with it properly, it wasn't life-threatening. Phew. After pondering for a few seconds, Klein recalled a previous guess. That was, perhaps, any magician needed to perform. Otherwise, the name of the potion would be magician and not magician. The key to not performing unprepared is both to be prepared and to perform. And this might not only be shown in battle. The 2 hypotheses of diverting the enemy's attention and making the audience cheer also require a performance. As long as the method is appropriate, the disguise is done well, and there aren't any problems, it will be very difficult for Rose School to find out that it's me. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Combining the revelations he had obtained from the divination, he quickly made a decision. He leaned back into the fool's high-back chair and looked up at the towering ancient palace and the endless grey fog. He smiled and said, "Then, let us have a grand performance." With that said, he took the all-black eye and Aztec's copper whistle and responded to his prayer. The next day, which was Thursday morning, Klein, who had gone to buy ingredients early, made homemade Phanepotter noodles that were closer to noodles with meat sauce, and went to the mailbox at the door to take out the day's newspaper. As he read the newspaper while eating, he obtained information about the Beyonder gathering from the Beekland Morning Post. As expected, once the tense situation is alleviated, the gathering begins. Klein smiled and muttered to himself. At 9 o'clock, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. Then, he faced the empty living room and the oriel window. I'm willing to help. The conditions are what you mentioned. But the premise is that you give me a few more days. He paused and said with a smile, I need to make some preparations. Apart from Klein, there was no one else in the living room. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded. All right. After you're done with your preparations, go to the bar. In Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey sat on a chair and reached out to help Susie tidy up the hair at the back of her head. She then said to Force, who was tasting the Ormir wine, and Zio, who was sitting quietly beside her. Why were you in such a hurry to get me here? Although this was the first time she was meeting Force and Zio after the Lenivus incident, she had already paid them through Susie. After joining us Taro, Force doesn't seem to have changed much. She's still lazy and likes to attack Zio, but there's something hidden in her that's completely different. In the past, she would occasionally appear dispirited and melancholic, as though she didn't have much hope for the future. But now, this aspect has completely disappeared. Telepathist Audrey smiled faintly on the surface as she calmly observed Miss Magician's condition. Force drank the rest of the wine and said, It really is Ormir. It's indeed the most famous wine. It's much better than the ones I've had in the past. The levels are very distinct, and each level has a different feeling. She put down her glass and said, It really is Ormir. The gathering that might lead to the spectator formula and clues to psychological alchemy is about to be held in the afternoon. Is that so? Why the rush? Audrey asked in puzzlement. Force smiled and explained, that serial killer has delayed too much of everyone's work. That serial killer has delayed too much of everyone's work. Furthermore, that place is in the suburbs of the North Borough. The Nighthawks are most relaxed in the afternoon. Yes. Audrey nodded slightly and didn't ask further. At the same time, she swept her gaze and sighed silently. Compared to the past and present Force, Zio was a lot quieter. At this moment, Viscount Glaint chuckled. Audrey, I'll go with you. Why? Audrey asked despite knowing the answer. Glaint cleared his throat and said, I've already obtained the apothecary formula. I've already obtained the apothecary formula. I need to trade for some materials. My family's treasury doesn't have the corresponding to. Yes, Force sold it to me for £300. She guaranteed that it's real. Chapter 335. In the outskirts of the North Borough, in the nearly abandoned 3-story teaching block of the medical school. Even though it was only 3 in the afternoon, the fog and clouds had already caused the entire Beekland to turn gloomy, as if a heavy storm was about to arrive. In the dilapidated corridor, the gloomy and cold light shone through the windows, making everything seem desolate and eerie. Audrey, who had come here for the second time, was no longer as nervous and tense as before. She wore a surgical cap and a large mask and turned her head left and right slightly. She habitually observed the environment and every detail of the place. Viscount Glaint walked to the side and gradually grew afraid. He couldn't help but lower his voice. He couldn't help but whisper, Why does this place feel a little strange? Could there be ghosts or evil spirits? As a mysticism enthusiast who only had one foot in the circle, the only supernatural phenomenon he had seen was Force's ability to pass through walls and open doors. He wasn't sure if wraiths and shadows really existed. But this didn't stop him from being afraid of such monsters. Force turned her head to glance at him and held back her laughter. Most of the people attending the gathering are beyond us. If there really are evil spirits or ghosts, they would definitely be very happy. This means ingredients or servants. Seeing Viscount Glaint heave a sigh of relief, she deliberately added, Of course, I'm only talking about the weaker kinds of ghosts. Of course, I'm only talking about the weaker kind of ghosts. A real shadow might be able to kill everyone here silently. If you want to run, you can only run back and forth between the 3 floors. No matter how hard you try, you can't get out. It's like entering a maze. Zio nodded in agreement. I've encountered similar wraiths before. I couldn't escape even after circling the cemetery a few times. In the process, there were people who kept turning back for no reason before suddenly dying. If it wasn't for a Beyonder carrying a sun charm, you might not be able to see me today. Viscount Glaint shuddered and quickly turned his head to look out the window. At that moment, a withered tree branch happened to hit the glass in the cold wind, producing a soft sound. Glaint nearly cried out. He frantically moved closer to the 2 Beyonders, Force and Zio. Audrey held back the smile that was about to reach her lips and watched the scene quietly. She thought to herself, I've seen Mr. Fool, who's almost a god. I know about the City of Silver in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and I've heard of the various terrifying monsters in the depths of the darkness. Why would I be afraid of wraiths and shadows? But I really haven't met a real ghost yet. Audrey, what are you thinking? It was better not to encounter this kind of thing, unless I've already become a psychiatrist and have the Beyonder powers to influence other creatures, or I've obtained a mystical item that can restrain ghosts. The group of 4 could not help but quicken their pace and quickly arrived at the location of today's gathering. Before entering, Force found an opportunity to bend her back slightly and whisper into Zio's ear. You cooperated well just now. You can actually make up a story to scare people so quickly. Look at the parts of Viscount Glaint that aren't covered by his mask. They're so pale that you can't see any other color. Zio turned her head and replied in a daze, That's right. I didn't make up a story. That's something I encountered before I came to Beekland. Force was taken aback for a moment before she blurted out a question. Is that true? What's there to lie about? Zio's puzzled face was covered by her mask. Force turned her head and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, she trembled. At that moment, Glaint, who didn't want to stay in the eerie corridor any longer, reached out and pushed open the door to the gathering location. As the creaking sound echoed, he saw the cement floor, and the smell of preservatives that made him frown came into his nose. Then, he saw a rather large pool in the middle. It was filled with a transparent yellow liquid, and there were figures floating in it. The figures were all naked. Some were relatively intact, while others had half of their skin peeled off. They were brown like beef jerky. They were all corpses. Ah! A man's scream echoed in the room. Many gazes were cast on Glaint. These gazes came from the figures in white coats surrounding the pool. They were also wearing surgical caps and masks. Only their eyes and some of their skin were exposed. Glaint's body swayed. He wanted to turn around and run, but he saw Audrey, Force, and Zio walk past him as if nothing had happened. They walked in, pretending that they weren't companions who had come with him. Glaint took a deep breath and nearly vomited. He looked outside and saw that the corridor was dark and cold. There were shadows everywhere, and not a single living person could be seen. Shivering again, Glaint quickened his pace and caught up to Audrey and the others. He found a spot furthest away from the pool and sat down. After a few minutes, a figure in a white coat stepped forward. He used a wooden pole with a hook beside the pool and pulled a corpse to the side. He then pulled the corpse to the cement floor. He paused for 2 to 3 seconds, took out a scalpel, and cut open the corpse's abdomen. As the wound went deeper, a cold and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from inside. The gathering has begun. Glaint pressed down on the mask on his face. His throat moved a few times, and he nearly vomited. As the various transactions succeeded or failed, the gathering entered its midpoint. Audrey, who had been observing calmly, finally said, I want the spectator potion formula. I want the spectator potion formula. Before she could finish her sentence, she immediately felt a few gazes sweep over, but they quickly looked away and didn't linger. After dozens of seconds of silence, the transaction failed. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon, and it was getting closer to night. Why isn't there a single one? Glaint didn't maintain his aristocratic demeanor. He leaned weakly against the carriage's wooden planks and sighed softly. This Beyonder gathering had left a deep impression on him. It made him feel that he had taken a huge risk. But even so, he still didn't manage to buy the horn of an adult Pegasus or the crown jellyfish's venom crystal. Force secretly curled her lips and said, "That's normal. That's very normal. Although Backland is the easiest place to obtain ingredients, if you can't participate in every Beyonder gathering, there will also be situations where you can't find the items you want for a long period of time. This requires either luck or patience. Look, Mr. Viscount, Miss Audrey still hasn't found any clues about the spectator formula. Sometimes, one encounters it but doesn't have the money to buy it." Zio, who was sitting beside him, thought helplessly. Audrey, on the other hand, consoled Glaint. "When I return, I'll search my family's treasure vault. Perhaps there's something you want." She had brought the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland with her today, but she hadn't encountered the Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid. Therefore, she had only exchanged it for £320 in cash. This was in preparation for Susie's advancement. Graint lowered his head and was about to speak when he saw Zio suddenly sit up straight and frown. She frowned and said, "Someone seems to be following us. I trust your intuition. What do we do now?" Force looked around and asked. "Following us? What do we have that's worth following? We've only sold a Beyonder item and received a few £100 in cash. Even if someone wants to rob us, we shouldn't be at the top of the list. Although Glaint acted like a rookie, we didn't. Furthermore, the organizer of the gathering did a lot of things to ensure the safety of the members and prevent anyone from being followed. Unless, other than that, he was the one who sent someone to follow us. Everything was normal the last time. What's the difference between the two times?" Audrey's thoughts raced, and she suddenly had an idea. Perhaps my request to purchase the spectator formula has attracted the attention of psychological alchemy. It's impossible for them to casually sell the spectator formula. What follows will definitely be attracting people to join them. And attracting people to join them isn't a simple matter. I have to be on guard against quasi-nighthawks, quasi-merited punishers, or spies sent by other secret factions. If the target isn't observed and investigated, the organization will be quickly destroyed. After a few seconds of silence, Audrey said to Force and the others, "Be prepared to be attacked. Be prepared to be attacked. Pretend that you didn't notice the stalker. If we can successfully return to Empress Borough, don't worry about my and Glaint's identities being exposed. All of you have to leave in secret." Her green eyes swept across Glaint, and she added with a faint smile, "We are mysticism enthusiasts that many people know. It's very normal for us to find an opportunity to participate in a Beyonder gathering. Even if the person following us is an official Beyonder, they won't suspect anything because we're just ordinary people. Therefore, they'll at most give us a warning or two through other channels. But I'm already Sequence 8. Phew, in order to come into contact with psychological alchemy, I have to take some risks. The official Beyonders shouldn't be targeting me, who's only here to purchase the formula. They shouldn't be able to bypass the gathering's organizer and follow us. I have to trust my own judgment." Audrey encouraged herself in her heart. "All right," Viscount Glaint mumbled as he agreed. The carriage moved forward as usual and made a few détours. In the end, Audrey and the others switched carriages according to their plan. During this process, the stalker didn't launch an attack. When they arrived at the back door of Viscount Glaint's mansion in Empress Borough, the two nobles used the normal method to return, while Force and Zio relied on their own skills to leave. After more than 10 minutes, Audrey, along with her golden retriever, Susie, and her maids, sat in her carriage and left through the main entrance without any concealment. Hearing the sound of the wheels rolling, she couldn't confirm if there were any stalkers, so she could only let her thoughts wander. It's obvious that the daughter of Earl Hall can't be a spy for any Beyonder faction. There's nothing wrong with her past. It's common knowledge that she's fond of mysticism. Her identity and status can bring her help that's different from others. Perhaps in 2 days, members of psychological alchemy will try to come into contact with me. Audrey thought with some anticipation and nervousness. Although he said he had to make preparations, Klein spent the next 2 days at the Quelaag Club as if nothing had happened. He even played a game of cards with the equestrian teacher, Talim, and the others and won a few solely. Before going to bed, he didn't forget to take a look outside Lawyer Jürgen's house to make sure that there was light and if he needed to feed the cat. Chapter 336. The only candle flickered with a dim yellow flame, casting shadows on the walls of the living room. Klein found a spot that was most convenient for him to escape from and looked around. He saw Eye of Wisdom with deep wrinkles on his cheeks and the chubby apothecary. Yes, after another comparison, although he's wearing an iron mask that covers half his face, I can basically confirm that he's the annoying man I met in the rice circus. Klein retracted his gaze and waited for the gathering to officially begin. The woman with the artisan backing her was rather well concealed, just like most of the participants. Therefore, he couldn't confirm if she had arrived before she spoke. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom looked up at the mechanical clock on the wall and chuckled. "Everyone's here today. Let's begin." Before he could finish his sentence, the chubby apothecary spoke first. "I need a Beyonder creature for an experiment. It's best if it's a beast, and it's best if it's already subdued and not too dangerous." A beast-type Beyonder creature? Klein was slightly touched when he heard that. He recalled what the other party had said in the circus and how he seemed to be able to read the thoughts of beasts. He's only an apothecary, but he has such an ability and is even seeking to purchase a beast-type Beyonder creature. Yes, after I sold him the marrow crystal of the Spring of the Elves, he should have already gathered the ingredients and advanced. In other words, the sequence after apothecary is related to taming beasts. Klein made a guess based on the information he already knew. At this moment, someone scoffed in response to the apothecary. Who would keep a Beyonder creature by their side? It's dangerous and easy to be discovered. Wouldn't it be more convenient and covert to kill it and preserve the Beyonder ingredients? Apothecary was never one to admit defeat in a verbal battle. He immediately chuckled and said, "What a foolish idea. It's not like you can guarantee that the Beyonder ingredients on that Beyonder creature are exactly what you need and can be sold. You might as well tame it, drive it, and make it your helper to multiply your strength." As he spoke, his voice gradually softened, feeling as though he had revealed some important secrets. T. Why can't I control my mouth? The apothecary slapped himself in his heart. As expected. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Without a doubt, the apothecary's needs weren't met. Most of the participants here weren't high-sequence Beyonders, and they weren't people with prominent statuses in Beekland. They were rather vigilant and were barely able to maintain themselves, so how could they be extravagant enough to rear a Beyonder creature? More importantly, wild transcendent creatures were often hostile to humans. Once they encountered one, it was either you or I who died. If one wanted to capture them alive, one needed a sufficiently powerful team or to crush the other party in terms of strength. Of course, one couldn't rule out the possibility that some sequence Beyonders had special abilities that were suitable for such situations. After a moment of disappointment, Apothecary coughed lightly. "I've brought a lot of potions with me. You know the effects of these potions. If you want them, you can tell me when it's almost over." Another potion that could heal injuries, strengthen oneself, and enhance that aspect of ability. Klein criticized in his heart. He chuckled and gave the other party an idea. You can buy a Sequence 9 formula, find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, and concoct it into a potion to feed it to a beast you fancy. This way, you will have a Sequence 9 Beyonder creature, and you can continue to advance it through subsequent potions. Of course, the premise of all of this is that you have enough wealth and can deal with defective products that lose control. The apothecary was stunned for a few seconds before he said, "How extravagant. It's already difficult enough for me to save money and find the Beyonder ingredients I need. There's a high chance that an animal will lose control after consuming a potion. It'll be very difficult to succeed if I don't do it a few more times. A person who can do this must have a mine or a bank. Our Tarot's Miss Justice should be rearing a Beyonder creature." Klein suddenly felt his heart ache for the apothecary. If he really went all out to earn money, the apothecary was definitely the type of low-sequence Beyonders who could easily amass large amounts of wealth. But the problem was that it was also easy for him to be targeted by the official Beyonders. After a few more transactions were completed or failed, Klein heard a deliberately suppressed voice. "I only brought one Beyonder weapon this time. There are 50 bullets with different effects. 20 of them are engraved with the marks and symbols of the Sun Domain, forming a complete charm. They can effectively purify ghost-type monsters and harm the more powerful wraiths and shadows. Therefore, they are called purification bullets. There are also 20 bullets that target filthy and depraved creatures and are called demon hunting bullets. The other 10 bullets are more effective against evil monsters and are called exorcism bullets. The effects can be maintained for 18 months or even longer. 50 bullets for £500, or the barbarian potion formula, along with a special revolver with a suitable caliber. Indeed, he made a similar bullet according to my previous suggestion, but it looks more complicated than the average Beyonder weapon. It took him so long to make a set. Klein didn't give anyone a chance. He directly said, "I have the barbarian potion formula." At this moment, a rather tall man also made a bid, £550. In this era, this was the most convenient Beyonder weapon to carry and use. The well-concealed lady's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy as she said, "Sir, I'm sorry. Sir, I'm sorry. I choose the barbarian formula first, £600. The man raised his bid once again. "No, it's not a matter of money." The lady with the artisan backing her turned to look at Klein. "Deal. But please hand the formula to old Mr. Eye of Wisdom and let him appraise it." Phew, it's a good thing I got the Dark Emperor card. Otherwise, if I were to encounter someone who raised the price so ruthlessly, I'd definitely bleed a lot today. Klein rolled up his robe, took out the barbarian formula from his inner pocket, and unfolded it to take a look. Sequence 8 Barbarian. Main ingredients: 1 stalk of frenzy grass, solid horn crystal of an earth rhinoceros. Supplementary ingredients: 1 deep patterned walnut, 1 stalk of sweet bee grass, 10 milliliters of pure dew soaked from poplar bark, 100 milliliters of liquor. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Klein folded the paper again and handed it to the attendant. Just like the previous time, old Mr. Eye of Wisdom took out the ring that was surrounded by many fine diamonds and green gems. He simulated the Beyonder powers of a notary and confirmed that the formula was real. When she heard the old man announce that the formula was effective, the lady with the artisan backing her heaved a sigh of relief and took out a square iron box the size of a palm. After the attendant passed it to her, she received the formula as she wished. She couldn't wait to flatten it on the spot and read it a few times, as if she wanted to memorize it. As for Klein, he held the iron box in his hand, opened it with a snap, and examined his harvest. The bullets in the iron box were divided into 3 piles. One of them suffused a pale golden luster, as if it had just been fished out of hot water. The other was completely silver and covered in patterns, cold yet sacred. The smallest portion emitted a golden glow amidst the brass color, and one could vaguely see that there were many labels and symbols engraved inside. Yes, it's real. In the field of mysticism, Klein still had this bit of discernment. He closed the lid with a click and placed the item into the pocket under his robe. As for the revolver, its shape wasn't anything special. The body of the gun was a deep brass color, and the grip was made of walnut wood. As the armpit holster had been lost during the police inspection, Klein could only hang the revolver by his waist and cover it with his clothes. After completing the planned transaction, he looked around the activity room and deliberately raised his voice. "I need powerful purifying items like the holy water of the sun or the sacred emblem of the sun. I can buy it with gold pounds, or I can use the formula to exchange for it. For example, the sequence 7 Briber after Barbarian. Of course, if there are questions regarding mysticism and the Beyonder world that require answers, I can also give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer them." The apothecary's eyes widened when he heard this. He felt that this was the lucky lad. However, he hadn't been a Beyonder for long, so how could he have obtained so many valuable items? The more the apothecary thought about it, the more he gritted his teeth. He felt that he had made the wrong choice back then. Luck was the most important thing. As for the lady who had purchased the barbarian formula, she nearly couldn't control herself and spoke in her original voice. "I don't have what you need, but I can pay you in gold pounds. £800. Klein swallowed the word deal. After some thought, he chuckled. "I'll only accept bartering for the time being. I'll probably come again at the next gathering. You can gather similar items in advance. For the time being." The lady ruminated over the word and slowly nodded. All right. After that, none of the other participants spoke. Klein's needs were similarly not met. This was because in Beekland, in the Kingdom of Ruin, believers of the eternal blazing sun were treated as cultists. Therefore, there were very few such items circulating outside. Klein was slightly disappointed, but he didn't mind it too much. He still had a backup plan. He clearly remembered that Miss Zio had once sought out a Beyonder believer of the eternal blazing sun for purification. Furthermore, the lady who yearned for the Briber formula would definitely be actively searching for it. Klein didn't say another word as he listened to the subsequent transactions and exchanges. Towards the end of the gathering, a participant with a medium build and no special characteristics pinched the iron mask on his face and said in a deep baritone voice, "I need the silk gland of an adult giant widow spider." Silk gland of an adult giant widow spider? That sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before. Klein frowned slightly as he tried hard to recall without divination. Suddenly, he recalled the source of the familiarity. Chapter 337. Pleasure was a sequence 6 of the Demonis pathway. He had obtained its complete formula when he mediated with Madame Sharon. Although it was usually difficult to recall the exact details, and he had to rely on dream divination to recreate it, he would still find it familiar when he really heard the main ingredients, and he would make the connection. He couldn't help but turn his head to size up the buyer. From his skin color, figure, voice, and the unconcealed outline of his face, he confirmed that he was a man. The prerequisite of Demonis of pleasure is witch. Regardless of their original gender, as long as they pass that stage, they will all be women. This person clearly isn't one. He hasn't become a witch yet, so why is he seeking to purchase the main ingredient of a Demonis of pleasure? Could he be helping someone buy it? Is he the partner or loyal subordinate of a certain witch? However, as a rather ancient secret organization that has been passed down to this day, the Demonis sect shouldn't be lacking in the corresponding ingredients. With their nature, it's normal for them to use the Beyonder characteristics left behind by former members to concoct a potion. The witch behind the buyer has lost contact with the organization. Amidst his thoughts, Klein had the urge to follow the buyer. But after careful consideration, he rationally gave up on this idea. Ignoring the fact that he couldn't bypass Eye of Wisdom's defensive measures and lock onto the other party's tracks, just the fact that the other party's situation was unclear and he didn't have time to make a divination was enough to make him choose to follow his heart's wishes. What if there's more than one witch, and there are other relatively powerful beyond us? Besides, it's a good thing for a witch to advance to a Demonis of pleasure. The former will spread calamity and harm many innocent people, but once she becomes a Demonis, her target will be pleasure. To put it simply, she'll be less harmful to society. Klein mumbled. An adult widow spider's silk gland was already considered a relatively valuable and rare Beyonder ingredient. Just like the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland and the human-skinned shadow characteristic that Klein needed to advance to sequence 6, it was almost equivalent to half a house in the capital. Therefore, the buyer didn't receive a satisfactory answer. To be precise, no one gave him an answer. The atmosphere of the gathering turned silent until the chubby apothecary began selling the medicine he had brought. After his previous attempts, he had many repeat customers. In less than 3 minutes, he sold all the items he could sell and earned more than £50 in cash. As Eye of Wisdom announced the end of the gathering, the participants left through different passageways in different order and intervals. Klein was located in the middle of the city. After taking a detour to another secluded street and removing his disguise, he immediately rushed to East Borough. He arrived at Black Palm Street in the cold and smelly night and entered the one-bedroom apartment he rented. On the way, he bought an armpit holster. Without resting, he took out his revolver, opened the iron box containing the Beyonder bullets, and took out 2 purifying bullets, 2 demon hunting bullets, and 1 exorcism bullet. He stuffed them into the holes and fired them in the empty magazine. After getting into position and testing the feel and whether he could fire normally, Klein placed the revolver into his armpit holster and busied himself with other preparations. For example, he checked if there were any abnormalities with the all-black eye in the iron cigar case. He also placed the Aztec copper whistle into the iron box containing the bullets. With the help of the holy night powder, he created a sealed wall of spirituality that stuck close to the surface, completing the shielding of the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. After confirming the respective shapes and locations of the 3 charms, Klein went above the grey fog to do a divination. Then, he put on his cap and went out again. His target was 32, Verdi Street south of the bridge, the place where the thief had found the master key. There might be clues to the apprentice's subsequent formulas or related items there. Klein had long wanted to explore it, but he suspected that the person who had died tragically had turned into a wraith creature. He didn't dare to take action until he bought the purifying bullets. Magicians never perform unprepared. Before the steam subway stopped operating, Klein used the most economical method to arrive south of the bridge. He then switched to a public carriage and arrived near Verdi Street. At that moment, it was already late at night. It was drizzling with a biting chill in Beekland. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets, and the light from the gas lamps was blurred by the liquid on the glass surface, making everything look like a dream. Klein circled around and observed the situation of Unit 32. He came to its side, climbed to the 2nd floor, and easily entered the target's interior through the balcony door that the thief had opened but obviously couldn't be closed again. He didn't bring the master key, afraid that the item would cause an abnormal chain reaction here. The layout of the house was the same as normal. A corridor connected to the balconies on both sides ran through the entire 2nd floor. On both sides of the corridor were bedrooms, washrooms, solarium, living rooms, and other rooms. With the help of the crimson moonlight that shone in from the balcony, Klein saw that all the doors here had been opened. All sorts of items were strewn all over the ground in a mess. It must have been done by the thief from before. He couldn't take all the items, so he could only search for the most valuable ones. However, since he has the master key, there's no need for him to open the door. Klein checked each room, searching for items that might be related to mysticism. After an unknown period of time, he arrived at the staircase in his black gloves without finding anything. Just as he took 2 steps down, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure was clinging to the wall at the corner of the staircase. Its back was facing Klein, and the black hair at the back of its head was so thick that it almost covered its neck. Before Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision, could observe it, the figure suddenly moved. As his neck creaked, his head turned around, but his back was still facing the 2nd floor. In the hazy, weak, and illusory crimson light, the figure's eyeballs were completely protruding out, filled with fear. Pa! Pa! The 2 eyeballs fell to the ground. Bang! The figure's head separated from its neck and smashed onto the wooden staircase. It's long dead. There's no spiritual light. Klein watched calmly and judged, as though everything that had just happened was a farce. He made a guess from the person's old black clothes and the many open rooms on the 2nd floor, believing that it was another thief, one that had visited this house after the previous thief. But unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. Could it be that the master key is actually restraining the danger here? Once it's taken away, everything will erupt. Klein drew his revolver, adjusted the firing position and trigger, and walked down the stairs to the corpse's side. He squatted down and did a brief examination, but he couldn't find any other cause of death other than a broken neck. After a few seconds of silence, Klein stood up and carefully walked down. Even though the bottom of his feet was made of wood, he didn't make a creaking sound. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He finished walking down the stairs and stepped onto the ground. In front of him was a corridor that connected both sides. The crimson moonlight shone in, faintly outlining the outline of the balcony. On both sides of the corridor, the doors were wide open, revealing the messy scene of items scattered inside. There was no living room, dining room, or kitchen. This was the 2nd floor. Klein went down from the 2nd floor, and after walking down the stairs, he returned to the 2nd floor. And during this process, he didn't discover anything abnormal. Klein didn't panic. He slowly turned around and saw that the stairs behind him led downward. That is to say, my special ability can only resist beyonder powers like dreams and mediumship that directly invade my body of heart and mind and invade my world, or beyonder powers that sense that I'm in an environment that doesn't belong to the real world. I'll still be affected by hallucinations. Klein took out his matchbox and used his gun-wielding hand to take out a few matches. He continued to go down, throwing a match every few steps. Klein came to the corner of the stairs again and saw the corpse with its head separated from its body. At this moment, a cold wind that made his hair stand on end blew at the back of his neck. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers, and a scarlet flame rose from his back and rushed towards the roof. The flame burned like a monster bearing its fangs and claws, but it didn't burn anything. Just as Klein was about to turn his head to observe with his spirit vision, his body suddenly froze, as if he had fallen into a frozen lake in winter. He couldn't help but tremble. His left hand slowly reached for his neck, but he forcefully pressed it back. At this moment, Klein suddenly sighed. He reached his left hand into his pocket, dispelled the wall of spirituality, and opened the metal box that contained the bullets. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed Aztec's copper whistle, took it out, and with a forceful shake, he threw it into the air above the stairs. Almost instantly, he felt the coldness and stiffness in his body disappear. In his spiritual perception, an evil and cold object leaped out, like a dog playing with a ball, and pounced at Aztec's copper whistle. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. He raised his right hand, aimed at the copper whistle, and pulled the trigger. He then said softly, "Bye-bye." Bang! A pale gold purifying bullet flew out and accurately hit the cold and indistinct object. A blood-curdling scream rang out, and the golden flames formed the outline of a human figure in mid-air. In the warm and bright light, all the coldness and evilness quickly dissipated. Clang! Aztec's copper whistle landed on the ground, bounced a few times, and rolled into the living room on the first floor. Klein looked at his surroundings again and realized that it was somewhat different from before. For example, the corpse's head wasn't separated from its body. It had strangled itself with both hands. It's indeed very easy to be prepared. Klein chuckled softly, walked down the stairs, and successfully reached the first floor. He picked up Aztec's copper whistle and swung it twice to determine if there were any other wraiths or shadows around. After confirming that there were no more problems, he identified the direction and went straight to the basement. Chapter 338. Other than the master key and the silver pocket watch inlaid with diamonds that have been taken away by the thief, this place is still the same as it was in my dream divination. Klein looked around and took in the black iron pot, glass jar, and the bronze lampstand that had many extinguished candles. His spirit vision and spiritual perception told him that these were very ordinary items that didn't have any spiritual luster. But compared to before, there's still something more. Klein stretched out his black-gloved left hand and touched the surface of the long table. His fingers were immediately stained with obvious dust. Klein searched carefully and did a preliminary divination. He didn't find any secret rooms or hidden compartments, so he cast his gaze at the brown notebook. He carefully flipped it open, and the contents of the first page were reflected in his eyes. This will be the history of a cursed family's rise again. I want to remember every key point. Future generations, please remember every word that I say. It's a pity that you lost control and died just after consuming the Sequence 9 potion. The glory of the House of Abraham can only remain at the tip of your tongue. Klein lampooned as he continued browsing and quickly flipped through the pages. Once he confirmed its value, he would take the notebook away and not stay at the scene any longer. Our House of Abraham was one of the top aristocrats of the Fourth Epoch. We were the main supporters of the Tudor dynasty. In that era, be it the Augustus family of Rouen, the Einhorn family of Faisac, the Sauron family of Intes, or the Castilla family of Fainapotter, they could only look up to us. Indeed, they weren't weak back then, but we were stronger. Even the rumored Antigonus family and Zaratal family were slightly inferior to us. Unfortunately, the glory of the family vanished during the War of the Four Emperors. Ancestor Bethel disappeared in that war where the deities personally participated. The remaining high sequence beyond us all perished. And from then on, our House of Abraham suffered a terrifying curse. Generation after generation of our ancestors who attempted to revive our family went mad without exception and lost control. Some of them did so before becoming high sequence beyond us, while others remained at sequence 8 or sequence 7. And every time they lose control, it brings disaster to the family that is almost destroyed. Those cursed have forgotten the surname engraved in their bloodlines and are unscrupulously harming other members of the family. They are already monsters. For the continuation of the family, the Abrahams made a painful decision. They no longer lived together and migrated to different parts of the northern continent in the form of small families. This way, even if someone lost control and started a massacre, the bloodline would not be cut off. My father was afraid of the curse, so he chose to become a normal person. If it wasn't for the family name still shining in his blood, he wouldn't even be willing to tell me these things. I will record them, and I will look back upon them often, and remember the glory and the disaster of the House of Abraham. Every generation of beyond us will eventually lose control, and none will be spared. The curse of the House of Abraham is even more terrifying than the City of Silvers. Wait a minute, they should all be from the apprentice pathway. Could it be that they heard Mr. Dawes' cry for help? This isn't a cry for help, it's clearly a life-reaping curse. However, according to Miss Magician's description, it wasn't because she had become an apprentice that she heard the illusory ravings during the full moon, but because she had used the bracelet on her wrist. After that, regardless of whether she wore the bracelet or not, she couldn't escape from it. What's the reason for the beyondness of the House of Abraham? Perhaps the curse has nothing to do with Mr. Daw. Yes, the notebook mentioned that the ancestor of the House of Abraham, Bethel Abraham, disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors. Could he be Mr. Daw? He was exiled from the world of reality, lost in the depths of the darkness, and trapped in a storm? There's a certain possibility. The easiest target for him to seek help from is naturally a descendant of the same bloodline and a lower sequence of the same beyonder pathway. Unfortunately, as all the powerhouses perished, his cry brought about a curse that lasted for more than 1,000 years to the family. It nearly caused all the Abrahams to disappear. Is this the reason why Mr. Daw understands the history of the Fourth Epoch and the details of the War of the Four Emperors? If my guess is correct, I can only sigh. The Abrahams are truly an unfortunate family. I wonder if the matter mentioned by the owner of the notebook was affected by more than 1,000 years of time and the fact that the family has been scattered all over the world, resulting in deviations. In the War of the Four Emperors, the deities actually personally took part? Klein frowned slightly as he flipped the pages faster and faster. My father, who chose to become an ordinary person, ultimately failed to overcome his illness. This dealt a huge blow to my mother, and she soon left. And this also meant that I was free. But what pained me was that in order to prevent me from embarking on the cursed path, my father didn't tell me many things about beyond us. I had to come into contact with them myself and understand them. Fortunately, he didn't dare disobey the elder's orders. He still gave me the potion formulas for apprentice, trickmaster, and astrologer before he died. I need to copy these 3 formulas again to prevent myself from forgetting them. Sequence 9, apprentice, sequence 8, trickmaster, sequence 7, astrologer. Klein pricked up his eyebrows slightly. He felt that his trip tonight was worth it. He felt that he hadn't wasted the purifying bullet. Of course, he still had to go above the grey fog to confirm its authenticity. Astrologer. The apprentice pathway actually has a divination series job. From the looks of it, my previous guess might be close to the truth. The seer pathway and apprentice pathway might be interchangeable at high sequences. Klein nodded slightly and continued flipping the pages. Although he had confirmed the value of the notebook, he didn't want to leave the scene for the time being. If the notebook recorded the contents of where to hide something, he would definitely have to make a trip back. In that case, why go through so much trouble? As the pages flipped, Klein roughly understood the beyonder journey of the descendant of the House of Abraham. After his parents passed away, he began attempting to come into contact with mysticism circles. He gathered information related to sequence potions and purchased the corresponding beyonder ingredients. After nearly 2 years of hard work, he finally succeeded in concocting the apprentice potion after recording a lot of real or fake mysticism knowledge. At the end of the notebook, he wrote, "According to the mysticism knowledge I have, the night of the full moon is when the spirit world and reality overlap the most. That is also when spirituality is the most developed. It's the best time to consume the potion and advance. I will become an apprentice on the next full moon. I want to become stronger step by step and recreate the glory of the House of Abraham. When I reach the standard of a sequence 7, according to the family's rules, I can attempt to contact the elders. The method of contact is in my mind. This is a secret that cannot be recorded. Consume the potion to advance during the full moon? Klein was taken aback. He couldn't help but tap his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing a crimson moon. May the goddess forgive your ignorance. He vaguely understood why the other party had lost control on the spot. According to his previous guess, the curse that had plagued the House of Abraham for more than 1,000 years was very likely related to Mr. Dawes' cry for help during the full moon. And that fellow had actually chosen to consume the apprentice potion during the full moon. That way, there was a high chance that he would have heard the illusory ravings before the effects of the potion wore off, with his spirituality in an extremely unstable state. Thus, with a bang, it exploded, thankfully, the hornasis. Phlegria. I didn't die. Klein subconsciously sighed. Following that, he thought of the oddity of the master key and came to a vague conclusion. Apart from the gathering of the apprentice beyond a characteristic, the formation of the master key was also a result of Mr. Dawes' illusory ravings. Therefore, the occasional feeling of getting lost became rather dangerous. It would always make the wielder enter an unsuitable scene. This could be considered a curse. And connecting the dots, the possibility of Mr. Daw being the ancestor of the House of Abraham, Bethel, wasn't low. Phew. Seeing that there was no information about the hidden treasure, Klein exhaled. Without staying any longer, he took the brown notebook and left the basement. As he tossed Aztec's copper whistle, he retraced his steps. When he arrived at the balcony, he raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. The matchsticks scattered on the stairs suddenly ignited, emitting a scarlet glow. They quickly extinguished, leaving behind only a few traces of burning. After circling around East Borough and removing his disguise, Klein returned to Minsk Street before midnight. He went above the grey fog and first used spirit dowsing to confirm that the 3 formulas were real. Right on the heels of that, he revealed the fake world in front of the mask at the long, mottled table. Just as Klein was about to control him, he suddenly raised his hand and smacked his forehead. I forgot. I've brought the all-black eye back to the real world. After another round of work, he once again made the world appear in the towering palace, and he created a scene that resembled an ordinary room around him. Then, he made the world put on a pious praying pose and said with a hoarse voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, please tell Miss Magicians that I've already obtained the formula for the Trickmaster potion. I hope that she can exchange it with an item from the Sun domain that specializes in purification and exorcism. If the value isn't equal, I'm willing to add the corresponding gold pounds." After controlling the world, Klein transformed the image from before into a stream of light and transmitted it into the crimson star representing the magicians. Chapter 339. Force flipped through the calendar on the desk and ticked off the date of the upcoming full moon. She made up her mind to recite the fool's honorific name the moment she heard the illusory and terrifying ravings and go above the grey fog to experience the unbearable pain. Life is really full of expectations. She closed the novel in her hand and prepared to turn off the iron grid gas lamp on the wall. At that moment, Force's vision blurred. She saw an endless grey fog, a tall figure inside a majestic ancient palace, and a man who was praying devoutly. When she heard the voice, she nearly jumped up. She was pleasantly surprised. I've been searching for the Trickmaster formula for years, and I've found it just like that. I've participated in so many different Beyonder gatherings, but I've never found any clues about the Trickmaster formula. Yet, I've found it just like that. And it hasn't even been a week since I made the request. This is tarot. Indeed, it's not something an ordinary Beyonder gathering can compare with. Force felt wistful as she held back her excitement and joy. She cautiously replied, "Mr. Fool, is that formula real?" "Yes." The fool, who was sitting on a high-back chair, said calmly as he looked down. Force suddenly clenched her fists and quietly waved them around her waist. Without any hesitation, she said, "Don't worry." Without any hesitation, she said, "That's Mr. World, right?" Please tell him that I'll find the item he needs as soon as possible. When the grey fog dissipated and everything was over, Force was stunned for 2 seconds. She couldn't contain her excitement as she stood up and paced back and forth in the room. The Sun Domain, an item that specializes in purification and exorcism. I've only encountered it twice in the past, but it was bought by others. The other party might not be willing to sell it again. Yes, at the gathering that Mr. A convened, Zio invited an eternal blazing sun believer to perform a purification and exorcism ritual. He's at least a sequence 7, so he should have a similar item, or should I say that he has relevant clues? I just don't know how much it will cost. Although Mr. World has promised to make up for the difference, I might not be able to fork out the amount I need to pay in advance. Force gradually turned her thoughts to her financial situation. She now had £370 in cash, mainly from the premium that Viscount Glaint had paid for the apothecary formula. She also had £510 in her bank account, which added up to nearly £900. As for a similar item, the most expensive one might cost £2,000, while the cheapest one would cost £500 to £600. It might not be the type that Mr. World needs. If I encounter something suitable, but I don't have enough money, what should I do? I'll get a loan from the bank or find a loan with a higher interest rate. As long as everything goes smoothly, I'll be able to easily repay my debt once Mr. World pays the difference. Perhaps I can borrow from Miss Audrey for a few days. She's never been one to care about money, so she definitely won't charge any interest. Force quickly came up with a solution. At that moment, Zio, who had gone to a secluded spot to train her combat skills in the middle of the night, returned to her rented 2-bedroom apartment. Seeing that Force's room was still lit, she knocked on the door and asked, "Are you going to stay up late to write the beginning of your new book?" Force, you seem very happy. Did the publisher increase your remuneration?" No. Force was taken aback for a moment before she forced a smile and said, "I just received a piece of news. It's suspected to be a clue to the Trickmaster potion formula." "Really? You've finally found it." Zio didn't notice Force's hidden abnormality at all. Seeing how happy her friend was for her, Force couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "I've already become a member of a secret organization. From now on, I have to bear the fate of constantly hiding and deceiving my friends. Is this one of the prices?" On Saturday morning, Klein once again visited the inventor, Leopard, at St. George Borough's 3rd Street. As the bicycle's patent had yet to be applied for, he only paid the remaining £20 and exhorted the other party not to rashly discuss future investments and cooperation before he actually obtained the patent. In this regard, Leopard agreed wholeheartedly. 2 of his previous inventions had been scammed because of the same reason. Before he obtained the patent, the potential investor he contacted had learned about the product, so he was kicked aside and watched as the other party bribed the staff to obtain the patent first. After leaving Leopard's house, Klein arrived at Eichinger Stanton's gloomy and dark house in Hillston Borough at the scheduled time. Today was the day the reward for the serial murder case was announced. Passing through the living room and into the activity room from before, Klein saw Kaslana and Stewart, 2 detectives he was more familiar with, and he sat beside the latter. "Sherlock, how much do you think we'll get this time?" "It shouldn't be less than protecting Adol. Of course, I didn't do much work, so the amount I can get is limited. Roselle the Great once said that you reap what you sow." Stewart clenched his fist and stroked his beard. Klein guessed with interest. "A few £100 at most, and no less than £10 at least. And I'm the one with the most. If Eichinger Stanton is as trustworthy as he describes himself to be," Klein added in his heart. At this moment, Eichinger, who had white sideburns and a face so thin that it was chiseled, wore a white shirt and a brown vest. He held his trademark pipe and entered the activity room where the fireplace was burning. He sat in his reclining chair and smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, I just returned from the Beekland Police Department. They recognized our contribution and believe that we provided crucial help in solving the case. Although we didn't participate in the subsequent roundup, we can still get half of the reward. In other words, we will split £1,000 in cash. This is also a rather generous reward in Beekland." A single detective would have to sleep on the streets for 4 to 5 years without eating or drinking to save it. The atmosphere in the activity room suddenly became relaxed, and everyone was filled with anticipation for their reward. Even Klein was no exception. He was guessing how much Eichinger would give him. At least £100, he muttered silently. Eichinger took a puff from his pipe, narrowed his eyes, and said in satisfaction, "Thank you for your trust in me. Thank you for your trust in me. I will now make the distribution." The person who contributed the most this time is Detective Sherlock Moriarty. He provided us with a few ideas that allowed us to find clues and walk on the right track. He's a true deduction expert. Maram Kaslana can confirm this. I still have a few letters from Detective Moriarty here. Those who have doubts can take a look. Very fair. He actually didn't list me as the person who contributed the most. Klein immediately looked at the great detective, Eichinger Stanton, in a different light. It's no wonder he's so authoritative in the detective circle. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Eichinger nodded gently. "I hereby announce that Detective Sherlock Moriarty's bounty is £300. With a rumble, the detectives in the activity room whispered to each other. From time to time, they would look up at Klein, as though they had finally gotten to know this excellent detective who had been praised by Mr. Stanton as a deduction expert. What a generous and fair person. Klein gaped, but he ultimately didn't act humble. The person with the second highest bounty was Eichinger himself and Kaslana. They each took £160, while the other detectives split the remaining £380 based on their different contributions. Among them, the lowest received £15, which was equivalent to 3 to 4 weeks of their usual earnings. This was the benefit of having a high bounty on a major case. Stewart, who received £40, was very satisfied because he felt that he had only done 2 days of observation, and that the person he was observing wasn't the suspect he had later identified. Of course, he had to pay out a portion of the £40. He had to take care of all the informants and helpers involved in this matter. After distributing the bounty, Stewart suddenly recalled something. He took out a piece of paper from his trouser pocket and said to Klein, "Sherlock, I recently accepted a search mission that pays very handsomely. Sherlock, I recently accepted a search mission with a generous reward. Use your resources and help me look out. If I can find her, I'll give you a share." "All right, no problem," Klein replied indifferently. Stewart handed over the piece of paper in his hand and said, "It's this person. He's been missing for nearly 2 weeks. As he's involved in indecent matters or a certain level of crime, the client doesn't wish for us to seek the help of the police." Klein nodded slightly, unfolded the piece of paper, and saw a black and white photo that had been copied. It was a man with his hair combed back diagonally, and he had a suave demeanor amidst his seriousness. He was about 27 or 28 years old, and his looks were delicate and handsome. However, there was an undisguised arrogance in his eyes. He had a high nose bridge and thin lips. "By the way, his name is..." Stewart recalled and said, "Emlyn White." "Emlyn White." Klein suddenly turned his head and looked at Stewart. "Ah! Isn't that the name of the vampire imprisoned in the basement by Father Utravsky?" Inside the Duke of Negan's residence, Audrey, who had been invited to participate in the afternoon tea party, listened to her mother and Duchess Della chat about matters between the nobles in boredom. Her gaze swept across the exquisite 3-tiered rack, the unique muffins, cakes, and other delicious items. Feeling that she had been indulging her appetite recently, she gently picked up her teacup and took a sip of the black tea. After a while, she got up apologetically and went to the bathroom with the maid accompanying her. Just as she came out, she met a tall, well-dressed middle-aged lady with slender eyebrows. She was none other than Duchess Della's younger sister, the wife of a viscount, Lady Norma. After bowing, Norma looked at Audrey and chuckled. "I heard that our beautiful girl is very interested in mysticism." She mentioned mysticism. "Could it be that someone from psychological alchemy is here to test me?" Audrey instantly switched to her telepathist state and lowered her head in embarrassment. Chapter 340. Regarding Abraham's diary, some people said that it was rather stiff and didn't seem like it was written for him. However, why did I choose this method? Why didn't I choose a softer method, such as the inherited formula hidden in the middle of the notebook. This was based on the character's personality. Although that unlucky guy died as soon as he became an extraordinary, he still had his own personality. He thought of himself as the protagonist and believed that he could restore the house of Abraham to its former glory. See Volume 2, Chapter 101. Therefore, he wrote at the beginning of the diary, "This will be the history of the rebirth of a cursed family. I want to remember every key point." From this, it can be seen that his diary was not only a diary, but also an autobiographical history. He hoped that his future descendants would be able to use this diary to admire the glorious, correct, and great ancestors' hard work to overcome the curse and restore the family's glory. Therefore, his diary should be closer to the type for others to read. Therefore, he would record every choice he made, so that his future descendants wouldn't be able to understand the glorious, correct, and great ancestors' intentions. This was the reason why I handled it that way. As for the existence of the formula, it was even more normal. For such an important matter, ordinary people would definitely be afraid of forgetting, so they wouldn't rely purely on memory. There must be a corresponding paper record, the only difference was where it was recorded and whether there was a need to look for it again. Based on the character mentioned above, it was very normal to use the diary as a notebook. After saying that, I still had to sigh. This time, I didn't write it well enough. For an author, if the meaning they wanted to express could not be read directly by the reader, and they had to give additional explanations, it proved that the writing was indeed not good enough. Perhaps I should strengthen the feeling that this was an autobiographical history written for others to read at the beginning of the diary. For example, I should add a sentence, "Future descendants, please remember this history." That way, the later parts would seem more logical. Also, it wasn't a coincidence that I bought the purified bullets. Little Ku had made a request before, and getting it this time was part of the plan. See Volume 2, Chapter 89, at the end. Well, it's fine to argue with this chapter in the book review section, but please don't attack me personally. Finally, since I've already written a single chapter, of course, I'll ask for monthly votes. I'll try to get 3 chapters next week, but after that, I'll have things to run around before the 25th, so I can probably only get 2 chapters. Chapter 341. Upon hearing Audrey's affirmative answer, Lady Norma immediately laughed. What an honest child. I happen to know some very knowledgeable mysticism experts. Are you interested in chatting with them? Sure, that's my wish. Praise the lady. Audrey pretended to be pleasantly surprised as she drew a crimson moon on her chest. Lady Norma smiled and nodded slightly. How about we have afternoon tea tomorrow? No problem. Audrey's excited eyes had a hint of innocence. After bidding farewell to Lady Norma and walking towards the living room, her smile gradually faded, and her temperament became tranquil and leisurely. Her body language, the color of her emotions, and the detailed changes reflected by her body of heart and mind indicate that she doesn't have any ill intentions, but she's rather nervous. From the looks of it, Lady Norma might really be a member of psychological alchemy. Yes, she was observing my expression and actions, but she was unable to adjust or hide her emotions. Perhaps, she's like Susie, also a spectator. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that the person in front of her is a telepathist. Audrey thought, half nervous and half proud. She couldn't help but move her feet forward and gracefully step in a straight line. In Ikinger Stanton's house in Hillston Borough. Klein's lips quivered a few times, but in the end, he didn't ask Stuart who his employer was or what he looked like. He decided to try his best not to get involved in Emlyn White's matters. Although he had heard from his own account that he was a law-abiding vampire, that was only limited to the content of his description. There were too many gaps in the first half of his life, and Klein couldn't be sure if he had really never harmed the innocent. This way, he lacked the motivation to find Father Utravsky to rescue him. He was a Dawn Paladin who was rather good at combat and had the aid of a mystical item. Furthermore, he hadn't been weakened. Furthermore, this would easily reveal his true identity to Father Utravsky and Emlyn White. I hope he can get the approval of that priest who's very good at fighting as soon as possible and be released from prison after his sentence is served. Klein silently tapped 4 times in a clockwise manner for Emlyn White in his heart. After dividing up the bounty, the detectives took their leave one after another. Klein was even escorted to the door by the great detective Eichinger. Eichinger held his pipe and coughed lightly. There are still some suspicious points in the serial murder case that haven't been investigated clearly. Maybe there's an even more vicious person hiding behind the murderer. You have to be careful these days. Don't announce that you played an important role in this case. From the looks of it, the official beyond us also suspect that the gigantic devil dog has an owner. Klein replied solemnly, I know, I also have this speculation. Mr. Stanton, you have to be careful as well. You're the organizer of the gathering, the main partner of the police. Eichinger stuffed his pipe into his mouth and took it out again. Sherlock, I'll call you Sherlock. You can rest assured. Although I'm no longer young, I'm still an outstanding fighter, an outstanding sharpshooter, and I have formed an instinctive vigilance. Furthermore, there's a high chance that you're a beyonder of a fairly high sequence. I just don't know which pathway you belong to. Klein thought for a moment. Mr. Stanton, you don't seem to be a native of Beekland. Your accent is closer to Civilhouse County. Yes, it's just like your East Coast Mid-Seashire accent, Eichinger admitted frankly. The two detectives immediately looked at each other and smiled, acknowledging each other's ability to observe things without batting an eyelid. Before evening, Klein returned to 15, Minsk Street. Yes, I now have £1,224 in cash, 5 gold coins, and a small amount of change. Compared to when I first came to Beekland, it's more than enough. However, a sequence 6 beyonder ingredient costs at least £1,500 each. Sometimes, due to its scarcity and rarity, it might even double the price. And beyonders who can obtain such items aren't of a low sequence. It's impossible for them to misjudge the value and sell it at a low price, so there's no possibility of picking up a bargain, although the lady with the artisan backing her has an extreme desire for the Black Emperor Pathways potion formula. I have to consider the speed at which she advances. When she was still a sequence 9, it was almost impossible for her to spend a large sum of money to purchase a sequence 6 formula in advance, unless she had a mine at home or opened a bank. Yes, I can't always be able to find a good deal. Amidst his thoughts, Klein wasn't in a hurry to prepare dinner. He returned to his bedroom, drew the curtains, and went above the grey fog. He had an idea that needed to be verified. Sitting in the fool's seat, he reached out and picked up the simple, brass master key. According to the notebook of Abraham's descendant that he had obtained last night, he guessed that the other party had lost control on the spot because he had chosen to advance during the full moon. Therefore, the master key's curse-like ability to make people lose their way in bad places, apart from being a remnant of the beyonder characteristic that contained resentment and indignation, there was also a high chance that it had been corrupted by Mr. Dawes' illusory ravings. Then, what changes will it have during the full moon? Klein mumbled. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement that he had long prepared. Its performance during the full moon. With a piece of paper in one hand and the master key in the other, Klein leaned back in his chair and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I'm courting death again, however, there shouldn't be too much danger this time. Mr. Daw is far away from the real world and is lost in the depths of the darkness. Furthermore, I have the grey fog as a barrier. Under such circumstances, the danger of divination was no different from directly divining the matter itself. The experienced Klein half closed his eyes as his pupils turned deep. Its performance during the full moon. After repeating it 7 times, Klein fell into a dream. In that grey, fragmented, and illusory world, he once again saw the basement where Abraham's descendant had died. The flesh and blood here had long dried up, and the diamond-embedded silver pocket watch and the ancient-looking master key had yet to be stolen. They were still lying on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp and hollow illusory voice echoed in Klein's ears. It was like a thin needle had been inserted into his head. Bit by bit, it extended and poked, as though it was going to peel off his scalp. This extreme pain jolted Klein awake as he suddenly sat up straight. He saw the blue veins on the back of his hand protrude out before quickly calming down. It's much easier than spying on the eternal blazing sun and eavesdropping on the true creator's roars. Klein changed from pressing to knocking as he thought leisurely. Of course, if he were in the outside world, He believed that he definitely wouldn't have such a reaction. If Miss Magicians kept hearing such a cry for help, she would have long lost control. From the looks of it, the master key has caused the voice to become clearer because of the curse. That's not right. Father Yutravsky should have spent the night of the blood moon with the master key. He clearly wasn't affected. Perhaps he had placed the master key in his bedroom while he was repenting in the hall outside. Only by coming into contact with the master key can one hear the cry for help during the full moon? Phew, before becoming a high-sequence beyonder, I didn't even dare to listen in the real world. Just now, it seemed to be the word request for help in ancient Hermes. Klein seriously recalled it a few times to confirm his listening results. With regards to this, he could only twitch the corners of his mouth, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This is a life-demanding cry for help in the truest sense of the word. What a pity. If the bunch of people from Rose School could hear Mr. Dawes' cry for help on the night of the full moon, they, who already have cold and twisted personalities, would definitely explode one by one. After carefully considering if there was a way to indirectly achieve this goal, Klein returned to the real world. According to his plan, he had dinner, changed his clothes, and left. He took 2 transfers and arrived outside the Bravehearts bar. All he did was walk around and leave without ordering any alcohol. During this process, he discovered that Casper's had returned. After walking down a street, Klein specially boarded a rental carriage and got it to drive to Sherwood Borough. Just as the horse started moving, an illusory figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than Miss Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress. "Are you ready?" Sharon asked coldly. The small black bonnet on her head was firmly pressing down on her pale blonde hair. Coupled with her pale face and exquisite facial features, she had the beauty of a doll. Klein answered frankly, "Not yet. Not yet. I'm still waiting for an item." Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver as she said, "I've prepared a mystical item." "I've prepared a mystical item. Is that why you took on a bodyguard mission that costs £1,000 for 3 days? You had your eyes on the item, but you didn't have enough money." Klein smiled in enlightenment. "Don't be anxious. The more prepared we are, the greater our chances. Besides, I can usually use mystical items from the Sun domain. It can make up for my shortcomings." Klein added inwardly. Seeing that Sharon didn't say another word, he took the initiative to say, "I came here today to get you to cooperate with me in an experiment." "What?" Sharon asked simply. Klein said with a serious and trustworthy expression, "According to Marek's description, I believe that the effects of your curses are different. According to Marek's description, I think your curses behave differently. During the full moon, he was in so much pain that he couldn't fight because he had to endure the crazy bloodlust and bloodlust. You, on the other hand, were in a weakened state because you couldn't absorb human souls. Am I right?" Sharon listened quietly and nodded gently. "Yes. I don't have a solution for your problem at the moment, but I think it's possible to suppress Marek temporarily. For example, we could take the corresponding potion to put him in a state of no emotional fluctuations. That way, during that period of time, he won't be in pain and can fully participate in the battle." Klein explained his idea. Sharon shook her head. "No. This kind of medicine is no longer effective on him. Already? In other words, it had worked before?" Klein asked thoughtfully. "That's right." "Why?" "He used to inject too much. Even if we changed to another type, it would only be effective for the first 3 to 4 times. We can't find a new type anymore." Sharon suddenly fell silent as she spoke, as if she had thought of something. Hearing her words, Klein suddenly smiled. "I have a different kind of tranquilizer. It came from that apothecary." Seeing that Sharon didn't say that the sedative was ineffective, he clasped his hands and continued. "I'll give you one first. Let Marek try it during the full moon. It's the full moon tomorrow night. If it's effective, let him drink 2 or even 3 at a time before the battle." Chapter 342. Sharon took the tranquilizer in the glass test tube and looked at the seemingly pure liquid in her eyes. She nodded slightly and said, "All right." As expected of someone who doesn't waste his breath. Klein smiled and said, "Miss Sharon, can you tell me the battle locations you've arranged?" I hope to familiarize myself with the surroundings in the next few days. That way, no matter where you ultimately choose, I will be more prepared. And since they have the right to choose the location of the final battle, they won't be worried that I might inform the official organizations or other Beyonders who want to take advantage of me. Of course, if I really can't be trusted, I can notarize it again. Klein thought silently. Sharon stared at him with her blue eyes for a few seconds before she said, "That's right. Go back and prepare a map of Beekland. Spread it on the coffee table." "No problem. I hope this cooperation is not only smooth, but also pleasant." Klein habitually extended his hand forward, wanting to shake the other party's hand. Sharon lowered her head and took a look. Her figure gradually became illusory and disappeared into thin air. Klein raised his right hand, smoothed his black hair, and laughed dryly. He had asked about the location of the battle not only to prepare for the mission, but also to guard against Sharon and Marek. Although the other party's philosophy was to suppress and control their desires and wouldn't burn bridges after crossing them, Klein couldn't be sure that Steve, Jason, and Tyre didn't have anything they desired. If there really was a treasure that ordinary Beyonders would have strong evil intentions toward, Klein really couldn't guarantee that the two mutants would be able to control themselves. Therefore, he had to figure out the environment in advance and prepare an escape route if the other party chose to silence him. It wasn't that Klein didn't trust Sharon, who had gone through thick and thin with her. This was the most basic form of self-protection. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one must always guard against others. Klein turned his head to look out the window and sighed in Chinese. The street lamps kept moving backward, and the streets became more spacious and tidy. It took him more than half an hour and 3 soli to finally return to Minsk Street. It's really expensive to take a carriage at this hour. Klein looked up at the almost black sky and the crimson moon that faintly pierced through the clouds. He walked forward for a while and suddenly realized that there was no light in Lawyer Jürgen's house. It was silent and dark. Taking out his golden pocket watch and opening it, Klein chuckled. He turned to Jürgen's door and opened it with the key he had given him. At this moment, the black cat, Brody, was already quietly squatting behind the door, looking at the visitor with his green round eyes. The room was dark and lonely. Klein squatted down and attempted to touch Brody's head, but Brody nimbly moved back and flung his hand away with a look of disdain. He shook his head and laughed. He got up, opened the valve, lit the gas lamp, and went to the cupboard to find the prepared ingredients according to Lawyer Jürgen's description. He shook his head and laughed. He got up, opened the valve, and lit the gas lamp. Following Lawyer Jürgen's instructions, he went to the cupboard and found the prepared ingredients. The black cat followed him in and nimbly leaped onto the counter. It squatted by the side and watched Klein work without making a fuss. Klein glanced at it and rehearsed in his mind how he was going to tear the chicken breast. As he chatted with Brody, he said, "You must miss Mrs. Doris, right? Are you worried about her condition? Lawyer Jürgen didn't come home today. Are you lonely and uncomfortable? Do you feel like you don't have a home? Do you feel very tired?" As he spoke, Klein's voice gradually softened into silence. The black cat, Brody, remained squatting there, looking at him quietly. It didn't make a fuss or make a sound. At Lady Norma's house, Audrey was invited to participate in the afternoon tea. They are the mysticism experts I'm talking about. Lady Norma enthusiastically introduced the distinguished guests. "This is Mr. Hilbert Alucard. He's a psychologist and a jewelry designer. He's very talented. This is Miss Escalante Oslaker. She's a doctor in the field of the mind, or what we often call a psychiatrist." Hilbert Alucard was a man in his 40s. He seemed to have some southern continent ancestry, and his skin was brown. He had brown hair and blue eyes. His facial features weren't outstanding, and he gave off a quiet and reserved feeling. Escalante Oslaker was a baby-faced lady. She was clearly a psychiatrist, but she looked like a young girl who was still in public school or grammar school. She had long black hair that reached her waist and a pair of lake-like blue eyes. She was 3 to 4 centimeters shorter than Audrey. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the other party, Audrey sat down. She keenly noticed that Alucard and Escalante were observing her. She didn't use her telepathic reader powers. Instead, She pretended not to know anything and took the initiative to start a topic in the field of mysticism. She also paid attention to whether her emotions were in the most logical state. I can't let them find out that I'm already a beyonder. I've already consumed the spectator and telepathic reader potions. Audrey knew very well what role she had to play today. Unlike the silent Alucard, Escalante was the talkative type. After chatting for a while, she asked, "Why are you here?" After chatting for a while, she asked, "Do you know about the Lunar New Year and the Lunar New Year?" "No, I've never heard of them." Audrey cautiously answered with the knowledge she had come into contact with in the circle of mysticism enthusiasts. "In fact, I've already figured out from Mr. the Hanging Man what the Great Year is and what the Great Moon is," she added inwardly with a smile. The Great Year refers to the number of years it takes for the rotation axis of the planet we're on to deviate once. It's a total of 25,920 years. In the field of mysticism, this is considered a complete cycle, from the beginning to the end. The Great Moon refers to the number of years it takes for this deviation to pass through one of the 12 constellations. Every Great Moon is 2,160 years. When the Great Moon alternates, a terrible disaster will befall. According to calculations, we don't have many years left before the end of this Great Moon. Escalante spoke with assurance, keeping the atmosphere in a harmonious state. Audrey hid the fact that she didn't know much and asked the wrong questions from time to time in a curious tone. Just like that, the beautiful afternoon passed quickly. Alucard and Escalante got up at the same time to say goodbye and leave Maram Norma's house. This disappointed Audrey. She thought that they would finally hint at psychological alchemy, but in the end, they didn't say anything. Yes, as a secret organization that can't be exposed, the examination of a reserve member isn't that simple and direct. It looks like I'll have to interact with them a few more times and observe them in secret for a while before they can decide if they want to reveal information to me and pull me into the organization. That's good too. I can report to Mr. Fool first. Audrey quickly understood the reason. She then took her leave, and Lady Norma saw her to the door and said with a smile, "I'm sorry." She smiled and said, "Audrey, I see that you're also very interested in psychology. Why don't you consider trying to be a psychiatrist before getting married? Earl Hall and his wife are both believers of the goddess, so they should support you in doing something similar. Between nobles, unless there was a financial crisis or some other special situation, it would take a long time to reach a marriage agreement. They would have to go through strict consideration and comparison before they could make a decision. This was because it was not only a matter of two young people, but it also involved the alliance and mutual assistance of the family. Therefore, although noble women could officially enter social occasions under the guidance of the Queen after the age of 18, declare themselves as adults and could consider marriage, but according to statistics, they often started a family after the age of 26. Similarly, the average age of a noble male who would enter the military or politics was 8 years old. In other words, after Audrey came of age, she would have about 8 years to do what she liked. As for the Church of the Ebonite Goddess, it had always encouraged female believers to go out to work and engage in certain professions. In the aristocratic circles, many young ladies and ladies had become literary critics, musicians, pianists, painters, etc. Was this a test? Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Then I still need to read more books." She had always felt that it wasn't safe for people in psychological alchemy to become psychiatrists or psychologists. This was because the upper echelons of official organizations like the Nighthawks and mandated punishers should know about the acting method and would definitely pay more attention to this group of people. Lady Norma seemed satisfied with her answer. She nodded and smiled. Escalante and Alucard are both good teachers. Well, maybe I can consider asking Miss Escalante to be my psychologist and tutor. Audrey nodded obediently. On Sunday morning, after Klein woke up, he realized that the map of Beekland on the coffee table in the living room had been circled several places, and they weren't too far away from each other. Therefore, he spent the whole morning familiarizing himself with the surrounding environment, figuring out the specific buildings and the location of the nearest church. In the afternoon, he once again headed to the Quelaag Club, preparing to practice his marksmanship and beyonder powers. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Surgeon Alan Series slowly walking out of the cafeteria with a cane. After greeting him, he asked with concern, "Alan, how have you been? Has your luck improved?" A sincere smile appeared on Alan's face even though he was born with a cold and indifferent appearance. "At least I won't be so unlucky anymore. I went to the cathedral according to your suggestion and told the bishop about the matter. He told me to go directly to the confessional to pray to the goddess. While praying, I actually fell asleep, but I seem to feel that the goddess has bestowed me with a peaceful and calm state. From then on, my luck has been normal. Praise the goddess." He drew a crimson moon on his chest. "According to my experience, it should be a sequence 7 nightmare that made you fall into a deep sleep." Then, a nighthawk who's good at rituals quickly set up an altar and prayed to the goddess to neutralize your bad luck. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "That's great." At this moment, Alan glanced at him and said, Chapter 343. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Upon hearing Aaron's request, Klein nearly drew a crimson moon on his chest in passing, but he ultimately resisted the urge and replied very seriously, "I'm not going to do it. Perhaps some of my actions have caused you to misunderstand. But I have to tell you that faith isn't something that can be changed once it's decided." Alan immediately raised his arms and made an apologetic gesture. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood your piety. I shouldn't have joked about your faith. All right, our difference in faith doesn't stop us from being friends." Klein wiped away his fake expression and smiled. "That doesn't hold true in Fasak and Fainapotter. They can only accept one faith. In comparison, as many churches had coexisted for more than 1,400 years, Ruan and Intis were much more open in this aspect." Without waiting for Alan's reply, he pretended to casually change the topic. "Did you see Will or Septin after that? He's the child who had his leg amputated and said that your luck would turn for the worse. He believed that the Nighthawks would definitely investigate based on the clues provided by Alan, so he was somewhat curious about the outcome. He was curious if it was the child or the tarot cards in his hand that changed Alan's luck." "No, I haven't seen him since he was discharged." Alan shook his head with certainty. "What a pity. The Nighthawks can find him based on the address registered in the hospital, but I can't rashly interfere. Of course, that child might have already moved away." After chatting with Alan for a while, Klein prepared to head to the underground shooting range and familiarize himself with the complementary revolver with ordinary bullets. At this moment, 2 acquaintances walked in. One was a member of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council, a shareholder of the coin company, Maram Mary. The other was Klein's landlord, Mrs. Stellan Sammer. They were both wearing relatively light dresses, making them look much younger. According to the club's rules, each member could only bring 1 additional person in. Therefore, Mary's maidservant and specially hired bodyguards were left in the reception hall. Klein politely went forward, greeted him, and praised him politely. "Ladies, both of you are as beautiful as ever today, but your beauty is different from usual." Mary, who had recently come into contact with many important figures, smiled. Roselle once said that life is about sports. As for Stellan, she always stays at home and deals with those trivial matters. Even when she goes out, she only attends banquets and listens to operas. Her health is much worse than before, so I brought her here to play tennis and squash. With her high cheekbones, she turned her gaze and saw a member of the House of Commons and 2 members of the Parliament of Beekland chatting in a corner. "I met someone I know. I'm going to greet them. You can wait for me at the library." "All right." Compared to Mary, Stellan was clearly much prettier, but when facing the lady, she appeared rather respectful and docile. After Mary walked some distance away, she raised her chin slightly and looked at Klein. "Mr. Moriarty, you seem to be very busy recently." "Yes, I was working with a lot of detectives to help the police investigate the serial murder case. We made a certain contribution and received a lot of money," Klein answered truthfully. Stellan covered her mouth with her hand. "Really? What does the murderer look like? Why did he kill those ladies?" The newspaper's description was very vague. "I'm sorry, but I have to abide by the confidentiality clause." Klein skillfully found an excuse. "I can't possibly tell you that it has a body of black fur, a smooth, moist tail, and likes to run on all fours. Klein lampooned inwardly. Stellan nodded regretfully and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" She then asked curiously, "How much money did you receive?" "A lot of us split it." Klein didn't answer her directly. "Did you get £50? Stellan pressed. "Yes." Klein nodded honestly. Stellan Sammer immediately smiled. "Your income is higher than I imagined. You're really a capable detective." "No, such a good thing might not happen even once in a few years." Klein smiled and shook his head. "No matter what, you've proven your ability." Stellan's eyes darted around. "Next Sunday, Luke and I will be holding a banquet at home. I hope you can attend." "Yes, sorry, this is very presumptuous. I'll get my maid to deliver the invitation to you later." Heh, there will be many unmarried ladies attending this banquet. Their fathers or mothers have relatively decent jobs, and their family's annual income is more than £200. Some of them even have part-time jobs that they can do at home, such as typists. They are all very outstanding women. This is a matchmaking banquet. Mrs. Stellan has acknowledged my ability to earn money as a detective, so she plans on introducing a girl to me, who's single. However, in her eyes, am I only worthy of a woman of this level? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but considering the need to maintain a good neighborly relationship, as well as the trouble of preparing dinner, he agreed with a smile. "If there's no emergency, I'll be there on time." Stellan smiled. "Then Luke and I will await your visit." Without further ado, she bade farewell and left, entering the club's small library. As for Klein, he practiced his marksmanship and beyonder powers in a small, enclosed shooting range. At 9 o'clock at night, Klein sat in front of his desk, watching the crimson moon in the sky gradually pierce through the clouds, revealing a figure that was no longer imperfect. The watery red veil slowly spread apart, and time ticked by. When it was 10:15, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Without needing to discern it, Klein could guess that it was a plea for help from Miss Magicians. He closed the curtains, extinguished the lights, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He reached out to touch the crimson star that was constantly contracting and expanding. In the blink of an eye, Force's hazy figure appeared on the chair with the symbol of stacked doors. She heaved a sigh of relief, stood up, and bowed. "Honorable Mr. Fool, you've saved me once again." "It's nothing to worry about," Klein replied in a very nonchalant tone. Force clicked her tongue and sat down again. She thought about what had just happened and didn't speak for a moment. As for Klein, in order to maintain his image, he didn't take the initiative to raise the topic. In the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, silence quickly became the main theme. When Force snapped back to her senses, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little oppressive, making her feel uncomfortable. During the gathering, there was Miss Justice and Mr. World, so there was no need to worry about no one talking. But now, there's only me and Mr. Fool. What do I do? I feel so pressured. I have to say something. I have to say something. I can't just sit there like an idiot. That's Mr. Fool we're talking about. He definitely won't mind, but I'm very nervous and restrained. Force suddenly found the feeling of being alone with her boss when she first entered the workplace. Although Klein wasn't a spectator, he could clearly tell that Miss Magicians was being reserved and uneasy. Hence, he smiled and said, "Perhaps you can tell me how you became a Beyonder. For example, how you obtained the apprentice formula and that bracelet." Klein silently added the true direction of the question. Force relaxed a little and recalled, "I'm not sure. That was almost 3 years ago. I had just graduated from Beeklands Medical School. With my father's help, I entered a private clinic that paid well. My father had already settled down in East Balam. Ever since the safe sea route to the southern continent was discovered, the kingdom's outstanding youths began to spread their footprints to every corner of the continent. As a low-ranking officer, my father went to East Balam to pursue wealth and power. As for me and my mother, we were left behind in Beekland, living a life of bereavement. It would be months before a ship would bring us a letter from afar. Such situations aren't rare in the kingdom. I know an old man who has 5 children, but they are either in the archipelago, West Balam, Paz Valley, or the Hargati Plains. They have their own careers, families, and wealth, but they have forgotten that there is a father who is always waiting for them to return. When I was in grammar school, my mother contracted a serious illness. I had no choice but to watch her die in the hospital bed. And my father only replied to my letter a month later. He told me that he had a new family in East Balam, and that he had welcomed a new life. He gave me all his wealth in Beekland, and he even gave me some extra money. I believe he felt a little guilty. As a best-selling author, Force had already mastered the skill of rambling. Klein had nothing to do, so he listened quietly without interrupting. Phew. Force exhaled and continued. In short, my father introduced me to the Yusuf Clinic through the Retired Military Officers Club. The salary there is indeed very generous, and I'm doing pretty well. I'm just a little anxious about the future, so I've been working hard to learn from the senior doctors and save up money until I met an old lady who often came to see me. She was very lonely. She had no children, and her partner had passed away 10 years ago. I felt some pity for her, so I would often talk to her and chat with her. One time, I was surprised to discover that she could actually pass through walls. This made me enter a whole new world. That old lady said that this was a legacy left to her by her husband. She vaguely mentioned that as long as one wasn't a member of any family, there wouldn't be a curse. Not long after, she was so ill that she was about to pass away. She asked me if I was willing to become someone like her. I was very young back then, and I still had many fantasies in my head. I agreed without any hesitation. She gave me the formula and asked me to guard her corpse after she died and take away the glowing item that would suddenly appear. And this was the legacy she left to me. It could be used as the main ingredient for the potion. In addition, she also gave me this bracelet and exhorted me not to use it unless it was the most dangerous time. At the same time, I didn't have to pay too much attention to the ravings of the full moon. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to avoid danger in the end. After using it once, the full moon's ravings became more serious. From the looks of it, she's the widow of a particular Abraham. She used her own experience to prove that the curse only exists in the bloodline. Klein nodded slightly. When you become a high sequence beyonder, the ravings won't be of much use. I hope so. Although Force didn't believe that she could become a high sequence beyonder, she believed in Mr. Fool. It was Monday again. Just as Klein got up and went downstairs, he saw an open piece of paper on the coffee table in the living room. On it was a short message: effective. That's good. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 344. The stone pillars in front of her supported the high dome, and the mottled and ancient long table seemed to have been placed there for hundreds or even thousands of years. Although Audrey Hall had seen this scene many times, she still felt a sense of shock reverberating from the bottom of her heart whenever she came above the grey fog. She swept her gaze and didn't see any new members. She immediately looked up and bowed to the person who was shrouded in thick grey fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As she spoke, she suddenly saw a card with complicated and gorgeous patterns on its back on the table to the right of the Fool. It was placed there quietly, casually, like an ordinary item. This is the card of blasphemy? The card of blasphemy that hides a pathway of the divine. Audrey instantly understood. After the Fool nodded in response, she subconsciously glanced at the hanging man, Sun, and the magicians and realized that they had also noticed the card that didn't exist in the past. However, their eyes and actions revealed their doubts and surprise, as well as their inevitable guesses. After all, a card placed by the mysterious and high and mighty Mr. Fool's hand is definitely not an ordinary item. Mr. World's reaction is a little strange. He didn't even look over. Is he hiding it too well? Is he really the nemesis of the spectator and telepathist? Audrey quickly determined that other than Mr. Fool, she was the only one who knew about the card of blasphemy. This made her rather proud. She felt like she had shared a secret with her parents when she was young, but her two elder brothers didn't know about it. That was the card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great, a treasure that countless beyonders in the mysterious world fantasized about. After the magicians, Sun, and the others greeted her, Audrey took the initiative to raise her hand. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you alone." Alone? The hanging man Alger frowned slightly and subconsciously tried to guess the content, but he had no clue. Sun and the others were equally curious, but they weren't too bothered. Klein nodded slightly. Sure. Frankly speaking, he wasn't sure what Miss Justice wanted to report. After waiting for 2 seconds, he blocked the senses of the other members and gave a hint to Justice. Audrey sat in a dignified manner and said sincerely, Mr. Fool, because I requested to purchase the Spectator formula at a Beyonder gathering, 2 people suspected to be members of the psychological alchemy have recently contacted me through certain nobles. I'm inclined to join them, but only if I can guarantee my own safety. What's your opinion on this? I take this very seriously. Psychological alchemy. From all the information, this wasn't an evil organization. They probably didn't have any gods yet, and they focused on the exploration and research of the mind, consciousness, spirit, and spirituality. They were closer to academic societies. Of course, in the eyes of the Orthodox Church, this was blasphemy. They believed that everyone's spirit belonged to God. Also, according to Daxter Guderian, the higher-ups of psychological alchemy had a certain tendency to worship the original creator, the God who created everything, to a certain degree, a more primitive form of worship. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but in the end, he only smiled. If you think it's appropriate, you can do it. If you encounter any difficulties, you can seek help on the tarot. Thank you for your suggestion. Audrey immediately felt relieved. Klein thought for a moment and added in a very calm and leisurely tone, that's right. Within the psychological alchemy, there are some people planted by the church, such as informants from the mandated punishers and the Nighthawks. You need to know how to hide and conceal yourself. Mr. Fool sure is nice. He even specially reminded me to be careful. Audrey's eyes curved slightly as she replied with a faint smile, in the future, there will also be informants from the tarot in psychological alchemy. Miss Justice, you haven't even joined, but you've already thought of how to betray them. Klein silently drew an invisible crimson moon for psychological alchemy. After reporting on the psychological alchemy, Audrey wasn't in a hurry to end the private conversation. Instead, she said, Mr. Fool, I've memorized another 2 pages of Roselle's diary. This was also the reason why she requested a private conversation. If she were to conjure Roselle's diary under the witness of magician's force and give it to Mr. Fool, she could imagine that he would immediately come to her to borrow the Roselle's notebook she had bought in the past when she returned. And the goddess could prove that Mr. Fool had seen them before. I forgot to tell Force in the next 2 days that the Roselle's notebook I bought was chewed up by Susie. Yes, it was chewed up and turned into pieces. It can't be restored. I'm sorry, Susie. Audrey repented inwardly. Very good. Klein happily tapped the edge of the long bronze table and helped Miss Justice conjure the diary. When he got the 2 pages, he cast his gaze over, and his smile gradually stiffened. The first line of the diary read 6th March. F***CK, the food here is making me constipated. This is what I saw at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Klein hid his expression and flipped to the 2nd page. He found that the content was still the various complaints and novel experiences of Roselle's early transmigration. It wasn't of any actual value. He controlled his expression and revealed a smile. Do you wish to deduct the payment from the unpaid gold pounds, or do you wish to receive something extra? Audrey didn't hesitate at all. She directly said, Mr. Fool, I would like to know which pathway of the divine is contained in that card of blasphemy. She really treats money like dirt. Klein sighed silently and smiled without hiding anything. That's a Dark Emperor card. The corresponding sequence 9 is lawyer. Is that so? Having obtained the answer, Audrey felt abnormally satisfied. After the private conversation ended, Magician's Force eagerly looked down at World. Mr. World, I will search for mystical items or powerful Beyonder weapons in the Sun domain for you as soon as possible. What deal did the 2 of you come to in private? Audrey, who felt that she was very familiar with Force but was completely unaware of this matter, couldn't help but ask. Force heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. World helped me find the formula for Trickmaster, Klein said with a smile. Mr. World is very good at finding formulas. He has a wide range of reliable resources and connections in this field. Audrey was surprised when she heard that. The hanging man Alger concealed his solemn expression and examined World again, raising his evaluation of him. As for Sun, he was looking forward to it. He hoped that after he finished digesting the light suppliant potion, Mr. World would be able to easily find the formula for Sequence 7. High Priest Sunday World, who didn't notice the gazes, laughed hoarsely. Miss Magicians, before you make the purchase, it's best if you recite Mr. Fool's honorific name and ask him to pass the corresponding information to me. Yes, I've already asked Mr. Fool, and he agreed to help us. If the item you fancy isn't something I'm satisfied with, perhaps I'll consider changing it to something else. Klein currently had 3 options for items in the Sun domain, so he planned on comparing them before making a decision. Among them, he knew that the brooch that Eye of Wisdom had mentioned had the effect of purifying and exorcising evil. It also allowed the wearer to use a portion of the spells in the Sun domain. The negative side was that the wearer wouldn't feel cool, and they would always be in a hot and irritated state. Klein only felt that the mystical item was all right. In addition, the price was likely close to £2,000. Back then, even if he sold the briber formula, he wouldn't be able to fork it out. Therefore, he planned on waiting for a few days. If the magicians and the lady with the artisan behind her couldn't find a better one, he would cash in the formula and buy the brooch. All right, I'll give you the information no later than tomorrow. Force had already confirmed that Mr. A would be holding a gathering that night, but she still reserved an extra day to prevent any accidents. After they finished their conversation, the hanging man Alger looked around and said as though he had already prepared a script in his mind, I recently accepted an investigation mission. I've recently accepted an investigation mission. I'm not sure if you have any relevant clues. In the past 2 to 3 years, many native tribes in the southern continent have been plundered, and everyone has been kidnapped. In the various plantations and archipelagos at sea, some slaves have also strangely escaped. Ever since the countries of the northern continent abolished the slave trade, such a thing hasn't happened in a long time. Have you heard any news about it? His gaze swept past Justice, Magicians, and World, but he didn't look at Sunday. How could a youth trapped in the forsaken land of the gods in the City of Silver know anything about the outside world? Audrey carefully recalled the bits and pieces of information she had heard at the noble gatherings. After a while, she said, no, I've never even heard of such a thing. Magicians Force and World shook their heads as well. A sign that the black market slave trade is flourishing again? Why would there be a need for a large number of slaves? Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table and pondered over the matter in puzzlement. Seeing that no one could provide any clues, and with Mr. Fool showing no interest and not interjecting, the hanging man Alger's expression didn't change as he said, you can try searching for the wind-blessed formula. You can try searching for the wind-blessed formula. I will give you an absolutely satisfactory reward. The wind-blessed formula? He's almost finished digesting the seafarer potion. Klein activated his spirit vision and swept a glance at the hanging man. Indeed, he discovered that the color of his astral projection's surface was not only as pure as the blue sea, but there were also some ripples, as though they were slowly undulating. Doing the math, Mr. the Hanging Man took nearly 4 months to digest the seafarer potion. He's often at sea. Audrey also made a judgment based on her observations. Force paid more attention to another point, and that was that Mr. the Hanging Man was currently a Sequence 7, a mid-sequence beyonder. She nodded indiscernibly and muttered to herself. After the Hanging Man finished announcing the mission, Sun raised his hand and said nervously, I've been assigned a mission. I've been assigned a mission. I'll be going to the half-destroyed temple that I mentioned before to explore in a short period of time. Yes, the one with the fallen creator. The leader in charge of this operation is Shepherd Elder Lovia. Chapter 345. Suggestion. My suggestion is to hide as far away as possible and focus on stability. Upon hearing Sun's question, Klein immediately gave an answer in his heart. However, in order to maintain the fool's image and see what other people would give different suggestions, he maintained his silence and didn't manipulate the world to speak. After a brief silence, the hanging man Alger turned his head to look at Sun and said in a low and calm voice, the information you provided is too little. You've provided too little information. It's hard for us to give any useful advice. We don't know what else exists in that half-destroyed temple other than the true creator, which is also the strange statue of the fallen creator. Naturally, there's no way to analyze the corresponding situation. The fallen creator is indeed the true creator. The city of silver where Sun lives also has the faith of the true creator, and he even built a temple. Magician's Force listened with relish, just short of taking out a notebook to jot it down. As for Justice Audrey, she was looking forward to Sun's detailed description of the strange temple. Derek nodded and looked up for a few seconds. Apart from the statue, there are also many incomplete murals with terrifying evil spirits lingering about. However, they have already been eliminated by the expedition team led by the 2 elders of the 6-member council. I didn't see those murals with my own eyes. It said that it records the prophecy of the apocalypse and the fallen creator saving his believers, as well as the corresponding bloody sacrificial ritual. In the corner of one of the murals, there are strange words derived from Jotun. After a rough deciphering, the elders believe that their meaning is Rose Redemption. This might be the code name of the creator of the murals, or it might be the name of the organization that built the temple and the city. According to the chief's judgment, these murals are at least 1,000 years old. I'm referring to the 1,000 years that you know of. But I'm not completely sure. In the City of Silver, we take the period when there's more and more lightning as day, and the period when there's less and more and it's more comfortable as night. A cycle is a day, and the 4 seasons only exist in books. Therefore, we can't grasp the exact number of days. Only the chief can confirm it. When Sun said this, Force suspected that she was listening to a story. A city with no sun, no crimson moon, no day and night, and no changes in the 4 seasons sounded unreal. Only fairy tales and novels would dare to describe it like this. Furthermore, the author had to have smoked marijuana and be in a state of mental convulsions to create such a city. The first thought that came to Force's mind after her initial shock was to write a novel using the City of Silver as a blueprint. However, she quickly gave up on this plan because she didn't know what the City of Silver meant. She didn't know if it was a secret that the 7 churches had jointly protected. She was afraid that the moment the book was published, the author would be visited by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers to collect the copper pennies deposited in the gas meter. So the environment of the City of Silver is like this. Yes, and there's also the monsters in the depths of the darkness that Sun always mentions. Unfortunately, I'm only sequence 8. Otherwise, I really want to get Mr. Fool to send me there for an adventure. No, Audrey, you're no longer an innocent girl. You should clearly understand how great the danger is hidden within. Audrey would let her thoughts wander from time to time, and at other times, she would do some self-reflection. At least 1,000 years. The Aurora Order hasn't appeared for more than 300 years, maybe even less than 200 years. This shouldn't have been built by them. Yes, perhaps the faith of the true creator existed in the early 5th epoch, or even the 4th epoch. However, the organization that served him back then wasn't the Aurora Order. In the following 1 to 2,000 years, under the great suppression of the 7 churches, the believers of the true creator repeatedly fell into danger. The church was destroyed time and time again, and finally, it revived. For the Aurora Order, Klein, who had some guesses, didn't change his sitting posture or state. Sun paused for 2 seconds and continued, the terrifying monsters in the ruins of the city and the half-destroyed temple have been preliminarily cleared. The terrifying monsters in the ruins of the city and the half-destroyed temple have been cleaned up. Our mission this time is to explore the underground part of the temple. Do you have any suggestions? With your understanding of the fallen creator, what should I pay attention to? My suggestion? The hanging man, Alger said without any hesitation. My suggestion is to absolutely not go. The fallen creator is a true evil god. Even if his temple has been destroyed, it's very likely that there's still an abnormally strange danger hidden in his temple that's difficult to detect. If the other elders of the 6-member council were leading the team, it wouldn't be impossible for you to go, but the risk would be very high. But you just said that the person in charge of this matter is Shepherd Lovia, and the true creator is a god at the top of this beyonder pathway. Therefore, you absolutely can't go, Alger added. Your suggestion is the same as mine, But such a suggestion doesn't need Sun to describe the situation of the half-destroyed temple at all. It can be concluded from the conditions given at the beginning. I get it. Mr. the Hanging Man, you did it on purpose. This way, you didn't pay any price to roughly figure out the situation of the half-destroyed temple. It's like bullying a child. Sitting at the seat of honor, the fool Klein leisurely reached out to hold his forehead. Sun fell silent for a few seconds before saying awkwardly, "But I have to accept the mission." The Hanging Man chuckled. "Nothing is necessary. Before this mission, will you still participate in the patrol? Find an opportunity and deliberately let the monster injure you. As for the specifics, you can refer to the past examples of the City of Silver." At that moment, Audrey read a message from Sun's eyes and actions. "That works too?" After a brief moment of surprise and confusion, Derek frowned slightly. "But, I don't have any patrol missions recently," the Hanging Man Alger chuckled. "You can pretend that you're close to losing control. No, to be precise, you can make yourself close to losing control. Under such circumstances, I believe the upper echelons of the City of Silver wouldn't bring a dangerous item that could explode at any time for an exploration, right? There's a trick. As long as you keep your spirituality in a relatively dry state for 2 consecutive days, you will experience auditory hallucinations and show signs of losing control. And if you don't continue to squeeze it, the situation will improve in a week and you won't really lose control. Of course, your City of Silver definitely has methods and measures to treat those who show signs of losing control. The recovery should be faster, so you have to estimate the time. It's best to start 2 or 3 days before you set off." Derek was taken aback. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "That's right." After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Yes, people who show signs of losing control will be restrained and isolated in the spire's basement. They will receive treatment from medicine, rituals, and mystical items. If the situation is mild, they only need to consume medicine. Sigh, an honest and sincere child has been poisoned by an old fox just like that. However, Mr. the Hanging Man, how do you know the technique to make yourself close to losing control? If this technique is often used, losing control might really befall." Klein sighed inwardly. Audrey was also dumbfounded when she heard that. She felt that she had learned another lesson. Seeing that Sun was still a little hesitant, as though he didn't want to deceive the City of Silver elders, the Hanging Man Alger asked in a low voice, "Do the other elders of the 6-member council know that the fallen creator is in control of the shepherd pathway?" "I don't know." Derek shook his head honestly. Alger asked again, "Do you think that Shepherd Elder Lovia might cause harm to the City of Silver? Just answer yes or no, don't explain." "Yes." In the end, he couldn't lie to himself anymore. Alger chuckled. "So, you're the only one who knows about this but can't find a way to warn the other elders of the 6-member council, right?" "Yes." Derek's expression gradually became solemn. Alger changed his sitting posture and leaned back slightly. "That mission is extremely risky. You know that. If you die in that half-destroyed temple, who can think of a way to expose Shepherd Lovia's oddity? Who can save the City of Silver from disaster? The fallen creator is a true evil god. You didn't pretend to lose control and deceive others because of selfishness. You did it to save the City of Silver. Which is more important, your honor or it?" Sun gritted his teeth and nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man." Audrey and Magician's Force immediately had the urge to cover their faces with their hands. What an easily fooled child. But that's good too. It prevents the tarot from losing members in the near future. Klein sighed silently and controlled the world. "I have a question for Mr. Sun," Klein said. "This might involve a deal. I request for a private exchange." Klein hurriedly switched back to himself and nodded indifferently. "Sure." After the magicians and company were blocked, the world looked at Sunday. Does the City of Silver have a way to remove the mental corruption of an evil god from a Beyonder characteristic? This was something Klein had wanted to ask a few times in the past, but considering that Justice and company might be interested, and with Sun being unable to answer and involving an evil god, all eyes were cast on the godlike Mr. Fool. He restrained his urge until he received a revelation from Miss Justice and came up with the idea of a private conversation. "We haven't met any evil gods. Son, Derek replied sincerely, we only have a way to separate the mental corruption of the rampager in the beyonder characteristic. This is it. That might work. After all, I have the grey fog. Klein held back his joy and made the world speak. What reward do you want? It's not about the reward. Son shook his head and said, that method and the corresponding knowledge requires at least a patrol captain, or even a powerhouse at the level of an exploration captain, to have the right to come into contact with it. The former requires a sequence 7, and the latter requires a minimum of a sequence 6. Phew. Klein sighed and made the world say in a hoarse voice, that's right. I hope you will be qualified as soon as possible.